All right. So welcome to Money in the Morning. It's so great to see everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's feeling good. In case you don't know, Money in the Morning is where we get together every morning, 7 days a week, and we work on our finances. We don't just complain about our economic problems, we fix them. We don't just complain about generational curses, we make them better. We make sure that our kids are going to have an inheritance, that they know that their parents and grandparents love them and that we thought about them. We're not leaving our kids hanging out to dry, and we're not leaving ourselves hanging out to dry. We know that preparation is the key to success. We also know that prevention, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. You know, it's funny. Yesterday I kept saying it's Sunday, it's Sunday, it's Sunday. So now it really is Sunday. I hope I'm right about that. Let me know if I still got the date wrong. And so yeah, I felt like today would be a good day to talk about some of the stuff that I seen online that really made me dig into the data and find the answers and the solutions. And before I do that, really quick, I want to remind everybody that you guys know we have a world-class Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first ever Black financial therapy department created by scholars that we know of, and my wife is the head of that, and they meet every Sunday. And so Sunday night tonight, she's going to actually have another meeting. She does group therapy for those that want to heal, for those that want to do better. And if you are interested, you can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love on your phone to 87948, and my wife will send you a link inviting you to join us tonight in the group therapy session because we got to heal. If we don't heal, we're going to have the same problems that we've always had. So anyway. How many of you, give me a yes or no, how many of you have seen this 50-50 conversation in relationships where there's a conversation about whether or not men should pay all the bills or the majority of the bills and stuff like that? Let me know if you've seen some of this. And this came to mind because I got invited on this show hosted by this lady named Kendra G, who does a lot of interesting relationship stuff. And you know, my wife's a relationship therapist, and I did write a book called Financial Lovemaking back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse. And so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I became very intrigued with how money shapes relationships. And what happened was I started to know the difference between ideas that are politically correct versus ideas that are actually correct, right? I learned that political correctness is not always the right way to live your life, that it will pull you into a ditch and have you doing things that don't make a lot of sense. You know, I just looked at the data and I said, okay, I get it now. The research says there's thousands of years of evolutionary biology that says that women like men that have a little bit of money. They don't want they're just not as typically on average, especially a woman who needs money. A woman who doesn't need money might change, but a woman who needs money is not going to be as attracted to a man who's broke as she is to a man who has resources. And it's not politically correct for her to say that. It's not, or just like it's not politically correct for men to say, hey, young, beautiful women, they're appealing. You know, like we're supposed to act like it doesn't matter, but it does matter. And so when I was would go through the research, I remember just being consistently astounded by how much of the conversation was built around just people saying what they're supposed to say instead of saying what they really want to say. And so the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to ask you all a question before I even do this. Give me a yes or no. How many of you think that, the 50-50 relationship is one that can work if that's what people want? And give me a yes if you think that going 50-50 is cool. If, the woman pays half the bills, the man pays half the bills. Give me a yes if you think that's okay. All right, so I'm looking at your answers. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna say that my first instinct is that I think it's okay too. I'm not, mad about it. I think people make their own decision. But here's the thing. What I want you to consider is the research. Ooh, buddy. And what the research really says, I can summarize this part, is that it kind of says that if you do this, it goes back to a saying that we had in economics that there's no such thing as a free lunch, that basically you think that you're getting the same thing. It's like if I go to Walmart, I bought a watch at Walmart, and I thought that, and the watch looked just like a watch I saw in an expensive jewelry store. And here I was, tempted to think, well, gosh, I got this Walmart watch that's just the same as the watch that was $5,000 in the expensive jewelry store. And after the watch fell apart in about 3 months, I learned that that just wasn't the case, that my Walmart watch was not the same as the expensive jewelry store watch. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? And so sometimes things may look the same on the outside, but they're not quite the same on the inside. You might think you're getting, you might think you've traded your filet mignon for McDonald's hamburger meat and that that's okay, but you learn that there's just a difference. Doesn't mean that you can't eat McDonald's. Some of y'all do, and it's okay. I hear bad things about it health wise, but shoot, who am I to judge? And and so it's kind of the same thing here, right? And what I've concluded from the research, and I'm gonna read some of this data back to you, but I'd like to summarize it is while women in the surveys, women will say 50-50 doesn't matter to them. And sometimes they might say it because it's politically incorrect to tell the truth. And some of them may say it because that's what they truly believe. They truly believe, hey, you know what? Hey, if a man doesn't, if he's broke, then that's okay with me. I'm not bothered by that. And I'm going to challenge that a little bit and say, I think that there might be a little bit more to it, and maybe more to it that you might not be willing to admit. So rather than me yapping on about it, let me just pull out the data here. It was really, really interesting to research this. And I told you I became intrigued with this when I wrote Financial Lovemaking when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. You can have the book for free, by the way. Just go to boyceandalicia.com and there's a free e-copy there. You can have the e-copy for free, or you can buy it at drboycebooks.com if you want a copy like sent to your house. Okay, so here's one thing that is heavy. Um, Studies show that women in 50-50 financial arrangements report a 30% higher level of resentment compared to women whose partners cover a larger share. That resentment often shows up not just in arguments, but in intimacy, trust, and long-term satisfaction. So as politically incorrect as it may be, and this is according to a study at Cornell University, by the way, as politically incorrect as it may be to say, there appears to be something latent. There's something hidden. A latent variable in economics or in statistics is basically it's something that has an impact, but you don't see it, right? Like a ghost or like a spirit. It's like there's something beneath the surface that you're not talking about, or maybe you don't even know it's there that's really impacting the outcomes and you just don't know what that is, and that happens a lot, right? What I think is there's this latent variable that basically says that even though that a lot of women might tolerate 50-50 and choose 50-50 maybe because they love the man and they want to be flexible, but the studies seem to show that they're just not happy with that. I don't know how many of y'all think that that makes sense. How many of y'all think that do you think that that's nonsense, or do you think it's dollars and cents? Do you think it's real? Maybe it's almost like if you ask a man like, well, do you care if your girlfriend has sex with you or not? And he might say, no, sex is not that important to me. That's not the most important thing in my relationship, right? But then she says, okay, well, I'm gonna go celibate. And then he's like, okay, sure, no problem. And then next thing you know, they're fighting over fried chicken and like why did you shut the door so fast? I hate when you shut the door so fast. You shut the door, but I always shut the door like this. No, you don't. You shut the door. You be slamming the door, girl, woman. What's wrong with you? Right? Remember that movie? I think I Love My Wife with Chris Rock, where he wanted to cheat, but he didn't want to admit he wanted to cheat. He wanted to go see that other girl. So he came home and he started fighting with her over chicken. And he was like, chicken? Every day, all you do is make chicken. I'm gonna grow feathers and start clucking. I want some duck. Right? So, but he wasn't really the chicken. It wasn't the chicken. It was bigger than the chicken. Right? So you might think you're fighting over the chicken, but really, you're fighting over the fact that his penis may be too small, right? Or you think you're fighting over the way she shut the door, but really, you're upset because this relationship is expensive or whatever, right? My father used to jokingly say that he was married 50 years, so I think that gives him some kind of credential in this. I mean, most people can't do that. And he said he believes that all arguments stem back to three things: money, sex, or kids. He said those are the three things that you think you're arguing about something else, but really you're arguing about money, sex, or kids. That I don't know. How many of y'all would agree? I don't know. I've only been married 4 years, so which I'm kind of proud of that. Our anniversary is coming up in a couple months. So how many of you would say that that theory is true, or how many of you would say it's more complicated than that? That there's more stuff than just money, sex, and kids. Yeah, I feel like money, sex, and kids comes up a lot. It may not be the majority or the only thing, but it's definitely like high up there, right? And so anyway, let me read a little bit more. This is just a really good stuff. And I think it's and let me tell you why this matters. We've talked about this, right? In terms of how relationship success links to economic success. Let me give you some interesting stats about millennials and people under the age of 40. If you're under 40, like they're struggling. They're really having a hard time figuring things out because they've been listening to white people for too long. That's my theory. That's my cynical theory. You don't need to stop listening to white folks. Start listening to your grandpa. Listen to your grandmother. Like they can give you some good advice. Y'all are trying to integrate and you black. You still gonna be black whether you just cause you got the DEI job. That don't mean you ain't black no more. And so here's what it says about millennials and Gen Z. Number one, even though the divorce rate is um, around 40 to 50% generally, here's what's happening with Gen Z and millennials. They are not getting married. Their rate of marriage has dropped by nearly 30% since 1990. So people, rather than getting married and getting divorced, they're just not getting married at all. So, and that's fine. That's me. That's no, I mean, it's people's choice, right? But they're choosing to just navigate life solo. So you'll have 37-year-olds who still operate as if they're 27-year-olds. And like I met a new guy, I met a new girl, and we're gonna date a year, and then we're gonna meet another guy next year, another girl next year. And that's interesting. I'm curious to see how that plays out because 25 years from now, when you're 72 years old, you're not going to be going on a date every other week. You're not going to feel like having sex every other day. You're going to be tired. Maybe you're going to have cancer. You'll be in the hospital. That's where I saw my parents get to that stage. I remember my father being young and energetic and playing basketball. And now, walking is hard. You know what I mean? Like, so he ain't out chasing women. That's not of interest to him, right? So I wonder if people have prepared, if they're investing in their lives to prepare for the next stage of life, or if they're living this current stage as if that's all that there is, right? I live as a 35-year-old because I think I'm gonna be 35 forever. And I forget that, no, I'm gonna be 45, then 55, then 65. And so optimization, which we talked about a lot in mathematics, optimization of your life really comes down to making investments that optimize multiple parts of your life, not just the current. Delayed gratification is an important concept in investing, and it's an important concept when you talk about investing in your life. So if you can't delay gratification and all you see is the present in the current moment, and your consciousness can extend beyond the current moment, then typically not only will you make relationship choices you'll regret, you'll probably make financial choices you regret. So a lot of times I make that same argument, this argument that people fail in relationships for the same reason they fail in their finances. Typically people that you see that are financially secure, they're also secure in their relationships. They have the kinds of relationships that build wealth, all kinds of wealth in their lives. People that are not doing well in the relationship category are typically not doing well in the financial category because those two are heavily connected. It's not always perfectly correlated, though. It's not perfectly correlated. For example, I know that I remember when I was a single man, things were cheaper. It was cheaper to buy things as a single man because you go to McDonald's and instead of it costing you, $25 to eat because you're feeding a woman and a child, it would cost like $10 because you're just feeding yourself. But what I did find is that once you're able to find a partner and a teammate that is also productive the same way you are, it it can make things easier to afford. So when my wife wanted to buy her little cherry red Mercedes, I went with her to the dealership. And I know that, I'm not a poor man, and I know that there would be plenty of women that would love to go to the Mercedes dealership with me, and I'd be the one writing the checks. I went there and I didn't do anything. I didn't talk to the dealer. I didn't pull out my wallet. I didn't have to sign anything. She did everything on her own. She paid for every single piece of that. And I was watching college football the whole time. And literally just being the supportive partner. And I said, this is amazing that I'm actually sitting here and we're gonna drive away in a Mercedes, and I don't have to do anything. That was a cool type of I was like, this is cool. Okay, so this is why some people get married to, because I think, but you have to pick the right kind of person, right? You have to kind of know what you're signing up for. So anyway, but even I didn't even know I was signing up for that. I didn't know, I'd never lived in a world where I would go do something like that, and the person wouldn't at some point ask me to contribute financially. So really, the teammate thing I think works really, really well. But the hard part is that you got to get along with your teammates. So some people, and I think that trauma plays a part in this, we just say, screw it. I'd rather do it all by myself because I can't trust anybody that much. And I think that there's a benefit in that, in the flexibility, but there's a challenge in when you run into a problem. Like if your primary income source gets killed, you're there by yourself and you're stuck and you're struggling. I have a friend who runs actually, she's not a friend, she's a distant cousin, and she runs a cancer treatment center or like a house for black women, single black women who get cancer, like over the age of 50. And because they don't have anybody there to kind of help. And sometimes it's no fault of their own. I'm not blaming anyone, but it's I think about when my mother went through her cancer, it really helped that my father was right there with her the whole entire time. So, but there's a trade-off though. You got to put up with people, and that's kind of a hard thing to do if you haven't sort of worked on harnessing those skills. Now, here's another study. The Pew Research report says that only 53% of adults are currently married. This compares to 72% in 1960. So people are doing things alone and by themselves. I've heard someone describe that they believe that that was a financial psyop on the American people. They believe that convincing people to be single for families to break up might have been a psyop. Now, I don't know. This is a conspiracy theory, but there is an argument to be made that the economy does better when everybody's scrambling by themselves. Because if you are single, you're more likely to have to go to work than if you are married to someone who makes enough money to take care of both of you, right? Where one of you can stay home with the kids. So they don't want the wife staying home with the kids. They want the wife in the factory. They want the wife in the office with the husband. They want everybody coming into the office because that makes the economy stronger and more productive. Also, you're spending more money. The biggest driver of economic activity in America, write this down. The biggest driver of economic activity in America, it's not the banks, it's not the government, it's not the Fed, it's the consumer. The consumer is the biggest driver of the economy. The GDP in America is super high because America has done an expert job of training people to spend, 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 spend. In 2006, I did a research stint with the Center for European Economic Research in Mannheim, Germany. I went to Germany for 6 weeks, and I had German colleagues the entire time. We were doing research on all kinds of stuff. And one of my colleagues came in, I'll never forget, and he said he showed me data. He literally came in and said, what's wrong with you Americans?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. What's wrong with you Germans?" Like I was like, "What? I don't know. What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, I was looking at Z data, and Z data says that in Germany." He said, "We make less money than you do. We pay more in taxes than you do, but we save 5 times more money than you do." How crazy is that? How crazy is that? See, a lot of people say they can't save because they don't make enough money. No, you don't. You might make you probably make enough money. You probably just have a financial addiction that has been pressed upon you. Think about this. They make less money than us. They pay more in taxes than we do. That's a double whammy. You're making less money and you're paying more taxes. And you're saving 5 times more than Americans? Do you get what I'm saying? I need to sit on that point for a minute because I need y'all to hear this. Do you understand that that's an issue? How many of y'all understand that that's a problem? So Americans are addicted to spending money. We're addicted to consumption. That's what they call it, consumption. And so when you spend that, it makes me dissect and go back and reverse engineer everything that they do with you from the time that you're born, from the time that you're a little kid, especially when you're black. All you're trained to do is spend your money. You go make your money and then you go blow it. Just got paid Friday night. And you at the club already spending half of your paycheck, right? They got music around there, right? Right? Remember that song? I'm riding around and I'm getting it. I'm riding around and I'm getting it. I'm riding around and I'm getting it. It's mine, I spend it. It's mine, I spend it. Y'all remember that song? I think that song was 2 Chainz. Is that right? Was it 2 Chainz? I don't remember. But anyway, so they indoctrinate that into your freaking music. They teach you got rappers. They don't you don't never see rappers saying, Well, I'm conservative with my money. I save and invest my money. I'm riding around and I'm saving it. I'm riding around and I'm investing it. I'm riding around and I'm building it. It's mine. I keep it. It's mine. I keep it. You make it sound like that, they're gonna call you a simp. They're gonna call you a square. They're gonna call you a dummy. Well, no, no, dummy. You're the dummy when you run around bragging about how much money you have given away to other people. When you talk about the fact that your baby ain't got no trust fund, ain't got no financial security, ain't got no generational wealth because you're so stupid that you're just throwing your money up in the club, putting it in a stripper's butthole because you somehow want to impress other dudes who are as dumb as you. That's insanity. That don't make no damn sense. That's absolutely crazy. And women, y'all spend money too, so don't think that y'all off the hook either. You know what I'm talking about. This is a stupid culture, but it's not their fault that they're stupid. It's not their fault that they're stupid, right? Stupid people sometimes they don't know that they're stupid, and it's not their fault that they're stupid. You got to be trained to be stupid. So they were trained. Smart people train stupid people to be as stupid as possible. And I'm not trying to be mean. I maybe it's mean Sunday. I don't. But sometimes I get tired of. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'm just like this is just dumb. Like I'm not following this. This is not black. You telling me this is black culture that being broke is black culture, that giving your money away is black culture, that leaving your kids hanging out to dry is black culture? That's insanity to me. That makes zero sense whatsoever. So anyway, but that's the thing though. They don't just do it to black Americans, so they do it to everybody. But we just really get hit hard with it. We get hit hard. Like the worst things that they can market, they market those things to us, right? Like they just like ain't nobody protecting this community. Their politicians don't give a damn about them. The Congressional Black Caucus ain't gave a damn about black people ever, right? And so we can come in here and we can literally financially rape the hell out of these people, and ain't nobody gonna say a word. We're gonna set up. In fact, and then we're gonna let the immigrants come and set up little shops in every black neighborhood and suck money out of the community. And anybody who speaks up about it and says we need to be black first and protect our own, then we're gonna call them radical and a hotepper. And I get called things like that. People make fun. Hey, well, you're radical. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm radical for doing the same damn thing that you're doing? Right? See that's nonsense. That's another piece of the psyop. They get you looking at black people. You will be stunned at how many mainstream Negroes are scared of people like me. They are afraid of people. Well, I can't associate with Boyce Watkins because he's why not? Why not? I was a college professor at Syracuse. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a good man. I try to be a good man who loves his wife and loves his family. What makes me dangerous in your mind? What makes me dangerous? Is it because I'm not signing up for the dumb for the stupid stuff? No, I'm not signing up for any of that stuff. And the idea that you are afraid to talk to independent-minded black people, those who want to build our own businesses, those that want to build our families, those that want to build our institutions, tells me that you've probably been infected with a mental illness. That mental illness is deep. Now, I don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna get mad. I mean, I don't need any more friends. I got plenty of friends. But the idea that somehow that this is scary for you is very scary to me. It's like, well, what feels safe for you? Oh, I know what feels safe for you. Dying with so much student loan debt that you're never gonna ever recover, and your children will have no generational wealth. What feels safe for you? Working with white people who disrespect you, mistreat you, and put you under so much stress that you drink yourself to sleep every night. Um, maybe it feels comfortable for you to be in consistent financial insecurity to the point where you have night sweats and you're scared to death of losing your black job. Is that what feels safe for you? Is that what feels good to you? Because if that's what feels good to you, then you probably have Stockholm syndrome. You do, you do. It's Stockholm. I get it. I used to have that too. I just cured myself when I was about 35 years old. So at the end of the day, when you're talking about security, economic success, and everything else, if you don't have the courage to think outside the box, then you will be locked in the box. The box will be a lock box, and it's a lock box for your mind, not just your body, and a lock box for your finances. You won't have anything to give your little daughter because they're gonna take every nickel out of your pocket because they got a whole damn system built. See, when people talk about systematic racism, they get it caught up in the symbolism. Oh, he called me the N-word. I don't care what he called me. The systematic racism is how the system is wired and designed to take everything you've got. The systematic racism is how the system is built to work you to an early grave and make sure they take every nickel out of your pocket before they do that. The systematic racism is how the grocery store will sell you donuts, fatty, sugary donuts. They'll call them Negro donuts or something, or hip hop donuts, and you will eat the fatty, sugary donuts in the front of the store, and then they'll sell you your black butt diabetes medication in the back of the store. Because they're like, we're gonna make money making you fat, and then we're gonna make money selling you Ozempic or selling you the diabetes medication that you're gonna need. And then we're gonna send you over to our other partners over in the healthcare system who are gonna drain every penny out of your pocket with numerous surgeries and medications that could have been prevented so that we make sure you die a pauper. We want you in that casket with your pockets best be empty. We're gonna rob your grave before you even get in it. They're gonna bury you with the suit you wearing. That's all you're gonna have. If you don't believe me, I want you to take a moment and I want you to look at how many black people die every year and leave zero inheritance. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. How many of you in here got more than $50,000 as an inheritance from any person in your family at any point? You got a lot of relatives. You have a lot of uncles, aunts, parents, grandparents, cousins, and not one of them left you more than 50 grand. You don't work your whole life and you can't leave $50,000 to the kids. I'm not making fun of anybody. I don't want to sound mean. Sometimes I sound mean and I don't mean to do that. But really, I mean it's crazy. And don't think that white people have it all figured out because they get punked too. They get suckered in too. So this ain't even just a racial thing. They just target you more because you're more vulnerable. They target you more because you don't have any protection. You don't have any political support. Your politicians, they look like you, but they're being paid by somebody else and they work for the person that pays them. It's like if I'm hungry and I got a cousin who works at Wendy's and I go to my cousin at Wendy's and I say, "You got access to all that food. You should feed me." Well, if Wendy's has a policy that says you better not feed your relatives or you'll get fired, how much food do you think my cousin's really gonna give me? I mean, some of your cousins might really be down. They might sneak you some food out the back or something. But a lot of cousins are gonna be like, no, I am your cousin, but I've got my Wendy's uniform on, so therefore I must represent the brand, and I have to do what my manager tells me because they got cameras. A lot of our politicians are, to me, like Wendy's employees. They show up black. I'm black like you, brother. But when you look at who's paying their bills, the money rules. He who has the gold makes the rules. They're going to serve their boss before they ever serve you. And unfortunately, what happens is that the interests of their boss and your interests tend to be conflicted sometimes. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me keep reading here. And I'm gonna give you some more stats. By the way, I'm gonna send you all a list of because this recession is probably gonna be on its way. I keep reading more data telling me that the economy is going south, inflation's going up, which is stagflationary, which is very, very bad. I don't know why the Trump administration is doing all this. I only thing I can think of, because I don't think that they're crazy enough to want to lose money. Um, is that I'm thinking that what they're trying to do is make a strong stand on tariffs, and then they are going to come back with like some tax cuts and deregulation, which tend to stimulate the stock market. That's what I'm holding out for. I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that they're not just stupid enough to risk Trump being remembered as the worst president in American history. And I say this as a person who doesn't, I didn't vote for Trump or Biden. I voted for Cornel West. I like to make that clear because I get accused of being a liberal. I get accused of being a conservative. I'm neither one. I don't believe that everything needs to be conserved, but yet I don't believe everything needs to be burned to the ground. So I'm sorry if you want to put me in a box. I won't fit. I'm too fat for a box. My wife can tell you that. So here, my fingers are crossed, hoping that what they're gonna do after April 2nd, they got this thing on April 2nd where they're gonna make all these announcements about tariffs. I believe after that, I'm hoping they're going to put that stuff to bed and then start focusing on the things that can stimulate the economy. Because right now, you had the stock market really drop a lot the other day because you had high inflation numbers. And then also coming out next week will be the jobs numbers. And if the job numbers are bad, then you have a bad combination. You have high inflation and a bad economy. Those two typically don't come together. That's like I don't know. That's like losing my job and losing my wife on the same day, even though they could be correlated, right? They shouldn't be. It's like a double whammy. So the economy is is doing some weird stuff, and it's a self-inflicted wound. It's just, and somebody asked me, they said, well, do you think, because they were into the politics, they're like, well, do you think if Kamala was in office this would be happening? The answer is no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, so that's a point for the Democrats for sure. But then again, I there's things Democrats do that I never liked either. So it's kind of a thing, right? Long story short, I'm gonna send you all. One of the things that people do when the economy starts to act weird like that is they invest in bond funds. So I'm gonna send you a list of my favorite bond funds, and I'll text that out to you. So make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I'm glad you guys like this money in the morning thing. Over 10,000 of you signed up to be a part of it, and it's just something I want to do to contribute. And really, every day, I just believe that if you get together every morning and you're talking about economics, then economics becomes part of your consciousness. You're thinking about money. The things you think about and the things you focus on are the things that will grow in your life. So a lot of times, I believe that people struggle economically because they're not thinking about it. They're thinking about money like I need money, but they're not thinking about how to get money, right? So it's like me saying, gosh, I'm so hungry. I wish I had something to eat. But then you're not thinking about recipes. Do you understand? You're not thinking about going to the grocery store. You're not thinking about planting any food in your garden. When somebody comes up and says, hey, let's plant some food. Let's go to the grocery store. Let's learn some recipes. You're like, oh man, I ain't got time for that. I'm going to the club, but I'm gonna eat on my way to the club. Well, what you gonna eat? The only way you're gonna eat is what somebody else is cooking for you, which is very dangerous. They could poison you. So ultimately, when you talk about eating good economically, I would encourage you to understand that a person who truly wants to eat good is a person who's going to learn how to grow their garden. They're going to learn where the grocery store is located. They're going to learn where the good restaurants might be located. They're going to learn some recipes. Do you understand? Because if you learn the recipes, and this is what I want our children to learn financial recipes so they can become financial chefs. They can go in and whip it up. They can whip it up. And you got songs out here about whipping up crack, which is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. You're trying to give a kid 80 years in prison. You don't love black children if you're training them on how to go to prison for 80 years. What's wrong with you, you Klansman, you big racist? But so they'll teach them how to whip up some crack, but they don't know nobody talk about how to whip up some finances. Nobody talks about how to whip up a portfolio. I can show you how to I can show you the 10 crack commandments on how to whip up some real wealth in your family. How about that? How about we whip up some generational wealth, right? So Biggie had the 10 crack commandments. I want to bring in the 10 black commandments. How about that? How about that? In fact, that's the name of my book. My book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And what I did was I laid out a framework of 10 simple ideas. If your family embraces these ideas, not only will you succeed financially, you'll have generational wealth that'll last you 200 years. This is what I do. This is what I do. So anyway, if you want a copy of the book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, or actually, if you want a discounted copy and want to join our Black Wealth Ambassadors program, it's totally free. Just text the word wealth to the number 87948. Text the word wealth to 87948. And a lot of you have already started sending in your stories on what you're doing. I want everybody to know. I want everybody to know about all of you that are educating your own communities, that are out here really, like, really pursuing things, really making sure that your family's better off, that you're teaching the community, you're teaching your church, stuff like that. So I'm going to start celebrating that, because it's not just about what I think and what I'm doing or what we're doing here. A lot of you are doing amazing stuff, and I'm going to really push myself to make sure that that gets mentioned in this platform. Okay. So, anyway, if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador where you can get the books super cheap and make it into a business, you can resell them if you want. You can give them away, whatever you want to do. Text the word wealth to the number 87948. So, text wealth to 87948. So, let me give you a couple more stats on this 50-50 thing and why 50-50 is just a bad idea. Most of the data pretty much says it's a bad idea. So check this out. 71% of millennials and Gen Z couples say that money is a significant source of relationship stress, making it the number one cause of conflict, which beats out sex, communication, and even infidelity. Even infidelity, it's crazy. It's almost like some people think, I guess, feel like if you have enough money, cheating is not as bad as it is if you're broke. I don't know. I don't know. You have to tell me. Is it better to be cheated on by a rich person or a broke person, or is it all the same? But anyway, this is according to Fidelity Investments. Also, 63% of divorces among couples 25 to 44 list financial stress as a major contributing factor. Also, Check this out. Over 50% of young couples who try to split expenses equally report hidden resentment or feeling financially burdened, especially when incomes are not truly equal, leading to dissatisfaction and higher breakup rates. So, this was a love and money survey that was done by YouGov and Credit Karma in 2020. So, let's read this again. I want us to really process this. It says over 50% of young people, so 50%, half of young people who try to split expenses equally. The ones who try, they're like, oh, 50-50. Okay, I do 50-50. They they report hidden resentment. So I'm pissed off and I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to act like I'm happy, but I'm not. Or feeling financially burdened, right? This is a burden for me. And they said, especially when incomes are not truly equal. So when you're the rich guy or the rich woman and you're trying to protect your money, so you want to go 50-50. Um, I go along with that because maybe it's not politically correct for me to say anything, or maybe if I do say something, you might accuse me of being a gold digger, or I might lose the relationship. But I have this hidden resentment towards you. Hidden resentment is a very dangerous thing, like because it bubbles beneath the surface, and what happens is it comes out in other ways. Like for example, there are like for example, I'm gonna tell you this. I'll tell you the honest to God truth. I don't really know if most um, relationships can be super healthy if the woman makes significantly more money than the man. I'm not saying it can't be done, and I'm not saying that there aren't men who can't adjust to that, but I can say that that a lot of studies also show that like if she's out working really hard and making all this money, that there's a greater likelihood of infidelity in those relationships. And a lot of people speculate that maybe it's because the man feels like less than a man, so he needs to find some other way to feel like a man. And that's terrible to even consider. It's horrible to think that that might be the case. But I don't know. This is what the research says. I look at what the data says. I look at what nature says as opposed to what humans say should be the case. We do a lot of what I call social engineering. Like we tell people that things like gender is a figment of your imagination. I don't think gender is a figment of your imagination. No, I know the difference between a boy and a girl. And this idea that they're the same is just go to a track meet or a weightlifting competition, and you'll see that there's a difference. And so rather than trying to believe that women and men are the same, which I did believe that for a while, and it really was a terrible thing to believe, and it led to outcomes that I didn't like. So I said, instead of me believing what people are telling me, what the politicians are saying, I'm going to start learning what's really true. So instead of trying to be politically correct, I just wanted to be correct. So I read a book when I was 31 called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. So when I read this book, What Women Want Men to Know, I spent literally weeks studying women and studying how women think and what makes women different from men. And when I saw the difference, I said, "Oh my God, now I know what they mean when they say men are from Mars, women are from Venus." That if I want to get along with women, I have to really learn how to cooperate and coexist with people that think completely different from me in a lot of different areas. Like I'll give you one simple example that took me the longest time to understand. When I hear a problem, I want to solve it. I'm a mathematician. That's what we do. I taught math at Kentucky. When you get a problem, you solve the problem. Why would you have the problem just sit there and just not be solved? But I learned that sometimes emotional empathy is more important than actual problem solving. So when when someone comes to you with a problem, and I'm sorry, ladies, you know what I'm talking about. It's a problem that's easily solved that she's been complaining about for years. And you're like, why don't you just do this? Right? That's not gonna work. So I learned like people want to be heard. They want you to empathize with how they're feeling and validate their emotions. And I was like, what does that mean? Like, I don't even know, so it took me a long time to get that. So when my wife comes to me with a problem that could have been solved in 2019, and she's complaining about it and sad about it, I'm like, okay, boys, don't give a solution. Don't give a solution. Don't give us a just listen, be quiet, just listen, let her get it all out, and then like tell her things to let her know that you know how she feels. Like that's insanity. I'm sorry. Like that y'all that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense to me. But then again though, we're all crazy. Men are crazy too. We got weird stuff that we do that's weird, And I encourage any woman that wants to get along with men, go read a book about men. And I had a friend like that and I told her stuff that I learned about women. And then I said, yeah, but also with men, here's some things that are true about men. And she was like, I don't believe that. That's not true. That's not true. Because again, she fell for the political correctness trap that no, men don't think that way. I'm like, no, men are just telling you this, but really they believe that. And she's like, no, that's not true. That's just you. And I said, here, so here's what she did that I thought was so profound. I only 1% of all people would have done this. You know what she did? I told her about the book, What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. I said she wrote another book about men. I forgot what the title is. You have to look it up. Her name is Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. She's a white lady, but she's a smart lady. So don't discount it because she's white. I know that we're a little bit smarter than everyone else, but I'm kidding. I'm being silly. So in her book, she wrote about men. My friend read this book. She took the book and she read it. And she came back and she said, "Oh my God, thank you for asking me to read this book because I learned so much that I did not know." Right? And I think that that makes you better. You know, like it's just like if you're a salesperson, you got to understand your customer. You know, like why wouldn't you? Why would you? You can't. The worst way to sell a product, like so, it's because in dating, that's what you're doing. You're in a market. You're selling something. You're selling yourself, right? You're looking for partnerships. You're looking for somebody that wants to be with you, right? As an economist, I see dating as a market, just like you have a market for stocks and bonds. Just like you have a grocery store as a market, you have a market for automobiles. Dating is a market. There's supply and demand. You can put prices on things if you want to, even though it's hard, right? Because you get the high value this and high value that. No, that's not true. But we know that maybe if a man has $10 million in the bank, he has a little bit more value in certain spaces than a man who has $10 in the bank. Not to say he can't have value in other ways, but his financial value is certainly lower, right? His other value might be there. He might have some other things going on, and he's still a worthy human being. But the ladies are going to look at the guy with 10 million a little bit differently from the way they look at the guy with $10. That's just reality. Stop trying to be politically correct. Stop trying to be nice. Be honest with yourself. So in any market, you're making trades. You're making a sale. You're offering something, and you tend to get the best offer if you put your best foot forward. Like when I'm looking for a job, I don't show up to the job interview stinking, unprepared, half asleep, 10 minutes late, talking crazy. If I do that, am I going to get the job? Am I going to get the job over the person who's prepared? Yes or no? If I show up disrespecting the boss, not really, not present, not, just nothing on my resume, I'm not going to get the damn job. So I don't understand why people don't understand this about every other area of life. When you talk about relationships, when I picked my wife, I wanted the job. So so I put my best foot forward. I was on my best behavior. I showed her what kind of man I could be because I know she had options. She knew I had options. So anyway, going back to this, let's go back to the money side though. I'm gonna just tell you, just the one conclusion is I'm gonna just tell anybody who's doing these 50-50 conversations, be really careful because the data seems to show that it doesn't work. The data shows that generally speaking, women don't like it and they just maybe are afraid to tell you. But they're gonna lie sometimes, and that's just the truth. So let me see here. Let me find. Uh, Okay, one other thing too is that according to the National Marriage Project, couples that cohabitate, that live together unmarried, are twice as likely to break up in 5 years compared to married couples. And that makes sense because there's less frictions to break up, right? You can just pack your stuff on a Tuesday and walk out. Whereas with marriage, you're like, gotta go down and get a lawyer. I gotta go fill out the papers. I gotta figure out who's gonna get the couch and the house and the dog and right? So what one thing marriage does is it keeps relationships and units together because it makes it harder for you to break up. It creates that they call that a market friction. Um, Let me see here. Here's some more research stuff. Okay, I mentioned earlier Cornell University study that says women in 50-50 relationships have 30% more resentment than women whose partners pay more. And the resentment often leads to emotional disconnection and higher relationship dissatisfaction. The Pew Research Center found that in relationships where men contribute the majority financially, so this is where the men are the major contributors, women report higher relationship satisfaction, stronger conflict resolution, and greater feelings of security and appreciation. This is this research paper is called Modern Marriage and Money. So let's pay attention. So in relationships where men are paying the majority of the money, women are more satisfied, They're more likely to resolve conflicts with you instead of just being mad at you and fighting with you over every little thing. And they also feel more secure and appreciated. What do you think, ladies? Answer in the chat. Do you think that that makes sense, or do you think that that's just nonsense? You think that this is just, fake news, and I'm just making things up, and and because I'm secretly a Trump supporter, or I secretly love Kamala Harris, or I don't know. Like, what do you think? Do you think that? That this is accurate. Okay, because I think I would almost say that I noticed a long time ago that it almost seemed like there was like they call it dimorphism in mating. I don't know if you know this, but most species can be broken into two major categories. There's this guy named Professor Ken Sapolsky at Stanford who used to do these amazing research talks about human beings and how they mate, but he didn't talk about humans. He would talk about animals all throughout the animal kingdom. And he said that in a lot of species, you have two major categories. You have what they call dimorphism, or another category. I forgot what it is. Not pair bonded, but where it's not. So dimorphism is where the males are like bigger than the females. That's what dimorphism is. And then I forgot what the opposite of dimorphism is, but it's where you're kind of equal. You're kind of the same. You kind of, like the male and the female about the same height. And he said that in the dimorphic relationships, the mating practices are just different. Like he said something crazy like 5% of the males, might produce 95% of the babies. Like, so you got babies mamas like everywhere, because they want to mate with the alpha male, and the relationships don't last as long. I think he might have called them pair bonded. Whereas the other types of groups, they form almost like marriages. Like the male and the female stick together. They share in the raising of the children, stuff like that. I got to go look it up again because it was really fascinating stuff. And what was interesting was he said that when you talk about humans, he said it's complicated. He said that we can be both. We can be the types where men and women kind of kind of approach life as equals, and kind of share things and get married and raise the kids together and help with the housework and all that. Or you can have the dimorphia stuff pop out where you have the girl who's 4'8" who wants the to date the athlete who's 6'9", 240 pounds. He's got 25 side chicks, in 14 babies mamas, but that's appealing because she's attracted to that testosterone that comes with him being the alpha, because he won an NBA championship and got a $200 million contract. And so all these mating habits just kind of pop out. And you'll see this through the animal kingdom. I saw this deer, this a deer, a female deer. So this doe was in mating season, so she was feeling hot. She wanted a dude, and so she went, and all the men could smell that she was ready to mate, that it was mating season. So of course, being men, you know how men are, just disgusting pigs. So all these males were trying to hook up with her. They were like, "Hey, girl, how you doing?" But doing like deer, they would sniff each other's butts and stuff. And what happened was they said that all the males would gather in a group, and the males on the outside were the weaker males. So the weaker males were on the outside of the group. The stronger males were in the middle. They could hold down the middle of the pack. And so she got there, and of course, every one of the guys was like, "Hey, girl, how you doing? Hey, do you come here often? Like, can I get your number, girl?" And she ignored like all of them, right? Because she was working her way to the middle of the circle. And as she got closer, the males got stronger, and she became more tempted. She started seeing men that she was interested in. And literally, she passed up every single man and went right for the alpha. She went right for the man, right in the middle. And it was real interesting. Like, they had sex and it lasted like 15 seconds. And then she just ran off. She's like, "Thank you, I'm done." And she went and had her baby. And that was it. There wasn't no marriage. There wasn't no child support. Wasn't nothing. Just like, I need his genes. I need his DNA. And when I saw that, it made me look at relationships so different. It made me really think like, okay, this is what you're saying that you want, but maybe this is what you really want. But I think that being conscious of that can really help you to sort of make those decisions that'll put you really where you want to be instead of lying to yourself. So let me read more. And remember, the conclusion of this basically is that I'm convinced that 50-50 just doesn't work. And if you can't go, if 50-50, if you are stressed out financially in relationships, I think that would mean either picking a certain kind of partner that is more of a fit for you financially. I wonder if sometimes when I hear men that are stressed out financially by women, if you're just picking women that are the wrong types for you. I can even say, even when I was financially secure, I didn't really necessarily want to marry a woman that had no money. I could pay for things. Yeah, paying for dinner is not a problem, paying for whatever's, but I didn't want to deal with somebody that had an infinite supply of financial problems where I constantly had to fund that and I wasn't getting any support. I specifically was interested in someone that had some type of capability because that took the pressure off of me. But at the same time, financially, we have a financially dimorphic relationship. I, for many years, have made probably 15 times more money than my wife. So it's one of these things where, while I'll certainly allow her to do what she's going to do and be as free as she wants to be financially, there's never a moment where if she can't handle the burden, I can't step in and fix it, right? And that makes us comfortable in that way. I think it makes her feel secure, yet free to do what she wants to do. Like I'm not gonna block and say, "Look, no, woman, you can't do that. Not in my house, girl. Sit your ass down, anime. Eat the damn cake." Like I don't do that. It's like, well, okay, if you want to do it, that's fine. Oh, you know what? This looks like it's too much for you. I'm gonna step in and help, right? But really finding the situation that really works for you, I think, is really important. So another study. There's so many interesting studies on this 50-50 thing but again, the conclusion is that it's just a bad idea. The Pew Research Center found that relationships where men contribute I already mentioned that. Okay, YouGov America found that over 60% of women under 40, this is for the young women, privately say that they prefer men to pay more in relationships. And what's crazy is that publicly, 60% of them are saying that they support equality. So 60% of them are, they want to be strong feminists in public, but when you ask them what they really think, they're like, no, I kind of want a man to be a man in that way. I kind of want him to step up a little bit, which is really interesting. This is why you can't get caught up in being politically correct, because that'll lead you into a death trap. So they said there's a gap between public and private desire, which often creates unmet expectations. So a lot of times, I think that in life, they always say that, I think I heard a saying that says, life doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you deserve, and or it gives you what you earned, right? So I might want certain things, but if I'm afraid to be honest with the world and talk about what I want, then I'm gonna just get what I ask for, right? So if I say, if you ask me what do you want to eat, and I want to be politically correct, and I say, well, I want the chicken, but really I want the steak, but I'm too scared to say I would like some steak, then I'm gonna be eating chicken my whole life, and I'm gonna be mad because I really want a steak, right? So I think that having the courage to tell the world what you really want and not being ashamed of that is okay. I think that for men and for women, I think that just I hate the idea that people let peer pressure tell them what they're supposed to want or how they're supposed to want it. I'm gonna tell you, I got roasted bad on the internet when I got married to my wife because I had some men who thought that me getting on my knee and proposing to her somehow made me a simp, or that somehow she kept me locked in the friend zone for 25 years and refused to date me. And they don't know that. Actually, my wife will tell you that I actually was enjoyed being single. I didn't make the move. It wasn't on her. It was just I actually had a whole other life and made different decisions as I got older. And but at the end of the day, all I care about is what I want. All I care about is, are my choices going to work for me? That's the life I got to live. So I can't have much of an interest in what other people think about what I should do with my relationship. I'm like, you don't know them. You don't know my life. Just if you're that miserable that you're obsessed with how I live, then something's wrong with you. I feel sorry for you because I choose what I want. If I want the steak, I'm gonna say I want the steak. And I think that women, same thing. If you really feel that if a broke man can't do nothing for you right now, I don't think you have to feel pressure to lie about that. And I think same thing is true for men though. Same thing flips for men. I see a lot of men get flack because they won't get married, or they'll date somebody and they're like, "Why won't you marry her? You won't do the right thing." Well, maybe she hasn't convinced him to want to do the right thing. Maybe she hasn't presented herself as a person that he should want to marry. I think that that's something that has to be acknowledged as well, because marriage is a major, major commitment. Marriage is really hard. Marriage requires special skill. Marriage is very risky because if it goes bad, you lose a lot. You lose a lot. You lose a lot. So, So as much as we want to talk about, as much as we might want to talk about the men, and believe me, there's a lot to talk about. You know me, my whole theory is like I think not having fathers in the house has really done a major horrible number to a lot of our men. But in terms of confidence and clarity and purpose and stuff like that, I think as a man as a head of a household, you got to know who you are and where you're trying to go, and you typically get that from another man. But we can also talk about just maybe even sacred cows like feminism. I'm not saying all feminism's bad. I think my wife is kind of a feminist, but I'm like, you can be whatever you want. But just know who I am. I'm not one who co-signs on all that stuff. I think some of that stuff does lead to misery and sadness, where people pretend to be one thing, but really deep down they're crying on the inside because they can't be who they really want to be. And let me just tell you, the honest, truthful story. I'm gonna circle back to finances. I want to make sure that you know why this is an economic conversation. There was a person I knew who was related to a very prominent feminist, like really super. If I said her name, you know her name because she's written books and everything, and everybody knows her. And she said when I got really close to her, um, I started seeing things that kind of led me to see behind the curtain to know that not all of this is reality. That there was the public persona that she had to maintain, the tough feminist thing, but the private persona was that she was very lonely and she didn't have anybody. She got sick and went to the hospital and said nobody was here to pick me up at the hospital, and that made me sad. And she said what that made me realize is while I'm still happy to be a strong woman and a strong feminist, she said, I realized, you know what? I'm glad I got my husband. I will sacrifice to keep my husband. I will, I'm committed to my family. I don't care what nobody says. And I think I think that that's important. And same thing's true with men. Men get, other guys telling them, you got to be a tough guy. You can't let no woman do this to you. And next thing you know, you talking crazy to that woman. And then she's in somebody else's arm and you up here crying, so really, um, in my view, let's circle it back to investing. I invest heavily in the things that I want. And I know that I can't have the things I want in my life if I don't sacrifice for those things. If I want wealth, I got to sacrifice to get wealth. If I want to keep my family, I got to sacrifice for that. Whatever it is, if I want to be fit, if I want to lose weight, I got to sacrifice for that. I got to submit to that. So people that kind of make you think that you don't have to submit to anything are typically people that are never going to have anything. And that's why, and so the same reason people have a lot of relationship misery is the same reason a lot of people are broke. Why are you broke? Well, you're broke because you don't submit to saving your money. You want to go ball out and be a sucker like all these other fools on TV. You're maybe you're broke because you won't submit to the idea that you need to be in the stock market like all the other wealth builders in America, but you want to just follow and do what everybody else is doing. Maybe you're broke because you won't submit to education. I would go to college. In college. I remember I had friends that would not study. I was like, why aren't you studying? You're a black man. They're gonna make you a slave if you ain't got no skill set. If you don't have anything on your resume, if you don't have anything that can allow you to survive and prosper, then they're gonna mistreat you. And then you're gonna say, well, they just mistreat me because I'm black. Oh, of course you're black, you big dummy. That's why you got to show up prepared. You're not just black. See, because you're really disrespecting black people when you say that it's because you were black. That's the thing that this is something that I think is fundamentally true. Stop telling me that all this happened to you just because you're black. We know you black, and we know that black people don't get a fair shake like everybody else. We know these things, but this didn't happen to you just because you black. Maybe it happened because you're black and maybe it happened because you're black and lazy. Maybe it happened because you're black and unprepared. Maybe it happened because you're black and you waste all your money. Maybe it happened because you're black and you have no discipline. Maybe those are the things that cause this issue. So, yes, we know you're black. We know that a lot of things are going to happen because you're black. I got a t-shirt. Did y'all know? I got a t-shirt that says because I'm black. I really do. And I made because I know that we know I'm very race sensitive. I'm a, what they call it, black identity extremist. I probably fit that description because I every day I wake up and I know that I'm black. So we know you're black and we know that things will happen to you because you're black, but it didn't happen only because you're black. Because the black man who's unprepared is going to be more of a victim than the black man who is fully prepared. Do you understand? The black man who chooses education is typically going to end up in a better situation than the black man who chooses the liquor bottle. The black woman who chooses to better herself is going to be better than the black woman who chooses not to better herself. The black woman who goes to the gym and eats right is going to end up in a better situation than the black woman who eats chitlins and donuts and twerks all day, right? Like I mean, let's just keep it 100. I don't think you have to look down on anybody for this to be true. But when they come to me and they say, "Well, this happened to so and so just because he was black," I'm like, "No, I get it. Yes, things happen because you're black, and because things happen because you're black, that means you have to be more prepared because you're black." My grandma taught me this. My grandma said, because you're black, you got to be twice as good to get half as much. Because you're black, you gotta be on your P's and Q's. Because you're black, you got to have your head on a swivel. You got to watch out for the banana in the tailpipe. You got to realize these white folks don't love you. Because you're black, you got to save your money because ain't nobody gonna save you during a financial crisis. Because you're a black man, you need that black woman by your side. Because you're a black woman, you need to honor the good black men in your life and partner with them whenever you can. Because you're black, the rules are different. We know these things. We know these things, but stop telling me that all these things are going to happen to me just because I'm black. There's nothing about being black that says I have to be broke. That is not a rule written in stone. That is a rule written in bad culture. That is a rule written in a society where they mass market ridiculous, unintelligent behavior to your community. They call it hip hop music. It's probably funded by the CIA. That's what they do. They market horrible culture, and then bad things happen, and then you say this happened because I'm black. No, you're not illiterate because you're black. There's nothing in the book of blackness that says that you have to be illiterate, unprepared, unhealthy, making bad choices, seven babies, mamas, eight babies, daddies, living like a damn fool. I'm not making fun of anybody who's falling for that track. I want to make sure you understand this. This is a sinister thing. But at the end of the day, man, uh, choice and accountability is everything. And in order for you to be free to make the choices you need to make, you got to break away from broken culture. You have to break away from limited-minded people who are going to tell you that, oh, well, you must think you better than everybody. You must think you white. And believe me, take it from a guy who gets roasted all the time. That goofy NBA player, Kwame Brown. Do you remember him? He played, poor guy. He played with Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan beat him up for a long time or something. And he did 12 videos about me, and he kept saying I'm uppity because I talk to intelligent black people. And I'm like, why would you want black people to be stupid? Why do you not want black people to be intelligent? What makes you think that black people are incapable of being intelligent? I don't even I was confused. I was like, why first of all, I don't know this man, ain't never met this man. This man, he talked about my wife, he talked all this stuff he didn't know nothing about. But it was really funny to me. I was like, wow, you really don't think highly of yourself. You really don't. Maybe that's why Michael Jordan was so mean to you because nobody raised you to understand that you can be whatever you want to be in this world, and you got to stop walking around letting people make you believe that because you're black you're supposed to be stupid, or that because you're black you're supposed to be lazy, or because you're black you're supposed to be broke, or because you're black you're supposed to have a messed up family, or because you're black you're supposed to be traumatized. I hate that. I hate that. We literally have like the trauma Olympics. Well, you ain't really black. You didn't grow up black because when I grew up, we were so poor. We had bologna sandwiches with no bologna. No, no, no. Well, you know what? But you ain't really black because when I was 7, I watched my mama shoot my daddy in the face. Right? You ain't really black because when I was little, they evicted us, and then we lived in the streets and had to go kill people to make money. Like it's like I get it. We go through hard times. But I personally think that self-esteem is critical. I think that black esteem means that we can manufacture our own black privilege. We can manufacture our own black excellence. I also believe that given that preparation is the key to success, you can prepare for whatever you want. I'm gonna end on this. This is the last point I'm gonna make. I knew this genius of a black woman who was actually my wife's aunt, and she was a mathematical genius, and she was a wonderful lady, and she passed away not too long ago. And one thing that she said that was amazing to her sons all the time. And she said, nothing is hard if you study. Nothing is hard if you study. And she was talking about education. She was talking about school. But what she was talking about was life. that nothing is hard if you're prepared. Nothing is hard if you're prepared. Being wealthy is not hard if you prepare. It's easy, actually, quite easy. Um, Doing well on a math test is easy if you're prepared. Having a good life is easy if you're prepared. Being healthy is easy if you're prepared. If I want to run a mile, it's easy if I'm prepared. So the question, in my view, is do we talk enough about what preparation actually looks like? Or do we only talk about reacting to the consequences of being unprepared? Right? So they come and get you, and the white man done did it again. He done took my stuff again. Well, did you prepare? What did you do to prepare? And I'm not saying that he ain't sinister. I'm not saying he's not gonna come take your stuff every time, but who trained you to think that as a black man or black woman in a racist society that you did not have to be doubly prepared? This is why integration, y'all trying to merge with white people, has been so devastating to your community because your grandparents understood that. Your grandparents understood that nobody's saving you. They understood we have no friends. They understood that you got to get your education. They understood that you have to work hard. They understood that you got to be ready. That's what they understood. My grandmother used to talk to me about that stuff because she was a black woman raising 5 kids by herself on a $22,000 salary. What nobody coming to save grandma? So you sitting around whining because of what the Democrats or the Republicans didn't do or what white folks are trying to do. She would just kind of look at you strange, like, what did you think they were gonna do? Did you think that they were Santa Claus for, like, what made you think that these people are really here to help you? They're not here to help you. They're here to take from you. So the question at that point is, what are you going to do about that? So I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the best husband and father I can be and raise my children to the best of my ability and love my wife as much as I can. I'm going to study and learn every single thing I can possibly learn so that my brain is full of knowledge and skill sets that will help me to be successful. I'm going to save and invest money at the highest levels possible, institution build as much as I can, and do my absolute best at everything I do because I know that being black should mean being as excellent as you can be on every moment, every available moment. It does not mean you're perfect. It just means you're doing your best. I don't know if we are trained to simply do our very, 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 very best. That is a core value such that if your children are infused with this basic idea, they are going to have a 99% probability of being successful at something. This is black culture. That is what black culture looks like in this space. So I want to say thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was real. I love you. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And also, I'll text out that link to the bond funds. I told you investing in bonds is a good way to deal with recessions. That's how you prepare. So I'll send that to you in later on. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948 if you'd like to receive that. So text the word morning to 87948. Also, those of you that want to learn stock options, we're in the third week of our coin program. That stands for the Certified Options Investing Network. It's a 12-week intensive. I teach myself. It's a small group. Only 40 people are allowed in the group. And we're going to do another cohort in about 9 weeks. So if you want to talk to someone about joining coin, just go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. And also tonight, Dr. Alicia, my wife, who is the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department, is going to be hosting her weekly book club. And I think that she's going to do some relationship stuff. She's trained on that. So if you want to join or get notified when she does things, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com. This is the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we are all about investing. We're all about building our wealth. We're all about making good decisions and breaking generational curses and putting our people ahead of the curve. I want to say hello to everybody. I hope you are doing well. This is a Friday night, and I finally got a little bit of time to sit down and have a conversation with you. And so I wanted to talk about this stock market crash. This market was pretty ugly. Bad things happened. Hey, Sherelle, how are you? It got ugly. It got real ugly. And how many of you were kind of feeling the heat a little bit? How many of you saw your portfolios kind of get beat up a little bit? If you did, join the club. It was raining outside. Everybody got wet. Damn near everybody got wet. And for those of you that study stock options with us in the Black Business School, you will know that this is why we buy our put options because days like today, you're glad to have your puts because it could always be worse than it was. So I want to say hello to Fit Crypto and Michelle Sainsbury, Serge, Janet Milner, Andrea Jackson, Felicia Jackson. Good to see you. And just so you know, I switched up my setup in my background a little bit in my studio. Let me know what you think about that if you like it. And let me know if you can hear me okay. Can you give me a quick yes if you are able to hear me okay? I'm testing out a new microphone. And so I could use your help in knowing if I am communicating properly. All right. So basically, let's talk about what happened today. The stock market just kind of crapped on everybody. It was one of those days, man. You know, things go bad. I saw the big trigger I saw was inflation and the uncertainty around tariffs. Now, I've talked to you guys about tariffs and inflation and some of those issues before. And you can see with the S&P 500, it just got ridiculous and got super ugly, and a lot of things dropped, and it went down 700 points. 700 is a big number for the Dow, for the S&P 500. And it says stock here on CNBC, stocks sold off sharply on Friday, pressured by growing uncertainty on U.S. trade policy, as well as a more grim outlook on inflation. The Dow Jones closed down 715 points. Shares of several tech giants dropped, putting pressure on the broader market. Google dropped 4.9%, Meta and Amazon dropped 4.3%. This week, the S&P 500 lost 1.53%, while the 30-stock Dow shed 0.96%. That's almost 1%. That's a big deal. So what happened here, Paulo, is that basically the market got hit by two major things, and that is uncertainty, which is pretty familiar right now. I mean, by this time, we're kind of used to the idea that because nobody knows exactly how Trump is going to implement his tariff policy, that's created uncertainty. Uncertainty is not the friend of the stock market. Uncertainty will drop the price of any asset. Number two, the inflation numbers came back and they just didn't look good. It says here that Friday's core personal consumption expenditures price index also came out hotter than expected, rising 2.8% in February and reflecting a 0.4% increase for the month, stoking concerns about persistent inflation. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones have been looking for respective numbers of 2.7% and 0.3%. So the numbers were only slightly higher than the expectation, but that's still pretty bad. And so ultimately, that's just that's kind of unfortunate. Now, I see brother Luke Mon. How are you? Out of Lexington. Very nice. The put options cushioned it, just like you said. Yeah. The put options. If you are a consistent buyer of put options, then you made some money off of the decline. But the thing about puts is it's like car insurance. It's not going to make you rich. It'll just protect you from disaster. So my portfolio got hit like everybody else's. I had a little bit of extra cash on the side, so I went and bought some more stock. I've been a heavy investor in Meta lately, especially now. I'm buying the dip on Meta, and so I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you what I'm doing. And Ebony says Ronnie Clay Smith passed away. Stop tagging him. That's my little brother. Oh wow, well, I'm very, very sorry about that. Gosh, my heart goes out to you and your family, Ebony. I hate hearing that. Okay, so let's keep going here. It says, quote, the market's getting squeezed by both sides. There is uncertainty around next week's reciprocal tariffs because in case you don't know, Trump has. He has this thing called Liberation Day or Freedom Day or something like that, where he's basically got this day where he says he's going to, make America rich again. Again, Trump is a cartoon character for the most part. I mean, I didn't vote for the man or vote against the man. I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. I voted for Cornel West, in case you want to know who I voted for. And I can just tell you that ultimately, I don't know. I kind of just feel like there is comedy on both sides. Joe Biden looked kind of crazy, and Trump, to me, it was kind of ridiculous as well. And so basically, he believes he's going to make America rich again with his tariffs. I could get past the idea of the tariffs because I think tariffs are a fact of life. Countries do put higher tariffs on the U.S. than we put on them. It's almost like your cousin that always borrows money from you, but you can never borrow money from them. And it's not fair, right? It becomes a drain on you. And so I get what he's saying, but the problem is that he's not being clear. He needs to be a leader and be clear about what he plans to do and how he plans to do it. And I don't know why they're not being clear. I don't know why maybe it's ego tripping or something, but the stock market is collapsing because of this. The stock market, you had a really good market up through the inauguration. And again, I'm not going to say that it's going to stay this way. I think there's still some hope. There are a lot of analysts who believe that American companies are making lots of money and that's what's going to keep them strong. But this is not helping. This is not helping at all. This uncertainty, it's going to cause long-term problems for the United States. And I think it's something that the Trump administration should be embarrassed about. I think that if you are claiming to have the right to run this country and you think your ideas are the best ideas, well, then show people, lead, be a leader. You're not being a leader right now. It's an embarrassment. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let's see here. So it says here, again, I mentioned earlier, there's certainty around next week's reciprocal tariffs hitting the major exporting sectors like tech, alongside concerns about a weakening consumer facing higher prices hitting areas like discretionary. This is according to Scott Hefstein, head of investment strategy at Global X. So what he's basically talking about is something that really would concern me about the economy, which is the weakening of the American consumer. The American consumer has carried the economy, quite a while, for quite a long time. And when consumers start getting nervous because they think they're going to lose their job or they're not sure what inflation is going to look like, then that could be the catalyst that drills us into a recession. So next week will either be an extraordinarily good week, meaning that you're going to see a lot of positive momentum in a lot of stocks, or it could be a pile-on week where we start heading down toward an actual bear market, an actual recession. And that's not going to happen at the same time. The bear market and the recession are not going to be simultaneous. It's one of these things. The stock market looks into the future. It doesn't look at what's happening right now. The stock market looks at what's going to happen later on. So I see LaShawn says, I love the new backdrop. Do you? You like the backdrop? Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. They told me I should get a better backdrop. And I'm not into I'm not trying to be flashy. I ain't trying to be the flashiest, coolest person on the internet. That's not interesting to me. I like to talk about things that have substance, and that's it. I think there's so much stuff on the internet that honestly is just like goofy to me. And it's like, it looks good, but I need my brain to be stimulated. I want to see something that's going to make me think. I don't really care, too much about the backdrop, but if y'all like it, then that's what's up. Let's do it. Okay. So anyway, by the way, in the Black Business School, we created financial flashcards for kids. So if you have children or grandchildren and you want to get them ahead of the curve, feel free to go to financialflashcards.com and you can get some of our flashcards for your kids and take a look. Also, we have something called a Black Wealth Ambassadors Program, and this is for people that are serious about spreading the knowledge of Black wealth throughout our community, forming community investment clubs, little educational centers in your house, just family investment groups, church groups, whatever it is. So what we do is we offer you the chance to buy our stuff super, super cheap, like 70, 80% off, so you can then resell it and make it into a business. We want to go into business with you. We want to be your business partner. So if you're interested in being a Black Wealth Ambassador and teaching the community and also starting that business, just text the word wealth to the number 87948. Just text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. All right. So hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. So as we were talking about earlier, the S&P 500 has been hit pretty hard and it's down quite a bit. And this is pretty ugly. And so I'm going to keep on sort of breaking this down, letting you guys know what's going on. So it says, quote, despite today's sell-off and broader market volatility of the past few weeks, there have not been big inflows into money markets. It seems like a lot of investors are trying to ride this out. So what they're saying is that there's still a lot of investors that are insistent on buying the dip. Investors have been trained to buy the dip. And I think buying the dip is good. But then sometimes being overly committed to buying the dip could be a problem, especially if you're headed into a dip that's longer than you expect. So on one hand, I'm a big advocate for patience in investing and knowing that eventually this too shall pass. But at the same time, it may take a long time for it to pass. So what you may want to look at you've got some bond funds out there that can give you some exposure to bonds that can get you kind of out of that a little bit, out of the stock market some. And then also you've got things like consumer staples. I don't have the ticker symbol in front of me, but there's like an actual ETF on consumer staples. I think the ticker might be XLP or something like that. And we talk about consumer staples. We've been talking about that for the past few weeks as I've been sort of letting you guys know that what happened today was kind of on the horizon, that literally, there we go. The ticker's XLP. And XLP is a fund that owns a lot of consumer staple companies. The biggest holdings in this fund, if you buy one share, you get ownership in Costco, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Philip Morris, PepsiCo, Colgate, and Target. So, there's Target, right? So you may not like Target because of the DEI, but you can pick any of those companies individually. And this is one of the things that people are doing in order to protect themselves as the market starts acting a little bit weird. Also, gold is seen as a popular hedge to protect against markets like this. Yeah, I did. Well, I did mention XLP earlier. Yeah, so XLP, it is still relevant. It's even more relevant than before. I know we talked about it this morning in class, but it's super relevant right now. So it says here, Trump earlier this week announced a 25% tariff on, quote, all cars that are not made in the United States, a decision that hurt a lot of auto stocks. And I think it benefited his buddy Elon. I think Elon was protected a little more when they put tariffs on his competitors. And also, I think that when he shut down the EV credit, that somehow helps Elon, because I don't think his company needs the EV credit because they're already making EVs cheaply. So if you're wondering if the game is rigged, it's absolutely rigged. There's no question about it. But then again, I'm a cynic because I've always felt the game was rigged. I've always felt that it's rigged. A few other things happening in the market that you may care about is tech stocks, where the superstars going back the last few years. Tech stocks may not be the superstars going forward, so I'd be extremely careful. Robin, should I put my money in? Stop putting money in the market given the current state of the market. I didn't stop putting money in the market. I buy the dips. So remember, you're not investing for the next 3 months. You're investing for the next 5 years, 10 years, right? So 10 years from now, you won't remember anything about this day. You won't even remember this conversation. So if you're really an investor, you try to back up and think about the next 10 years. So I bought stock. I bought a ton of stock today. I bought as much as I could because I buy the dip. It doesn't mean I know what's going to happen. It just means I buy the dip. I don't think about it. I buy the dip. I look at it and say, okay, everything's cheap now. Let me buy the dip. And that's not because I know that the dip is going to end in 2 weeks. That's not because I know what's going to happen in April and May. It's because I know what's going to happen over the next 10 years based on 200 years of data in the stock market. You buy the dip, buying the dip works. Running away doesn't. That's what it is. Okay. So let me mention a couple more things. A lot of retail investors are panic selling. A lot of smart money is getting ready for the rebound for sure. And global markets are being hit as well as U.S. markets. So that's something that's kind of hitting things pretty hard. So some of the stocks you're asking me about, I can't really answer stock questions a lot of stocks right now. We can save that till class. So when we get together for class, we can talk about that. But for right now, I just wanted to come in and touch bases with you guys and let you guys know what I was seeing and what the issues are. And what I'll do over the weekends, I'll mention something in terms of what 4 or 5 things you want to look for going forward in the market this week. If you're not sure what to do, I think sometimes doing nothing is the best answer. Waiting and seeing. I don't think you have to act on every little thing that happens in the market. You emotionally reacting to the fact that the market dropped so much today is not really wise investing, because sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. But if you're an investor, you're just an investor. And that's pretty much the philosophy that tends to work. I know that that's not as exciting as telling you exactly what's going to do or exactly exactly with certainty what's going to happen. But you can't do that. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. There's been thousands of research papers written where people tried to predict what an individual stock is going to do. Should I buy this stock or should I buy that stock? All the research says that that's not doable. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people on the internet who will lie to you, but they don't have PhDs in this topic. They haven't read hundreds of research papers on the topic. So they're going to say, no, buy this stock or don't buy that stock. That stock's going up. That's going down. They really don't know. So, but if you want to know what I did, I bought a lot of Meta. I like Meta. I think Mark Zuckerberg runs a good company, and I think that he's able to make good decisions. And I believe that Meta has a strong future. And also, just in case their future isn't as bright as I think it's going to be, I sold a lot of poor man's covered calls on Meta. So I made a few $1,000s selling the calls on Meta. So if you want to learn more about stock options and stuff like that, feel free to text the word options to 87948. Or you can also go to drboyceprime.com. I think stock options, environments like this, are what options are kind of made for, because they allow you to kind of position yourself to benefit from whatever the market does. A market going down is an opportunity. A market going up is an opportunity. Everything's an opportunity if you know where the opportunities are. So I encourage you to learn that. That's what your financial literacy is going to do for you. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. So you guys like the new vibe, the new background. You want me to stick with it then? Okay. If that's the case, then I'm gonna stay with it, and we'll do this again. So I got to go upstairs. I got allergies, and I apologize for the sniffling, but I had allergies since I was a little kid. So I'm gonna go upstairs and lay next to my pretty wife, and that makes my sniffling go away. So God bless you. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. And if you want to join us for class tomorrow, then make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and we will be meeting for class. And the book's behind me. That's my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy, and I'll sign it for you and send it to your house. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome. It's so good to see you. I hope that life is treating you well. This is Money in the Morning. This is our daily financial consciousness training. This is where we get together and we talk about our economics every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And hey, Andrea, I see you in there. Namaste to you as well. All right, and it's I hope you guys are having a great weekend. I know I am. We have been I've been working on some stuff. I actually had some team members fly in to work on some things with me. If you watch my YouTube channel, you might notice there's a little bit of a difference in the studio setup, and I really want to get you guys feedback. I want you all to take a look at it and tell me what you think. I actually like what we do with Money in the Morning. I like my little background with my Panther, but at the same time, though, I'm open to change. And just as a little note, if you're talking about if you're talking about leadership, which I'm not an expert at leadership, but one thing that I read in a book on management or on leadership said is that the best thing you can do is as a CEO of a company is ask your team members what they think, right? It's not smart to think you know all the answers. It's when you think you know all the answers, then that pretty much means that you don't know very many answers at all, because the first answer you should know is that five brains is typically better than one. So when it comes to decision making, I always make the final decision. I know that I'm the boss and all that other good stuff, but I also know that only a sucker would make an important decision without thinking through all the options, without taking in all the available information. So keep that in mind as you make choices, especially for those of you that are young, young people. I think that you're fighting for your independence. You want to make decisions that are yours, but sometimes you got older people around you who've been through it. They have an answer. And I think that when you talk about a couple of areas where our young people are struggling, they're struggling really in two key areas: mental health and financial health. Give me a yes if you agree with that. That our young people today are really struggling when it comes to being financially healthy, feeling financially safe, and secure, and also they struggle when it comes to being mentally together. Like they just y'all crazy, man. Like I ain't making fun of you, but I think the pandemic did a number on everybody under 30. Seems to have really got jacked up by the pandemic. Us older folks, we kind of been there, done that. We kind of dealt with stuff like that before. Whereas it almost seems like for a lot of the younger people, there was something paralyzing about not being able to go outside for 2 or 3 years and missing out on key parts of your social life, your developmental experience. And as a result of that, you got some people that just didn't recover. They still, the pandemic just got them, psychologically locked down. And my heart goes out to them. And sometimes I'm like, gosh, I wish I could help them understand little things about life. Like, if you want to solve a problem or you want to get better at something, there's probably a book out there somebody wrote on that very same topic. If you can't figure out your relationship. There's thousands of relationship books and written by, people that really know the science. Not your favorite YouTube influencer who's a 25-year-old who can't get a boyfriend. I'm talking about people that really have studied, people that really have looked at the data and sat, and have gone through 10,000 couples to see which types of couples last and which ones don't, and I don't know why that seems uppity for me to bring that up. I mean, there are people that really get violently rejective of the suggestion that using science to solve a problem is the best way to solve it. They get mad, like, "Oh, you think you better than everybody else? You think you uppity?" Well, here's the thing. Maybe you think I'm uppity, and maybe I am, but I don't think that being black should automatically be aligned with being miserable all the time. I think that there's some people who really think that if you black, you're supposed to be blind, deaf, dumb, and crazy, walking through the dark, always in the struggle, always like having your life fall apart over easily preventable mistakes. Does anybody ever notice that? Like, there are some people that just want you to stay stuck on stupid. They don't want you to know the answer. They don't want you to figure things out. They give you a problem for every solution. I call them the Negro naysayers. So the Negro naysayer will get angry if you come and you say, well, a little preparation would have helped you avoid the diabetes. No, you must be a Republican. You think you better than everybody else? No, I just don't want you to get your foot cut off, Grandma. Like, or whatever. Like, just it's kind of like it's kind of weird to me. Like, well, they have, if you read books on marriage and relationships, studies show that staying married helps you to have better helps you to have better finances. I'm gonna give you some stats on that because I want to actually talk about a specific topic. And there are people who just get angry with that. And I think it's because we're addicted to our generational curses. I really think that we're addicted to our generational curses the same way an alcoholic is addicted to liquor, even though they know the liquor's killing them, or a heroin addict, their body needs heroin, even though there's nothing in your body that is going to improve through consistent heroin use, right? Nothing. There's nothing in your body that's going to get better from the use of heroin, but you got to have it. You need it, right? And that's how you're coping. That's how you're getting through the day. You get your little hit in the morning so you can, and maybe you're even functioning. You need your little liquor. You got some people that keep the bottle by the bed and stuff like that. Right. So sugar, yeah, there you go, Kenneth. Sugar's really addictive. I mean, sugar, I think in a generation, we're gonna figure out that sugar is just like that was like the secret horrible drug that everybody was using and we didn't know how bad it was. Weed, there's a lot of young people because when they started to, and I'm okay with the legalization of weed. I really am. I told you I'm heavily invested in that. I own a lot of different companies that are going to pop up once they legalize cannabis, which I believe that they will, but I don't smoke it. And it's no disrespect to those who do. I use a CBD oil like on my knee. Like my knee gets stiff sometimes. I'll put it on my knee or on anything that hurts. But it's kind of like Robitussin. Remember Eddie Murphy used to say, put some Robitussin on it. No matter what the problem was, you just put some tussin on it. So anyway, I put I put the CBD oil on everything that works or everything that stops working, and it does work really well. But the problem with the THC to me is that you're dealing with stuff that's manufactured in these factories and you don't know what they're putting in it. And I also think that you should maybe, any person that really is a deep believer and a consistent consumer of cannabis should probably should pay attention to the studies that show that literally your brain slows down. Like literally, if you use it too much and you lean on it all the time, you can't process information like everybody else, and everybody else will notice it except for you. Everyone will notice it except for you. And there was a time, maybe about 8 years ago, where a lot of young people were really getting into the weed, and they would, somebody would come to work smelling like weed, and they wouldn't notice it because their brain, their mind, their nose was immune to the smell, but everybody else noticed it. If you don't smell it, you know the smell. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody ever seen that? And you try to politely as an older person say, hey, you might not want to come to work smelling like weed every day. That's not going to help you keep your job, and you don't know how that conversation is going to go. But I think now, because people are aware of the smell, they switched over to the gummies. And so they might use the gummies, or they might drink they got every way in the world for you to consume it now. And so, but you can tell, you can just like I can just talk to you, and by the quickness of your responses to things or the way you react to information, I can just pick that up, right? Because I'm really sensitive to how, like, I know a smart person when I see one, I know a slow person when I see one. So either you're mentally slow or something's made you mentally slow, right? So anyway, long story short, these are little things I think that should be kept in mind, right, as we're making decisions and investments and movements in our lives. Somebody asked what weed stocks am I invested in? I don't remember all of them. I know that there was one with the ticker symbol YOLO, YOLO. It hasn't been a great investment so far. It's actually gone down, I think, since I bought it. But I keep buying it because I buy dips. That's my strategy. I like dips, and I believe that eventually, YOLO and some of the other weed assets are going to go up in value once they legalize everything. I think that that's what it is. And remember, here's the thing. This is the other part that's interesting. So, and we should address this before I get into the real thing I really wanted to dive into. But basically. So there was a guy on Twitter. I mentioned something about the market crash on Friday. If you didn't see, the stock market really had a rough day Friday. And I said something about, about the crash and just some things you might want to look at in terms of, sort of benefiting from what's happening right now. And he said, and you've been telling people for the past 2 weeks to buy stock. And so see what's wrong with you. You're the worst financial advisor ever. You're the worst financial advisor ever. But this is fine. When you have millions of followers, you're gonna have people create people in the group that don't like you, and that's okay. I get that. So I went back and I said, first thing I said was, I'm not a financial advisor. I don't give financial advice. That's the first thing I said. But secondly, the biggest thing you have to understand is that the stock market is a 10-year game. It is not a 2-week casino. Do you understand that? The stock market is not a 2-week casino. There's absolutely no way on earth, no way. And get this, my mama used to say that. She'd say, I need you to get this through your thick head. So for the people that don't want to listen, I love you, but I need you to get this through your thick head. And I say this with love, the same way my mama loved me. Get this through your thick head. All of us, I got the thickest head up in here because sometimes I don't want to listen either. You cannot determine the quality of an investment by what that stock did in the last 2 weeks. It is absolutely impossible for you to know if that was a good investment based on what that stock did in the last 2 weeks. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? 2 weeks, 2 days is not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. 2 months is not enough. 2 years ain't enough. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors in the history of this earth, who's the best on the planet at making money, he's sitting on $165 billion in cash, and he was born with less money in his family than a lot of you have in your family right now. He said, if you're not prepared to own a stock for 10 years, you shouldn't even own it for 10 minutes. That's what Buffett said. Now, Buffett is not perfect. Buffett is not always correct about everything. Buffett's style is not the only style. I want to make that clear. But there's a point to be made about the significance of keeping perspective in mind when you are an investor. You cannot look and see like, oh well, I bought the stock at 5 o'clock and it's 9 o'clock now and the stock ain't went up. Well, the market ain't open at 9 o'clock, but you get the point. Like, well, I bought it on Tuesday, and it's been 3 days and it hasn't moved. It's gone down in 3 days. Stop that, please. You're gonna drive yourself crazy. You're gonna end up in a insane asylum just thinking like that. Okay, that's the first thing I want to share. Second thing I want to actually, before I do that, I wanted to mention that a lot of you are doing amazing things with your families when it comes to wealth. A lot of you have reached millionaire status. A lot of you have families that have investment clubs. You started businesses. Some of you bought your first home. Some of you are teaching your kids. We'd like to hear your stories if you don't mind sharing them. Here's a link I wanted to share with you. If you could like take a moment, you could do it during class if you want to, or maybe after class is over. If you could just kind of share your story, like let us know what you're doing, and I would like to shout out your story, so that people can be inspired by it. Maybe they can get guidance and instruction from it. And I know that when I meet you all and bump into you, and you tell me your stories, I'm always really excited. I talked to a young black man at an event not too long ago, and he literally said he came up and he chased me down. He chased because he really wanted to talk to me. I thought he was trying to beat me up or fight me or something. But anyway, he chased me down. And he said, "Man, I just had to talk to you." And I said, "What's going on? What happened?" And he said, when I started to listen to you in 2017, I was really broke. I didn't have any money. I was struggling." He said, and I said, "Well, how are you doing now?" And he said, "After about 5 years or 6 years of doing this stuff," he said, "I actually have three properties now, and I bought my last one for $700,000 cash." And I was like, holy cow, that's amazing. Like, that's wonderful. And that's not the only story. There's so many other stories I've had a chance to hear. And stuff like that isn't just good for the community in terms of us understanding the importance and the value of investing. It's also good for me too, because it really helps me to just remember, like, okay, there is somebody listening. Because a lot of times I'm gonna tell you the truth, from where I sit, you feel like the odd man out sometimes. Like I feel like I'm like, gosh, am I just the grumpy old man or whatever? Like, I don't know. Like I don't question who I am. I'm gonna be who I am no matter what. But a lot of times I'm like, well, maybe this world just isn't built for people like me. Maybe there's something weird about a black person who's saying like, okay, I'm tired of this. Enough is enough. I want to fix this. I want to see things better. I want to see us on top. I don't want to see us on the bottom. And I don't want to see us barely struggling to stay in the game. I don't want to fight for a seat at another man's table. I want us to build tables. I think we got men and women that can build tables. Why can't we build tables? White men done built a billion tables, and we up here trying to get a seat at one. I don't want to do that. I want our kids building tables, and I want us to know how to be table builders. And I think we have the ability to do that. And I want to thank those of you who do listen, but I don't feel like I still it's still challenging because it's like, are we the minority, or is it my delivery? And maybe I sound mean. Maybe I hurt people's feelings. I think I do. I think I do because I just can't. I have very low tolerance for BS. Things that don't make sense to me. I'm not gonna do it. Life's too short to be doing stuff you don't want to do. So anyway, I put the link in the chat, and if you guys can share your story, that would really help us a lot. Because I am of the belief that the Black Business School, we don't just talk about things, we show results. I did a survey with you guys and I asked you, I said, do you have more money in your pocket because you've been listening to this and been a part of this? And the overwhelming majority of you said yes, which really makes me very, very proud. So anyway, that's that. All right. So one thing I wanted to talk about quickly as we discuss this, just finances and the things that impact our economic outcomes is, has anybody seen that show, that balloon popping show, where they pop the balloon and then that's how you decide who your baby daddy's going to be? You like somebody will come in and based on what they look like and what they sound like in the first 30 seconds, people will start popping balloons to decide to either accept or reject the person. It's really a fascinating show to watch. It's probably I personally I feel like it's a little bit unhealthy in the sense that it's just kind of mean. Like the New York Times actually compared it to a firing squad. They said it's like a firing squad for like, except you're being rejected from love as opposed to being shot. And I don't know. First of all, I wouldn't go on a show like that. How many of you would even want somebody popping balloons to tell you if they think you're cute or acceptable or not? I wouldn't deal with that. No, you take that balloon and shove it up your butt. But then the other thing is like, I don't even know if I'd feel like it's very nice to like pop balloons on people like that. I kind of feel like that's kind of unnecessarily cruel. And I think that we kind of are enjoying watching people go through the agony of rejection. And I don't know about anybody else, but I didn't like rejection. We've all gone through it. And rejection isn't fun, like rejection hurts your feelings and stuff like that. But you got to act like you're tough. And I think for young people, it's really bad because they're still in their 20s, and in your 20s, you're sensitive, you kind of, you're still learning who you are. And I would just say, if there was a young person who was like, yeah, I'm thinking about going on the balloon popping show and let a bunch of strangers judge me, I'd be like, no, don't do it. Like, why? Who the hell are they to have the right to pop a balloon on you and decide if you're worthy of love or not? That's crazy to me. But beyond that, though, I wanted to talk about it from another perspective. I wanted to help you understand that the balloon popping mentality that exists in our culture, the whole swipe left, swipe right nonsense, that actually doesn't just explain why so many people are going to die alone. It also explains why a lot of people are financially destitute. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that this balloon popping nonsense, like this kind of mindset, literally explains exactly why people are struggling financially, or it connects, the two are connected, because we've talked extensively about all the different studies. I've cited enough of them in this class that I don't have to recite them again. All the studies that connect wealth to relationship status. Did you know that? Did you know that people who have stable relationships are far more likely to have stable finances? Duh! Like, duh! Because if you have stable relationships, that usually means that you're a pretty stable person. And if you're a stable person, that means you're typically a pretty stable investor. And since your romantic relationships are the most important investments you make, more important than your stocks that you pick. I mean, I could pick the right stocks for you, but if you're not a stable person, you're not going to get any benefit from that. Unstable people. This is why exactly why we created the first ever Black financial therapy department. Because a lot of us have a hard time just being stable and emotionally mature and balanced and disciplined. Discipline is not popular in a world where people just do things based on irrational emotion. Discipline is not popular in a world of instant gratification. They call you a simp and a sucker and a pick me and a wimp and whatever and a square and all these they'll make fun of you. People who are on a path to self-destruction, tell me if you've seen this. Give me a yes if you agree with this. People that love to live their lives on the path of self-destruction, they love to make fun of people who don't want to destroy themselves. Do you agree with that? It's Sunday. I'm gonna ask you, can you give me an amen on that? I really believe that. I believe that people who follow the crowd, they get angry at people who don't follow the crowd. People who make one bad decision after another, they make fun of people who work hard to make good decisions. People who make snap judgments, irrationally quick decisions that are going to be very costly. They clown people who sit back and say, "No, I need to think about that. I'm not sure. Let me get back to you on that in 2 weeks." Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? And what I can tell you is that this is what investing's all about. This is investing 101, people. Like before we before we even get to the money, you got to get to life. Life is bigger than the money. Money is a part of life. And believe me, if you ruin your life, you will ruin the money. Right? For sure. And now if you build the money could be, if you have the right mindset, be a tool for the enhancement of your life, or the money could be a powerful tool for your own self-destruction. I just watched a story yesterday. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram's Dr. Boyce Finance. And on my Instagram, Dr. Boyce Finance, I shared a story. I believe I shared it. If I didn't, I'll share it today, of a young lady who was an internet influencer in Los Angeles who was making millions of dollars a year. And she got drunk, got behind the wheel of a car, and killed some people. Now she's on her way to prison. So in that case, money and clout, internet clout, might be the thing that destroyed her. I'm not sure. But either way, though, you see many people who use money as a way to destroy themselves. So life tends to impact your money, and then money impacts your life. They're like siblings, except life is like the house, and money is like a person that lives in the house. So if the person that lives in the house is determined to destroy the house, then the house is going to eventually burn down. So if money is not accompanied with character and intelligence and thoughtful decision making, then these two people, your character and your money, live in the same house, which is called your life, and they get together, they conspire. One of them says, "Hey, you get the gasoline, I'm gonna get the matches," and then snap, boom. Next thing you know, the whole house is burned down. And then vice versa. If you destroy the house, then you kill the things that are inside the house. If I go and I blow the house up and your money and your character and all these things live inside the house, then those things could be destroyed as well, right? So it's a recursive system. One thing feeds into the other. So here's the point. Let's circle back on these balloon popping shows and that stupid crap. I just so you know, I'm not making fun of the people that make this show up. God bless. Congratulations, you're gonna make money. I think they got on Netflix now, but you'll never get my money. I'm not going on your show. Ain't nobody popping a damn balloon on me except my wife. And even she can't do that. Even she couldn't tell me that I'm a bad catch. No, you know what? If she didn't want to catch me, somebody else would have. Okay. So here's the deal. First thing about the just the nature of shows like that, I get it. It's built on the swipe left, swipe life, or swipe right culture that has sort of come to dominate dating, right? Online dating apps and all that. I've seen a lot of that, mostly from a distance though. I tried it when I was younger, but at that time it was kind of a new thing. And I noticed even then, even as a 30-year-old graduate student, I noticed that I was about to take my job on the faculty of Syracuse. Even back then, I noticed how that changed how dating took place. Before, you would have to work hard to meet somebody that you liked. There would be a process, and then when you found a good one, you held on to it because you knew that there would be some work. Search costs in economics, they call these search costs. There will be a search cost to find someone new. But then the apps come along and you've got all these different people that you can just pick and you can keep swiping and picking. And so what happened was the quantity increased, but the quality went down. Right? So you're looking at 20 people who all put a message in your inbox. So you think you have 20 options, 20 viable options for a relationship, when really maybe only three or four of those people are actually gonna be committed to you it's sort of a monogamous one-on-one sort of way, right? So it creates a distortion in terms of your reality. You have a lot of options, but you don't have any options at all. It's kind of a weird thing, and I remember being confused about it. I couldn't figure out like I don't know if the woman really wants me and likes me, or if I'm just one of 20 guys in her inbox. I didn't know. So if I pass up one woman who really likes me for a woman who I think likes me, then I could end up missing out because then she goes and I pick her, and then she picks someone else. Next thing you know, it was chaos. It was absolute chaos. So thank God I was blessed with with being on TV eventually, where I became kind of known in my field, so people could Google me. So it was kind of so I stopped doing online dating because I couldn't do it anymore. People would Google me and they say, "Oh my God, you're this famous kind of person." So thank God it stopped, right? So I started getting back to a different reality. It wasn't normal reality, but it was different reality in that I had to actually meet people and I'd meet women, get to know them, talk to them for a while, whatever. But it wasn't normal reality because again, because when a lot of people know you, you go a lot of places and people just come up to you. Pretty girls would just pop up out of the blue because apparently one lady explained it. She said the things that that I like in men are, she said, height. And I said, well, I don't have any height. I'm 5'8". I think I keep believing I'm 6'3", and because the people keep telling me I'm 5'8", but I think that's fake news. And I said, and she said clout. I said, okay, I got a little bit of clout. And coin. I said, okay, I know coin. I studied coin. I know how. I'm an expert on money. And then also sometimes like being smart is an asset too, right? So it was an experience. But the thing was though, I think when I look at the balloon popping show, and as I got older, I started to understand from a research based and from a life based perspective, just that how bad relationships were just such a wealth killer. In fact, actually, do you know how many of y'all knew this? How many of y'all know that when a man gets a divorce, his wealth drops by 77%? Did any of y'all know that? That literally you pick the wrong woman and you get a divorce, you might be on your way to the poorhouse. And also for women, ladies, your income when you get divorced drops by about 55%. So basically, divorced people just unfortunately, and if you're divorced, I'm not making fun of you, I promise. So forgive me if I sound harsh. It really, really kicks your finances in the ass. It really, I mean, you married the wrong person because you picked them on a balloon popping show. You might as well just go sign up and just go find the class on how to be as broke as possible. Like, because you done picked the lady because she had a big booty and spoke well for about 30 seconds, and now your finances are just absolutely ruined. They have another theory. They call it the thin slice judgment. And there was a research paper written on in 1992. And in the thin slice judgment, they said that people ruin their lives if they make decisions based on limited information. Like you see somebody for 30 seconds and then you pop a balloon, or you choose not to pop the balloon, right? You're literally taking in 30 seconds of information and making a decision on that this a person who might become the father of your child, right? And here's the thing: you might say, well, no, they're not going to be the father of my child. I just met him. But yet you're deciding in that moment to even let that person into your life. Do you understand? And let me just kind of explain it like this. I don't want to deviate from the financial side too much because it is financial. But I know, like, I know guys who have, lots of kids, right? I know guys have, I knew there was one guy I saw, he had 27 kids. He had 20 babies mamas, 27 kids. And so while somebody might say, "Oh, I would never have a child with a man like that." I'm like, "Well, you didn't know this man. You didn't understand that, by virtue of the fact that his track record was so strong with women, he's got a bunch of tools in his pocket. You know that he gonna find some way to sneak in your life. He knows he's a chameleon. He knows how to disguise himself as a nice guy. He smells good. He's 6 foot two. For some people, being tall is enough to get in the bed, right? I mean, he was tall, handsome, very kind, and women could not resist. So a woman would be like, "Oh, girl, I would never get pregnant by a man like that." But then you let him in your life, and love is a drug. So that's like me saying, "Oh, I'll never be a crackhead." But then I'm like, let me take a little hit just to see how much I don't like crack. See how that's going to work out for me. So the way I avoid alcohol is I don't go into the liquor store because I know that whatever's in the liquor store is good. The way I avoid drugs is I'm not even trying it. If you're using drugs, I'm walking out of the room. I'm not, I don't even want to be near you if you're messing with dope. If you are toxic, if you're a toxic woman, I don't want to sit across from you. I don't even want to have dinner with you once. When I'm single and and I know you're toxic and I can see the toxicity from a distance, I don't want to be close to whatever you got because I know that you might stimulate the irrational side of my brain where the dopamine and the oxytocin live and then it might tempt me to dibble and dabble when really the alcoholic needs to stay out of the liquor store. They need to stay out of the bar. You can't be a recovering alcoholic and hang out at the bar. So the idea that you think that you can just let some person in your life, somebody who is great at sex, who's very smooth with women, who has studied, like it's crazy. I wish some of these guys would study wealth as much as they study how to get some ass. Excuse my French. I'm not going to talk like that anymore. But if they studied wealth, it's hard. If they study how to get money, it's as hard as they study how to get another girl pregnant or how to get another woman. They'd be as rich as Warren Buffett. They'd have $50 million in the bank. So what I'm saying is that that really sometimes when you talk about decision making, irrational, unhealthy decision making, the biggest enemy that you confront is yourself. The biggest enemy you confront is the devil that lives inside of you, the temptation that lives inside of you. We all have temptation. All of us do. We all have things that can throw us off our game, that can cause us to make a bad short-term decision that has long-term consequences. So awareness therapy is beneficial so you can protect yourself from yourself. You're not protecting yourself from that man or from that woman. You're protecting yourself from you because you chose that man, you chose that woman, and you may not even know why. Or maybe you do know why. I just love a woman who looks like this. I love a man who's got a blah blah blah. I love, whatever it is. And because these are the things, this is how the devil gets you. This is how you get sucked in and you're like, wait, this isn't my life. How did I end up in this situation? Well, you need to ask yourself because you put yourself in that situation. Did nobody else do that? You went on the balloon popping show and met the man who was 6 foot two, who fit your whole fantasy of what you think a man's supposed to be. And within 30 seconds of hearing him talk, you held onto that balloon and went out on a couple of dates, thinking that it's not a big deal. And with each step in the process, he got closer and closer and closer to you. And about maybe the fourth date, you end up sleeping together. And at that point, it's kind of game over. If you understand biochemistry. Do you understand? When I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, I studied intensely the biochemistry of love and sex. And what you don't understand is that the universe and God, whatever you call it, did a major rope-a-dope on you in the way they will reel you in with sex. Like once you let somebody touch you, there is a chemical explosion inside your body that would absolutely blow your mind. So if you want to protect yourself from somebody or from something or from a bad situation, you got to know how to prevent before you say, I'm going to come in, I'm going to let it all happen, then I'm going to go back and fix it. or I'm gonna reverse it all. It really reminds me of drugs. It's like if I tell you, I could sit here and talk to you all day. I'm a decently smart man. I'm not stupid, except sometimes when I am stupid. I could talk to you all day about how I'm anti-drugs and the devastation that crack has caused the black community and how crack is whack and it's bad for your health and all that other stuff. But if I take a hit of crack, my whole perspective would probably change just like that. I'd be like, well, drugs are bad, but you just got to know how to handle you just got to know how to handle it. I'd be like I'd be, my language would be shifty, and I'd be like, yeah, crack. I used to say crack was completely whack, but then I realized you can smoke crack and still get up in the morning and teach a class, right? I would start rationalizing unhealthy, irrational behavior. So how many times have you seen somebody go into something that was really bad, very stupid, very unhealthy, but maybe very pleasurable? And they start rationalizing decisions like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing this, or well, it's just we're just friends with benefits and whatever. And what you're doing is you're kind of being sucked into this natural state of things. Like men and women are naturally attracted to each other. So why do I bring this up? I bring this up not because I want to just, I'm not trying to be a dating guru. I bring it up because you're investing, you're pulling yourself into a situation that's going to disrupt your outcomes in so many other areas. There are going to be side effects to the choices that you're making when it comes to your relationships. And one of the biggest side effects, all the data shows, is your money, your wealth. Uh, Divorced couples, they say most divorced couples, not only do they lose over half their wealth after the divorce, they also never recover. Most of them never recover. Now those of you that are in here that are working to recover, I'm praying for you, and I believe that you can recover. You're making the right choices. You're doing the best you can, and so you're doing more than most people. So I think your chances of recovery are higher than most. But the best way to solve a problem is to prevent the problem. And I don't really know if people get that. I really don't get that. So just to sort of summarize this and kind of break this down, um, so the balloon popping show, the reason that it's a dangerous way to make decisions is because there are lots of theories and research on how making decisions based on limited information leads to irrational choices and unhealthy outcomes. That's the first thing. Second thing, I mentioned thin slice judgment, which basically says a lot of people do this. A lot of people make important life decisions without really processing things. Why? I think it's a mental health issue. You've never been trained, a lot of people haven't been trained to sit back and just take their time, right? Calm down. Stop letting your emotions make your decisions for you. Learn how to breathe, sit back, walk away, and say, okay, let me think about this for a while. And if you do that, what you'll find is that your decisions will be much different. The third piece of information that's really important is on the flip side, when you talk about relationships, they say that the longer you date somebody, this is easy, this is two plus two. The longer you date a person before you marry them, the more likely it is that your marriage will survive. Also, if you have a long-term friendship with the person, they say that your relationship is likely to last longer because you have different ways of handling your disagreements and disputes. Your communication is different. I think they call it emotional resilience. Your emotional resilience is different. That means I can, like my wife and I have been friends for so long, I could probably tolerate more from her than I could from somebody that I just met on a balloon popping show a year and a half ago, right? Like, so with her, I can't replace her because I can't go find another person that I've known for 30 years and as my friend and make her my wife. And any woman I meet after her, it'd have to be somebody new. And then there's a lot of questions with that. Whereas with my wife, I can't replace my wife. Also, there are so many times where I would say to her, I'd be like, you about the only woman on this planet who could get away with saying that or doing that and have me put up with that, right? Or it'd be a joke or something like that, right? So the emotional resilience increases when you have a friendship or some type of connection that's deeper than just, oh, I thought she was cute and she sounded good for 30 seconds on the balloon popping show. So I would say that shows like this, I guess, are good entertainment for people because they like to see people get, tortured and mistreated and rejected. I don't think rejection is funny. I don't think rejection is entertaining. My heart goes out, especially when you talk about how many young people have mental health issues already. Their self-esteem isn't where it should be. Their confidence needs to grow. They're in a lot of pain emotionally. Also, dating is really, really hard for them. When I talk to young ladies, they're confused because they feel like the men just don't know how to be men. I think the broken family is a big part of that. If a man never was raised by a man who, like I'm married with children in my house, and my brother's married with children in his house because we saw our father married with children in his house. If we had not seen that, I really believe that we would probably say, why would you put up with all this stuff with marriage? It's really, really hard. But it was really, we were willing to do the hard stuff because there is a status that we saw that came with being the head of a household. Do you understand? But if I've never even seen a man as the head of a household, it's going to be hard for me to process it that way. So I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying that maybe instead of that being status, maybe I think being a rapper, a famous rapper is status or whatever, right? Or having five girlfriends is status, right? It's no disrespect to anybody who thinks different, but this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a cultural imbalance here. And then also same thing, but it's not just the men. I think the women I think the women didn't have the balance as well. And so because I do believe that there's a way you treat a man. Some people don't want to acknowledge that. There's a way you should talk to a man. Some people don't acknowledge that. Just like I learned as a kid, there's a way you talk to a woman. I couldn't talk to my mother the same way I talked to my father. So if somebody says, well, you don't talk to a woman that way, I'd be like, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't say it like that. Let me say it in a different way. But when you say that to some young ladies, like, well, you don't talk, you should talk to a man with a certain way. Men like to be respected. I ain't got to respect nothing. And then you're confused when a man's like, I don't want to marry you. I want to sleep with you, but I don't want to marry you because you're mean, right? So I personally think that re-educating yourself, if your goal is to have healthy institutions in your life, like a family that you can build around and all that, you're gonna have to re-educate yourself. I think you have to let go of political correctness, let go of what's popular because what's popular is not working. You're going to have to make your own rules, humble yourself. I think humility goes a long way. I think submission goes a long way. Anything that I want in life, whether it's building a business or building a family or getting in shape or whatever it is, whatever I want in life, I humble myself to that thing. Do you understand? I submit. Submission is a word that, for some reason, people decided it was a bad word. I think the word submit is a powerful and important word, and maybe it's an appropriate word for a Sunday. We're talking on a Sunday right now. If you're listening to this live, submit. If you go to church, you're submitting to God's will, right? If you get married, you're submitting to the family. You're submitting to the marriage. And to me, what submission means to me is it means that I am willing to, is today, wait, is today Saturday? I thought it was Sunday. Oh my God, I'm a crazy man. Thank you for correcting me. I see that. Woo, buddy, man. I said that earlier. I said it's a Sunday. I don't know. It feels like a Sunday. Ooh, okay. That's all right. We're gonna pretend like that didn't happen. So even though it's not a Sunday, we gonna make it a Sunday because I really think that word submit. I think that submitting means humbling yourself to something. It means allowing the goal to be bigger than you, to be bigger than what you want in the moment and your needs. So when I married my wife, I submitted not so much to my wife per se. I do, even though that does happen sometimes. I submitted to the marriage, to the family. Because if I got up every day and refused to submit to anything, if I got up every day and said, I'm gonna do what I want to do, I don't care. I'm gonna just be boys. I don't need. Well, then the family would probably suffer because sometimes there will be a conflict of interest. So, same thing is true when it comes to wealth. Like if you're trying to build wealth and you've never done it before, and your family never did it, and you don't know what to do quite yet, you're gonna have to submit to the process. You're gonna have to say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna approach this like a newborn baby. I'm gonna absorb information, submit myself to whatever ideas I like that I think will help me get to my goal, and submit to becoming the person I need to be to reach the objective that I want to reach. When I decided to be an entrepreneur, here I was. I had a whole PhD. I had more education than 99% of all white people, and I had to submit. I had to acknowledge and humble myself to the fact that there was a gaping hole, a deficiency in my educational process. I had to again, as cognitive, remember, I mean, I was hot stuff. It was really hard to get that doctorate. Very few, no other black people got it anywhere on the planet. So that not that year. So it was really like weird for me to be like, damn, I'm stupid in this area. I don't know what's going on. I need to learn how to make my own money because all I've ever learned was how to get money from a white man. All I've ever learned was how to sit back and wait for some white person to write a check and pay me to do a job. I've never known what it's like to make my own money without their help. So I literally said to myself, okay, I'm gonna submit to this. I'm gonna go and study just like I would if I was a 10th grader. And I'm gonna assume I know nothing. And also when it came to being an entrepreneur, I realized I didn't have to just learn a bunch of facts and knowledge and information. I had to learn a whole culture. So I just inundated myself in the culture. I leaned on my subconscious. I would just listen to podcasts, podcast after podcast on how to start a business, how to be an entrepreneur. I would hear entrepreneur stories, how they started where I was and got to where they were because I was like, I need to understand this because like right now I cannot visualize myself as a truly independent black man. I can't even see what that looks like. I've never lived my life without getting a paycheck. So ultimately, what I'm saying is at the end of the day, whatever it is that's going to help you build, you must submit to that. If you're trying to lose weight, for example, and you're going to start training, submit yourself to the process, submit yourself to the trainer. If you join a group, submit yourself to the group because part of submission, the humility of submission, in my opinion, comes from accepting the idea that who you are is not enough. Because if it was enough, you'd have it right now. Do you understand? Like, submitting means you have to kind of say, damn, like, I want to think that I know the answers, but obviously I don't, because if I knew the answers, I would have applied it by now. And I think when you talk about family, I submit to family not just for the economic reasons. I mean, the economics makes a big difference. I don't want to go broke from divorce. I don't want to be fighting with my wife so much that all my businesses fail. I don't want to be miserable and struggle financially at the same time. So my goal every day is to figure out how to make sure I get along with that woman in the other room so that we can stay on the same page and operate together, which sometimes means I got to go and learn a new set of tools and skills that I did not have before. Like if you ever really want to grow, put yourself in an uncomfortable situation that forces you to grow. You have to like, damn, I need to go and talk to AI. I need to go read a book. I need to go talk to daddy. I need to go talk to somebody because right now the toolkit that I have to deal with the situation I'm confronted with is not adequate enough. But here's the reward. The benefit is that if you learn these tools and skills, you'll be far more likely to be financially successful than most people because what's happening is that the patience and the tools and skills and the emotional disposition required to keep a relationship healthy is very similar to the skills that are required to be a good investor. In fact, your relationships are a massive investment. Good relationships, I've seen good relationships build multi-million dollar businesses. I'll give you an example. I saw this performer that was really good. She's brand new. Her name's Doechii. Anybody seen Doechii? I think she reminds me of Kendrick Lamar, and it didn't surprise me. I think they're with the same record label. I said, yeah, she's kind of like a Kendrick Lamar, like I kind of like her. And and one of the things about her is I thought about just times where there were I thought I contrasted her to another celebrity. I know what it is. Here we go. There's two young celebs. Bear with me now because this is economic. There's two young new faces, new superstars that are on the scene. One is Doechii, who's black, and the other one is this lady who's starring in the Snow White movie. Anybody seen that? The controversy around Snow White? I forgot the lady's name. My daughter loves her. She knows her because she was on Disney apparently. But I don't know her name. But anyway, so Rachel something. So long story short, here's the deal. I watch things, I observe things, and I try because I'm always learning. Life is a big textbook. So I'm watching Doechii and how Doechii operates in the industry. And I think what made me think about this was I heard somebody say, I know what it was. My wife has a friend who's famous, and they went to lunch, and her famous friend said that in order for you to succeed in Hollywood, you've got to submit to Hollywood. You've got to basically give it all, like let people just control your whole career, right? Which can lead to some really hard choices, right? And so So this and on the healthier side, it might mean, just having good relationships and making good choices and not letting your ego cause you to piss people off or to just be mean to people or rude and disrespectful. So I thought about Doechii and how Doechii kind of rose to the top because she's super talented and also she's got good relationships and she's working with celebrities that seem to like her, Will Smith and the lady from Insecure, stuff like that. And then I saw the Rachel lady, Rachel Zegler, that's her name. Thank you, Marcia, from Snow White. Rachel's doing the exact opposite. Rachel's just reminding you that white people can be ghetto too. Because Rachel, even though Disney has put probably what $200-300 million into this Snow White reboot, Rachel's been getting on Twitter and just saying all kinds of things that are pissing off the fans. She's disrespecting the franchise and like just saying crazy stuff. And I'm like, ooh, buddy, they ain't never gonna hire her again. No one will ever hire her because she's ruining the project. Like she doesn't realize she's too young to realize that yeah, you are a superstar, but there are people that had to put $300 million of their money into this movie. You can't go out here just saying whatever you want to say. You can have freedom of speech on your own time. Like the one falsehood of America is that people believe freedom of speech is for everybody. No, freedom of speech is for people that can pay their own bills. If somebody else is paying the bills, you can still say what you want, but there's going to be a price for that. You will pay a price for saying things that go outside the lines of whoever your financial benefactor is. So, in each of those situations, what I see is an example of one person who has submitted to the process for good or bad. Doechii, who's doing really well because of it. She's getting awards and everybody loves her, and Rachel, what's her face, who is in the Snow White movie, who will never be hired by Disney again and may never get another job with anyone ever again for the rest of her life because she won't submit to anything, right? And maybe it's her strong feminist spirit that makes her believe that submission is always a terrible thing. But I don't know. My thought, if I was her dad, I would say, are you sure that you want to lose all your future opportunities because you're choosing to say these things? And if the answer is yes, then I say, okay, go for it. You're gonna have to pay a price for it, but if you're willing to pay the price, then go at it. Go at it. So that idea of submission, the question is, what are you submitted to? What are you submitting to? Everybody has to submit to something. Everybody has to submit to something. I have to submit every day to my 5 a.m. workout, or I'm gonna become fat. I have to submit to my family, or I'll be another broke divorced person. I have to submit to you because without your support, I can't do these things every day. I'd be sitting here talking to myself, right? So the humility of submission goes with the investment required to have a certain amount of power and control and success slash freedom, right? Freedom is never free. And freedom does, to some extent, require some degree of submission because freedom is connected to power. You cannot build power if you submit to nothing and you have di no discipline at all. A person that doesn't have discipline will almost never have power because power is something that typically has to be built. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Power is something that is built. Hollywood was built. There's power in Hollywood. The banking system was built. There's power in the banking system. The NFL was built. There's power in the NFL. And sometimes we make the mistake of thinking we can have power without submission. We can have power without discipline. We can have power without a long-term plan. We can get power overnight. And then what happens is, and this is why a lot of your black celebrities get destroyed in public, is that you start thinking you have power and you got it overnight because you got a record deal or white people put you on TV. And then they're like, no, Negro, you thought you controlled all this. You don't control nothing up in here. We're going to remove you and replace you with somebody else. Like that example I brought in the other day where I showed you the story about Rick James when he made $40 million on his first album but only 13 million on his second album, and he turned in the third album. They gave him a check for $1 million because that's what he gets for turning in his tapes. And he gets so angry at the guy because he's like, sell my Emma effing record. And he gets up on the desk, he snorts a big line of cocaine, jumps up on the desk, puts his penis in the face of the record label executive and says, "Sell my Emma effing record," because cocaine's a hell of a drug, and that's what he did because he was Rick James, and we might think that those antics are great and hilarious, but that is the moment where the executive turned to the guy and said, "Bring me Lionel Richie. We're going to put our money behind him instead of putting our money behind this crazy man because this crazy man doesn't understand what it means to maintain healthy relationships. This crazy man, it thinks that he's bigger than the group. He thinks he's bigger than the purpose. He thinks he's bigger than the institution. He thinks he's bigger than the cause. And this is what fame does. Clout and fame are also a hell of a drug. And I think that's what happened there. And as you know, at that moment, Rick James's career was never the same. His career went down. And it wasn't because his talent went down. He was always Mr. Super Freak. He always had the talent. But one of the biggest things that people forget, especially for African American people, because we're caught up in the entertainment industry and we think it's all about talent. Who can sing, who can dance, who's pretty. And man, please, it's about the damn money. It's the money. It don't matter if you are the prettiest and can sing and dance the best. If don't nobody put no money behind you, then no, none of that, no one will ever see it. The ta talent must be distributed. People have to see it on a big stage or a big screen or across the world on the radio stations. Do you know how many talented singers and dancers there are in the black community? There's probably a million. Do you know how many? We have an oversupply of 40-year-old rappers, right? We have so many rappers and dancers and singers that it's insane. But most of them will never be famous. Why are they not famous? Because they don't have the economics. It's the money that drives all that. Money manufactures fame the same way Ford manufactures trucks. Fame is manufactured. Fame is created through marketing. Marketing costs money. So don't you ever think that it's just about the talent. Stop that. That's naive thinking. Sure, the talent's important. The talent is, in mathematics, we call that a necessary, though not sufficient condition. It's necessary to have the talent most of the time, but it's not sufficient. It's not adequate. It won't get you over the hump. That's not what's going to make you great. Getting on Instagram and singing and dancing and rapping is not what's going to allow you to truly have the fame that you seek. Someone with money, someone that writes a check. This is why economic intelligence is so important. Somebody who writes a check has to see that talent and say, "Oh, I'm going to invest in that person." That's why when the rapper Megan Thee Stallion became famous and said, "I want to go sign with Roc Nation," and the label's like, "No, we invested in you. We made you famous." No, it was my talent that made me famous. No, it wasn't your talent that made, because there's a million young ladies that can rap as good as you. You know, and you're cute, but I've seen prettier girls on the street than her. She's pretty, but I've seen black women are gorgeous, right? So there's lots of people, and we know twerking is like at an all-time high. So it ain't like your twerking is something, some unique rare earth mineral that we can only get from the mountains of China. No, everybody twerking. Go to Atlanta, you'll see twerking in the damn airport. Right? So ain't nothing really all that unique about it except for one big thing, and that's the marketing. That's the money, the distribution. Somebody put money behind your rapping and twerking and everything else. Not to say you're not talented, but if you think it was just the talent and not the money, then that's not. You can't make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with no jelly. And if you take the jelly out, you just got a peanut butter sandwich, and that just sticks to the roof of your mouth and don't taste as good. So the money is critical. The business, and this is why financial intelligence is so important for children. Why is that? Well, why do I have a 14-year-old who's a great singer and dancer and a super good performer, and she's gorgeous. She's 6 feet tall, as pretty as a mama. And I said, okay, at some point, somebody's going to approach you about being a model. Somebody's going to approach you about being an actress. So, because she's got training and all those things. We just don't want her out there yet, right? But every time she goes to an audition, everyone's like, so it's like, oh Lord, here we go. So one of the things I told her is I said, I need you to learn economics. I need you to understand money because I don't really want you out here, having to struggle in order to get an opportunity, in order to show someone how talented you are, or sitting at some hot audition where there's 1,000 other people trying to get that same role. What I want you to learn is I want you to learn what Tyler Perry knows. Tyler Perry, he financed his own shows. He wrote the script and he made himself the star. I don't watch any Tyler Perry movies at all, but I have admiration for this man because he understands business. He understands that the power on the stage isn't just given to the performer. The performer doesn't really have the power. The performers can be replaced. The power of the stage belongs to the person who built the stage or the company that built the stage. And they have to respect each other. And that's the thing. When you have bad relationships or you have arrogance in the room or you have people that lack humility or perspective or submission, the ability to submit to the process, then what you'll have a superstar who thinks that they're bigger than the person who built the stage. And then what you see happen also often is that stage gets taken away from them. And I brought up Megan Thee Stallion because what happened was she wanted to sign, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I read everything. I like to pay attention to what young people are talking about. She wanted to sign with Rock Nation after she became famous. Now, Rock Nation didn't want her when she was just rapping on the street corners trying to make, a couple of nickels. They wanted her after she became Megan Thee Stallion, right? And the way she even discussed her decision sounded like somebody who didn't understand business. So basically, I think that she went to the company, and if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I hope I can get some of this right. I think she went to the company and was like, "Well, you invested $250,000 to make me famous. I'll give you your $250,000 back." And I said, okay, she doesn't understand investing. She does that clearly means she doesn't understand even stock options. Like the way my brain works, I see that as a stock option. It was like it's like some or but think of it like a lottery ticket. If somebody let's say somebody says, um, I'm gonna give you $10 for a lottery ticket, and if the lottery ticket wins, then you get half the money, I get half the money, right? You follow me? You get this? Okay. And then you go buy the lottery ticket, right? And the lottery ticket makes $100 million. And let's say that you just decide, now that I got this lottery ticket that's worth $100 million, I don't want to pay, I don't want to give you half the money, right? First off, would if you were the person who gave the $10, let's put you in those shoes instead. Would you be pissed if the person that you gave the $10 to was like, no, I'm not giving you your half now. Now that I've won the lottery, you're gonna have to fight me for it. I'll be angry, right? I'd be very upset. Okay. Now, what if they said, okay, you know what? I understand how you feel. I get why you'd be upset. And let's say that they said, okay, but to make it right, I'm gonna give you back your $10. How would you feel about that? Would that be a good deal or a bad deal? What do y'all think? It would be a horrible deal. Right? It would not make any logical sense whatsoever. I would kick you straight in your balls if you said that to me, right? Because no, that lottery ticket is not a $10 ticket anymore. That's $100 million ticket, and you're trying to give me $10. You're trying to cut me out of the deal right when the deal got good. And that's what I saw when I saw Megan Thee Stallion telling the people that backed her financially, I'll give you back your money. I'll give you back your $250,000. What she don't understand is that they bought a $250,000 lottery ticket. Because I guarantee you that if the lottery ticket had not cashed in, if she had not become famous, she wouldn't be giving them back a $250,000. She would say, ah, it didn't work out. Have a nice life. So it really becomes something like they have a saying in economics where it's like heads, I win, tails, you lose. Right? So that means if everything goes bad, you lose, but if everything goes good, I win. And that's not fair. That's not, but that comes from not understanding business and understanding investment, right? So again, if whatever industry you go into, you're always better off understanding your economics. If you are a smart investor, you won't just make, and this is why it's important for your kids to learn these things. If you're a smart investor and smart decision maker, you will make good decisions in every area of your life. You will make good decisions when it comes to health. You will make good decisions when it comes to your economics. You will make great decisions when it comes to your relationships. And what's going to happen is it's all going to connect. But mental health is really where it starts. And that's why our Black Financial Therapy Department is so important. And speaking of that, tomorrow night, Dr. Alicia, she's doing her book club. If you want to join her, she's the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department. And she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. So if you'd like to join her and get an invitation, just text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. A couple other things going on in the Black Business School is we're going to do a financial slumber party on April 18th, and the title I gave it is "Flip That Check." and the secrets to financial security. So what we're going to do is we're going to get together on at 11 o'clock at night on the 18th of April and basically have a slumber party. It's gonna be, except it's on Zoom. So we're gonna get on Zoom and I'm gonna play music and we're gonna have fun and play games and all that stuff. But we're also gonna learn finances. So if that's of interest to you, you can go to financialslumberparty.com. We made it into a membership since some of you wanted to come every month. So we reduced the price. So feel free to go to financialslumberparty.com. And also, last but not least, this summer we're going to Ghana. So if you'd like to join us in Ghana or go on any trip with us, text the word travel to the number 87948. So text travel to 87948, and I'll send you information on the trips that we're taking. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome. It's so good to see all of you. This is Money in the Morning, where we practice the art of economic elevation. This is what we do every single day. And we do this because we want our families to break generational curses. We want our kids to be wealthy. We want our lives to be happy. And we want to be successful. Give me an amen and a hallelujah if you agree. Hallelujah. Well, anyway, good morning, everybody. I hope you all are doing well. I hope your day is going great. Mine's going good. There is a lot happening in the world. And what I'm gonna try to do is, even though I don't have a ton of time this morning, I gotta handle some stuff. I wanted to talk about a couple of things that relate to what's happening in the world of economics that would be beneficial to you, and then also I want to I'll answer a few questions before we bounce out. Last night we did stock options and we talked about something called a poor man's covered call, which is really an extraordinary way to make extra money. It solves one of the problems that I'd been kind of trying to work with you guys on, which is how do you make more money when you don't have a massive capital base? And so the poor man's covered call, and really the thing is, I've known about it for a long time, but I wanted to get an assessment of the risk, just because a lot of times when you get something that seems like it's free, it's usually not free. There's usually a cost you're paying somewhere, like they call that a shadow price in economics. So remember, life does not give free lunches. So anyway, so if you want to join the coin program, a certified options investing network, feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. We've got a new cohort that's happening in 10 weeks, and you're certainly welcome to join. And it's a smaller group. It's 40 students. And so I answered every single question, got a chance to talk to every single student about what they were thinking about, what they were interested in. And so we really did a lot last night. So anyway, all right. So here's one thing I wanted to mention. And this is something I've kind of addressed before, but I want to address it in more detail because it's evolved a little bit since I first brought it up. How did you know that Robinhood is now doing their basically kind of like sports betting? It's really basically sports betting. They call it prediction markets. How many of you have seen Robinhood's foray into the space of prediction markets? Where you can literally bet money now on various events. You can bet money on whether or not the Federal Reserve is going to increase interest rates and what the rate's going to be. You can bet on the NCAA tournament, which team's going to win. You buy them, you buy these little contracts. So, for example, what they'll do is they'll say, Kentucky, my alma mater, they're not supposed to win this week, apparently. And so what they do is they have a little contract you can buy for like 37 cents. And if Kentucky does win, you'll get $1 for that 37 cents. Whereas the other team had their contract cost 67 cents. So if you buy a contract on the better performing team, you got to pay more for that. In a way, they treat them a little bit like stocks, where this stock is higher quality stock. So it's going to cost you more money, that kind of thing. And so this is, it is what it is. You can participate if you want to. I'm not judging you if you do. I like stuff like that sometimes too. Don't get me wrong. I'm a basketball fan and all that stuff. But one of the things I wanted to really drill into is how this is a massive, massive wealth killer. Sports betting is, I'm telling you, it is the epidemic waiting to happen. They haven't talked about it just because the media The media tends to be late to the party. They tend to talk about epidemics after they become epidemics and after millions of people's lives have been destroyed. For example, I saw this country girl who was from my home state of Kentucky, and so she kind of sang like this, and she was a good singer though. She was a good singer, and she was singing about how the big pharma put the opioids in the community, and she sang about it real well. She was explaining how you might have worked in the coal mine for 20 years and you had a knee problem and you went to the doctor and the doctor said, "Here, just take this pill." And of course, since nobody asked what's in the pill, they all take the pill. And since everybody loves the pill, next thing you know, everybody in the whole dang county is addicted to the pill. And Big Pharma keeps promoting the pill because the doctor's getting a kickback, right? So all of this comes back to money, which is why y'all should be listening to Dr. Boyce. I don't rightly know how I feel about black people, but I think that Dr. Boyce is right about this when he's right that if you follow the money, you'll see that this is happening everywhere. This is a problem everywhere. So Dr. Boyce, you keep on going, you big sexy black man, you because you're helping people. And what you're saying is right, because out here in Paducah County in eastern Kentucky, we know exactly what you're talking about. Okay. All right. So anyway, with that said, I love the fact that she had this song. I'm being stupid today. Paducah, Kentucky is actually not Eastern. That just was the only Kentucky county I could think of. I was improvising. All right, anyway, so Paducah, even though it's not Eastern Kentucky, but it's probably one of those counties that's been hit by the opioid crisis, right? So the opioid problem is something that's an example of where money caused the wrong incentives, basically. When you have access to the ability to sell a product that is addictive to the customer, and then health goes out the window, concern for human dignity goes out the window, the effects you have on families goes out the window, the effects you have on mental and physical health, that goes out the window. What really pops up is the quarterly profits, and these fancy executives get together and talk about how they made $1.8 billion this quarter, and that this is their number one selling drug, and they talk about ways to get the doctors to become better drug dealers, because unfortunately that's what they've reduced the medical profession to, and it makes me feel bad. My sister's a medical doctor, and she actually kind of disconnected from some of the profession because she said all they do is they teach us how to give people pills. That's it. Again, my sister should speak for herself in terms of elaborating her point of view. But she said, I didn't learn much about holistic health. I didn't learn much about how to keep people healthy. I just learned how to diagnose things and give pills, like give drugs, and so these drug dealers have kind of ruined our country because nobody really sort of stopped and said, should I take this pill? I'm telling you, and I'm gonna tell you, I think it's honestly. Black people, we're suspicious of the medical system. We've been suspicious since the Tuskegee experiment and even before then. And I think that means that speaks to our intelligence. I think that we kind of are smart enough to be the canaries in the mine and kind of know what's going on. And we don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe most of the time, at least not intelligent black people, like people like you, B1 people that are really woke and not scared and not following the crowd. Like you're the ones who kind of warn us. And a lot of times, we know things before everybody else does. Because one thing I never could understand is I was like, why is everybody so quick to just take a damn pill and not know what's in the dang thing? Like, you don't even know what's in the damn pill. You don't know the long-term effects. Like right now, I'm looking at Ozempic. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you were able to, lose all that weight without going to the gym. But do you even know? Like, has there been a clinical trial to see what happens 20 years down the line when you've been taking the stuff? I'm not saying that they're giving you crap. I'm saying that they're trying to make this bread. And their goal is not to make sure that you're 100% healthy when they're putting this stuff in your body. Their goal is to make a profit. That's the first objective, to make a profit without upsetting the regulators. And the problem with that is that the regulators have been bought and paid for too. There was a time. I'm gonna get back to the Robin Hood thing in a minute, but I think it connects. It connects with follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. Anybody remember when Michelle Obama first came into office? And she was doing a really great job. They always make the first lady find some goofy little project to do, because I guess we don't think women can do the important stuff, which is kind of terrible, right? So they'd have her do something cute or whatever, right? Like we're going to teach everybody how to bake cookies or or whatever, right? Or just say no, like Nancy Reagan. Well, Michelle Obama's cute little project, which I'm sure drove her crazy because she seems like a smart woman of substance. Her cute little project was to get people healthy, which actually it wasn't just cute though. It was actually meaningful because Americans are the worst on earth when it comes to our physical and mental health. I mentioned that to you. Like we have golden handcuffs in a way. It's like we're locked in a prison. It's like being in the fanciest hotel in the world, but it's a prison. But it's really nice. It's a really nice prison. And the reason I say that is because all the studies show that Americans, even though we make the most money, we're the least happy. We have our marriages don't last. Our physical health is bad. Our mental health is bad, especially for Gen Zs. Gen Zers, I feel really sad for them because the pandemic kind of messed them up. And the thing was, it wasn't like this wasn't predictable. I said this is going to be really bad after this thing's over. Kids ain't going to be able to read. They ain't going to have no social skills because you don't lock the damn 17-year-old up in his house for a year, even though he has no chance of dying from this. I mean, it was. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it wasn't real and it wasn't important, but it wasn't handled properly. It just wasn't. The smartest country when it came to the pandemic was actually Sweden. Either Sweden or Switzerland. I can't remember. I think it was Sweden. Sweden at the time, they said, no, we're not going to shut down people's lives. We're not shutting down our whole country. We're going to just let it play itself out, herd immunity and whatever. And everyone thought they were crazy. They said, oh my God, everybody in Sweden's going to die. And actually, their death rate was very, very low. It was lower than all the other European countries. Their economy stayed strong. Lots of good things happened in Sweden. And now Sweden, they're seen as the smart people. They're like, oh, well, we didn't know that the Swedes actually knew something we didn't know. But think about it. They have a better educational system than you do. So you should probably listen to their scientists a little bit instead of just assuming that Dr. Fauci knows everything. So anyway, with that said, I don't want to get into that controversial issue. But the point of the matter is that a lot of times, in a lot of situations, the money's kind of driving everything. So let's circle back to Michelle Obama when it comes to health. If you remember, Michelle Obama, a very gracious first lady, did a great job of really promoting the idea of being healthy. She would talk about two major things: what you eat and working out. That's it, right? If you work out and you eat right, you're going to be okay. So she made a little joke where she said, oh, well, I have to admit I like McDonald's French fries too, but I know I can't eat them all the time. And that's when they became alarmed. They're like, "Oh, wait, she's telling people not to eat McDonald's French fries? Oh my God, that's so bad. That's terrible because we can't have people eating less McDonald's because we can't, we won't make as much money. They're going to die, but that's a side effect. That's just the cost of doing business. Your life is the cost of me making my money." That's how their thought process was. So what they did was the food industry came along and they said, "We want to help Michelle. We want to help her in her campaign." And if you notice in the campaign, what then happened was that after they came to help her, which basically meant like threaten her, literally everything that she said about eating healthy went out the window. She stopped talking about watching what you eat. She stopped talking about getting rid of fast food. She only talked about exercise. So literally in their mind, they're like, we want you still going to the gym, but you can go to the gym after you go to Burger King. And so basically, and there's more there. There's a lot more there that I could talk about in terms of just the raw corruption that comes when you have money mixed into your politics too much. So you cannot trust the federal officials. You cannot trust the government to tell you what's going to be good for you and what's not. Because they will legalize stuff that will kill you. I wouldn't be surprised in 40, 50 years if they literally legalize crack. Like they literally, like you go down to the grocery store, your kids could buy some crack candy. And like really, I wouldn't be surprised in 40, 50 years if your kids could go down the store and get like some cracky soda, like Pookie soda with this got crack in it and be all energized and stuff. And people like, oh, I can stay up all night. Like I really feel like this is what they're gonna eventually legalize. So anyway, so with Robinhood and their prediction markets, that's what they call it because they want to make it sound fancy. It's sports betting. That's what it basically is, in my opinion. And so now they've got this there, and I wanted to share just some thoughts with you and some data with you in terms of why this is so dangerous and why I'm so alarmed that I brought this up on more than one occasion during class because I really because I'm thinking about your life, right? I'm thinking about not just the choices you make, but the choices of the people around you. Remember, your economic situation isn't just determined by you; it's determined by the people that become stewards in your life. It's determined by people that you trust. You trust that man, you trust that woman, you trust that business partner. And I can just tell you that if you have a man in your life, a woman in your life, a business partner in your life that is addicted to betting and gambling, then that's just like sleeping with somebody that's got a horrible STD. You don't have to you don't have to go earn the STD to have it. You just have to get with somebody who's got it. And I'm just telling you that it's really dangerous, and you have to be extremely careful because you don't know what they're doing to fund their habit. Just like drugs, same thing. Imagine if you trusted your money to a drug addict. Drugs take a life of their own. Drugs will cause them to do things that they know they're unethical. And then what they'll do is they'll talk themselves out of it. They'll say, okay, I'm going to borrow the money. I'm going to borrow the 50,000, but I'm going to put it back before they know it's gone, whatever. And they'll feel terribly guilty about it. But the thing is, when you let these things take over your mind, they just gain a mind of their own. It really becomes it almost feels like a demonic spirit that literally forces you to do things that you don't want to do. That's one of the reasons why, if you want to know, just TMI, but one of my personal policies is I don't mess with mind altering substances ever. My whole life I never wanted to do alcohol because I just watch people. I was like, okay, when you're drunk, your breath stinks, you do stupid stuff, you have a lot of regrets. You're drinking enough poison to kill you. You're going to die early because you're taking in so much poison. Why do I want any of that? That don't even make no sense to me. And you're telling me I'm supposed to do it because everybody else does it? Is that what it is? I don't do things because everybody does it. I do it if it makes sense. And I'm not making fun of anybody that drinks. I get it. I'm not dogging you. My wife drinks sometimes. She doesn't drink a lot, but we go somewhere and she'll make fun of me. She'll say, "Okay, boys, you're gonna be the designated driver." I'll be like, "Okay, no problem." Right? Just like they made fun of me for because they thought that she had me trapped in the friend zone for 25 years, and they don't realize I actually enjoy the friend zone. I like being friends with people. I don't need to go and sleep with every pretty girl I see. I like being friends with people and get to know them. So our friendship is actually a powerful foundation to our marriage. Just in case you want to know a little like marriage hack, if you're friends on top of being lovers, then you can lean on your friendship. It's like a plan B to your relationship. Did y'all know that? Like some days you're gonna wake up and he ain't gonna be cute that day. She's she ain't gonna be as sexy as she was when you first met her, but if she's your friend and you can laugh together and you can change the subject and talk about something that friends would discuss, that just kind of gives you a little bit of an outlet. And too many people they're like, oh, I met he's 6'5" and he's got money but you don't even like this person. Like you don't even know him, but you think that they're attractive. I don't think I just again I'm more practical. I kind of feel like a relationship shouldn't just be about who you're attracted to and who you have the best sex with. Because eventually you turn 45 or 50 and that ain't enough. Like, that ain't gonna keep it going. So I think that these honest conversations should happen because this is a big investment. We've talked about investing, and most of your investing has nothing to do with money. So if you ever want to know what a horrible life feels like, go and invest half your life into the wrong person. That's a terrible feeling, right? It's worse than losing money. It's like it's like it's like getting an anal probe at a Diddy party. Like it's not fun. It's the worst feeling in the world. So anyway, with that said, let me move back to following the money. So let me give you some quick stats on the gambling thing, so we can kind of just understand why this is the epidemic that people aren't talking about. This is something that I think all of you want to pay attention to. So when you see the headline, when they finally reveal, oh, the gambling epidemic in America, like it'll be about 2 years from now. I want you to think back to this conversation and just know that again, because B1 people are the canaries in the mine, we know what's happening. Okay, so the first stat that I want to throw out at you is number one, up to 53% of people with gambling problems report serious relationship issues, including separation and divorce. So half of all people that do too much betting, they usually end up divorced or separated. Number two, over 6 million U.S. adults meet the criteria for a gambling disorder. So 6 million people. This is according to the National Council on Problem Gambling. Another stat is the calls to gambling helplines have increased by 45% between 2020 and 2023, coinciding with the legalization of online sports betting in many states. So more people are calling these hotlines because they've hit rock bottom. And the thing about it is when somebody has an addiction, they will never ever really truly admit that they have an addiction. They're gonna pretty much talk themselves out of believing that they have a problem, because that's just what you do. I mean, you're an addict. That's what addicts do. Addicts are in denial until something really horrible happens, like, like your daughter never speaks to you again, or you blow the rent money and you're homeless, or your wife leaves you because she finds out the bank account's empty, or you get $100,000 in debt and you're only making 30,000 a year. Like that's when you kind of have to confront it, kind of. But for the most part, it's hard to admit that you have a problem that deep. It's very difficult, right? Until it really disrupts your life. Also, let's see, another stat, nearly 70% of college students reported doing some type of sports betting this year. 6% are considered problem gamblers. So 6% out of 70. So I guess I guess they're saying 6% of college students or 6% of the ones who actually gamble. I'm not sure which stat they're leaning on. This is from the Journal of Gambling Studies. But either way, though, basically, I guess I would say 10% of them have, or almost 10% of the ones who actually bet have become problem gamblers. So it doesn't happen to everybody. But the thing about it is that when it's not happening to you, you never know when that switch is gonna flip, when you're gonna jump from being just casual to being a problem. So it's very important to be thoughtful about that. Number four, people with gambling disorders have a 15 times higher rate of taking their own lives than the general population. So this is the highest among all addictions. An addiction to betting and gambling actually is worse than an addiction to crack or heroin or anything when it comes to the rate of people that actually take their own lives. And my theory on that is that you get to the point where you have this hopelessness. You have a hopelessness where you're like, man, how am I going to get out of this hole? I'm in this hole because because the trick of it is the way see, this is how the devil gets you, y'all. This is how the devil gets you. The trick of it is that when you get into a hole, because at some point you're gonna fall behind. Like you start betting and you have a bad day. And the trick of it all, it becomes a sinkhole, a financial sinkhole, is that when you're in the hole, the only way to get out of the hole is to risk going into a deeper hole, right? So it's kind of like you're doing double or nothing on the universe. Like literally, like so you lose 1,000 and you say, okay, let me do it double or nothing. Okay, so you bet in 2,000 now. Then you lose that. Now you're down 3,000. Okay, double or nothing. So you bet 6,000 because you're trying to get out of the hole. And then you lose the third time in a row, fourth time or whatever. And now you're 9,000 in the hole, right? So then at that point, you don't want to you don't believe you can nickel dime your way back to profitability. You understand? Like you can't bet $50 at a time and get out of a $9,000, $10,000 hole. You have to keep on going with bigger and bigger numbers for two reasons. One, because that's required to get out of the hole. That's the level that you're kind of at this point. That's why Michael Jordan and those other guys would tell stories about betting $100,000 a hand and all this other crazy nonsense that was killing their generational wealth. But then on top of that, your dopamine rush from that you get from the betting process itself, that happens inside your brain, it gives you a high. It like any other drug addict, the old high don't work as well as it used to. So you need bigger numbers in order to really feel it, right? So this is a real ugly hole to kind of get into, and it creates a lot of sadness and hopelessness. And the reason I talk about it is because I don't want anybody to feel that way. I don't want you to feel bad about your life, especially when you're young. When you're young, when you're young, you're probably stupid like I was. You think you're smart, but you're stupid. I hate saying it, but I was stupid when I was young. I just thought I was super smart. And I was smarter than most people my age, but I wasn't smarter than a 53-year-old when I was 25. So I would encourage anybody who's humble enough to admit that you're not as smart as a 53-year-old college professor to at least hear what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm not telling you to stop doing what you're doing. I'm telling you to think carefully because sometimes things are not what they seem. And the reason I talk to young people about it is because those are the ones they target. They target them for the same reason they target young people to send them to war. They send 18-year-olds to war because they know that a 40-year-old who really knows what it's like to really be in a war, who's seen like documentaries of World War II of people getting their face blown off and their legs blown off, they're gonna be like, hell no, I'm not going. Right? Then they're like, no. But an 18-year-old, you can gas them up and tell them, make them feel patriotic and stuff, and they'll be like, yeah, I want to do this because I'm a tough guy. and it's sad, because you had a lot of 19-year-olds coming home with one leg and, I mean, you're at the peak of your life and shout out to all the veterans. I mean, I told you, I have infinite respect for any veteran that's in here because I hate people that talk crazy about stuff that they would never be willing to do themselves. It drives me crazy. You shut up. Stop criticizing military officials that are doing their best to defend the country because you're not willing to do it. You're not willing to pick up a gun to even defend your own damn kids. So don't talk bad about the people that do. I get it. I know it's complicated, the politics and everything for sure. But when you talk about just that soldier that's getting out there putting their life on the line, or even that police officer who's trying to do a good job, who's literally defending the lives of people they don't even know, I salute you 100% because I know I don't have to do it. I mean, the fact that you do it so people like me don't have to, I will always respect that. And that's just, but the thing about it though is that there is trickery in that, right? We know that there's a reason the military loves that 18-year-old because they're full of energy, they're easily influenced, and you can trick them into going into something that they wouldn't want to go into. Like I'm sure that a lot of the 18-year-olds who were stuck on a battleship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in 1942 probably didn't anticipate that they would be in that situation. Like with German U-boats, running around, they could blow up their ship at any moment and have them out in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night with sharks circling and like I mean, just a horrible, like a nightmare. It's a freaking nightmare, right? So so going back to that though, the same thing is true with sports betting. They they trick young people into this, young men mostly, young men between say like 20 to 35. They're the ones who get sucked in because their testosterone's high, they're overconfident, they don't know how the world works, and they don't understand all the really smart 50-year-olds that are sitting there on their computers marketing something to them. They're like, oh, well, let's put Jamie Foxx in a commercial. Young black men love Jamie Foxx. Let's put that little short comedian, what's in Kevin Hart in an ad. They if they see Kevin Hart standing next to Shaq, they're gonna want to go and bet. Or if we put it on the Joe Budden podcast, a lot of these young black men watch Joe Budden. That's what they do. They market to us. And it's gonna take hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth. And so I hope you don't let them make you into a sucker. I really do. All right. So anyway, let me move on here. And before I do that, let me mention in terms of what's happening in the Black Business School. This weekend, as you guys know, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. So my wife is a therapist. She's the head of that department, and we do this because we want to work with the best Black therapists to really understand the psychological barriers to creating Black wealth. Like, why is our money not growing? So this weekend she does something called she does her book club where she works on relationship related stuff because our inability to keep relationships together is a big impediment to our wealth. We've talked about that. So if you want to join that, any of Dr. Alicia's sessions, just pull out your phone. You can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And also at some point, I'm going to send out her survey one more time because she's doing, as you guys may know, we're doing original research for an academic journal on Black financial psychology. There's no other studies anywhere that we could find where people specifically focused on Black people and did studies like this to understand what affects Black economic output, what affects our economic intelligence, what affects our economic confidence. And so she did this academically driven survey approved by the IRB, and hundreds of you responded, but I think she probably needs like a couple hundred more responses to be able to run the data analysis. And what we're able to connect is how trauma impacts your ability to build wealth or your confidence in building wealth. Confidence is a really important part of achievement. If you don't have confidence, or if you are afraid of everything, if your trauma has you frozen when you run into a difficult issue, almost like remember when you go to I used to teach math at the University of Kentucky, and I would have students that would be so scared of a word problem that they could not solve it. Their brain literally was not able to even process the basics. So you could give them a word problem where you just said, okay, you have two apples, and then Johnny gives you two more apples. How many apples will you have? And people would just, hate math. I can't do, right? So, so these trauma responses impact your ability to think. They impact your prefrontal cortex, and you can almost go into this like almost like animalistic state of just freezing, fight or flight, right? And that can cause very bad investing decisions, stuff like that. So we're getting to the bottom of this. Harvard ain't doing it, Stanford ain't doing it, HBCUs aren't doing it, but we're doing it in the Black Business School, and we've got the PhDs to get it done. So if I text out that survey to you guys, I hope that you will take a moment, fill it out, because this is important. We're studying you. We are the economic surgeons. That's our goal, to be the economic surgeons of the Black community, because our wealth issue needs surgery. It doesn't just need platitudes or fancy speeches or Black Lives Matter rallies. We need to understand the science here so that we can really drill into it. Willa has a good point. She says, "Can you post it, the link here?" You know what? I cannot because I don't have it with me right now. It's on my phone. But what I can do is I can try to see what I can do as far as maybe posting it before we're done today. So I'm gonna try to multitask. I'm a terrible multitasker though, so that's the worst part. So what I'm gonna do here is so let's finish up the conversation on sports betting, and then I'll see if I can get that link to you. And if you will fill it out for me today, that would just be so amazing, and I'd appreciate that so much. So a couple more stats you should know about how Robinhood is destroying families and with sports betting and all this other stuff. The U.S. gambling market, it generated 60 billion in 2022, but problem gambling cost the economy 7 billion annually in job losses, bankruptcy, and criminal justice expenses. So for every dollar they make, we're losing like I guess about thirty cents from all the problems that are caused by the billionaires making their extra dollar. And this is an issue. This is only going to get worse. It's funny, the data's from 2022, but the data is probably worse than what it was in 2022. I guarantee you. Also, families of problem gamblers are at higher risk of experiencing domestic violence. They have a 10 times greater risk relative to non-gambling households, according to the Journal of Gambling Issues. Children of problem gamblers are more likely to suffer from emotional neglect, anxiety, depression, and even developing gambling habits themselves. So if you ever want to really, really work hard to pass down a generational curse, come into your family with an addiction. If you got, yeah, that's it. Come in as an alcoholic. Maybe you smoke a little crack, become a drug addict. Maybe you can also become a gambling addict. And then you'll get the great glorious honor of 30, 40 years from now, your children talking about how you were the number one worst thing to ever happen to them. They get to sit with a therapist and talk about what a terrible human being you are and how you ruined their lives. How about that? How about that for a consolation prize? That won't that be fun, right? That you get to say that I ruined, the lives of the people I love the most. So really, I'm gonna just say this, and I probably sound like a Mormon when I say it. So don't take it as me trying to be high and mighty, because I'm not. Um, I really felt like being the most important job I've ever had was being the head of a black family. Like, there's no award I've ever gotten that's more important. I've gotten a few awards. There's no degree I've ever gotten that's more important. There's no job I've ever had. And I was a PhD. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. That year, there was not another black person on earth who got that degree. That's how hard it was. Everybody failed out of the program. It was crazy. It was like freaking being a Navy SEAL or something. Um, and that still does not give me the honor that I have of knowing that I connected with a black queen and I'm raising black kids, and that because of our presence, these children have a greater likelihood of being safe and successful in life, and that they're going to carry that energy to the rest of the world. And then on top of that, I get the other extreme honor. This is just an honor I'll never ever take for granted of talking to a lot of people every day. I get to talk to thousands of, I've, millions of followers and stuff, and I get to talk to you all every single day and share cutting edge ideas on finance and economics that are going to impact your families for many generations, that are impact your kids. Like that. You don't understand how proud I am of that. I'm so honored by that. And let's just keep it real. Ain't no job a white man could ever give me that's more important than this one. You can take, I'm sorry, Massa, Mr. Charlie, you can take that black job and shove it up your whole entire ass. That is not as important as the black job God gave me. And I didn't mean to cuss, but that's how I feel. That's how I feel. This is my black job. This is the right job. This is where we're supposed to be. So take pride in what you have and who you are. Own and be proud of what you have so you don't spend your life trying to get what everybody else got. They ain't got nothing across the street that's more valuable than what you got in your own backyard. You got those children. You got that beautiful woman next to you. You got that good quality man next to you. You got this. You have the assets. You got the juice. You got the juice. You ain't got to go to the grocery store to get the juice because the juice is in your refrigerator. Do you understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I got the juice. You got the juice. We got the juice. I don't want to drink their juice. Their juice has poison in it. Their juice has that's a burning house over there. I'm not walking into a burning house. We're building a house. They're burning their house down. And this to me is important because if you don't love and take pride in what you have, you're not going to defend it. You're not going to take care of it. You're going to abandon it. If I don't value my home, I'm going to leave my home, searching the world to find somewhere to live, and then somebody else is going to take the house that I gave up. That's what gentrification was. That's what happened with gentrification. We left our communities, went to the suburbs, and then white people came from the suburbs and went back to the hood and bought the property, fixed it up, and made it worth $1 million. And then we got mad. You took our property. You did us dirty. Maybe you kind of partly did yourself dirty. I think that that oppression is it's a two-party tango. You had to participate in the oppression because if you had resisted and fought back, I think that it would have made it at least harder for them to do it. And in many cases, it would have stopped them. So don't give up what you have. What you have is valuable. Now, what I'm gonna do is actually mention somebody did us a favor and put Dr. Alicia's survey in the chat. And how about this? Let's if you could do this for me, how about we take like a quick little bathroom break or and I'm gonna put the link in here too. And if y'all could take a moment and fill out the survey really quick, then when we get done, what I'll do is I'm going to find some stocks that I want to invest in, and I'm going to go through a couple of them, and we can talk about some ways you can make some money. So fair trade, is that a fair deal? I'll if you do this for me, then I'll do something for you, and I'll go through because today's a good day to buy some stock. I think the market might be down today, so let me go and find some stuff that can help you in your investing journey. Because everybody in here is either a stockholder or they should be. And it looks like the Dow dropped 500 points today, which is because of the inflation indicator. It looks like inflation is higher than expected. And I'm going to give you, this is going to be fun to break down. So if you could do that survey for me real quick, it's going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then we'll talk about what's going on with the markets, and I'll give you some recommendations in terms of things that you may want to look into, as a result of investing. So let's come back right back. Okay, I'm back. I am back. So, thank you all for filling it out. Was that enough time for you to fill out the survey? And those of you who might have come in while we were taking our little break, here's the link again. Oh, it wasn't enough time. Dylan says the survey is not working. Did you say it's not working? Oh, still answering. Need more time. Okay, you know what? Then let's take a couple more minutes. And I apologize. Okay, Dylan's okay. It is working. Okay, I was like, oof. I was gonna say, okay, Alicia. All right. So yeah, then let's take another 5 minutes then. Um, or it's 10:46. So I'll open back up at 11. Okay, so I hope that most of you were able to get through. I see a lot of you say you're done, James and Kia and Regina. Um, for anybody that had an issue, let's see, Irma, you said that it froze for you, and I don't. I'm very sorry about that. I'm going to talk to Alicia about that and have her just double check everything. And I want to say thank you very much for helping my wife get this research done. And and for those that are still working on it, you can just keep working on it. And what I'll do is, for the sake of your time, we'll go ahead and start having the conversation about the stock market and what's happening right now. So right now, the market's down quite a lot, 500 points. That's a big deal. This inflation number is quite an issue because the economy was already slowing down, and usually when the economy slows down, that is deflationary. And I see your question, Dylan. I'm going to try to answer as many as I can. But just so you know, we have stock market class on Tuesdays, and we do stock options on Thursdays. So I can't we won't be able to dig into the fine details of a lot of questions today. But I'll do as much as we can. All right. So the biggest thing is that with the stock market being down because of inflation, that's a big problem because that shows, or that's going to make people start talking about these tariffs again, because the tariffs are naturally inflationary. Now, did tariffs cause the inflation? Nobody knows, but um, but the problem is that typically when the economy slows down, it's a deflationary process. It's like your car slowing down because you don't have enough air in your tires. So the way you speed the car up is you inflate the tires. They inflate the economy because inflation typically pushes the economy to be stronger and move a little bit faster. But what if your car's slowing down and your tires are full? Well, then now you can't use that. That's one tool you can't use. You can't inflate the tires further. You're going to bust the tires. So the Fed does not have a lot of tools really that can really um, stimulate a broken economy. The big thing they use are these inflationary measures. They reduce interest rates, they increase the money supply, stuff like that. And so this could be a stagflationary economy. Stagflation is where you have inflation and you have a slowing economy. It's really a lot like somebody having cancer and they're allergic to chemotherapy. Then you're like, okay, now what are we gonna do? And so it's not the end of the world, but it is something worth paying attention to, and it does speak to cautiousness going forward. There will be many rallies that happen along the way, even if everything's sort of trending downward. There'll be these little days and weeks where the market will do well, because the market tends to overreact. And this could be an overreaction. So don't be surprised if the stock market goes up tomorrow. But these long-term inflationary trends are an issue, even though right now we have a strong economy. But there are a lot of soft indicators to say that the economy won't be strong for very long. And eventually the hard data will start to follow the soft indicators. Okay. So here are some stocks that you can look at that I think would be worth considering during if you believe that there's a recession coming. I don't give investing advice ever, but here's a few areas that people turn to for what they call safe haven investments, especially during an economy where things are a little bit more volatile than you would expect. Energy, basically energy stocks tend to benefit from higher commodity prices. Consumer staples is a big deal. Consumer staples, like the things that people are going to buy even when the economy deflates. There is a consumer staples ETF. The ticker symbol is XLP. XLP, it's called the Consumer Staples Select Sector Spider. And basically, they own a lot of companies. I think Procter and Gamble might be in there, Walmart, Coca-Cola, stuff like that. Everybody's going to go to Walmart, even in a recession. There'll probably be more people going to Walmart during the recession. So XLP, X like xylophone, lion, paper. Healthcare is another area that tends to still remain strong because they pay good dividends, and also people are always going to get sick and go to the hospital even when the economy's down. So the Healthcare Select Spider is a good ETF to look at, to consider. And that ticker symbol is XLV. XLV. XLV is in Victor. And another area that you may want to look at is gold. Gold does well in times of volatility or times of uncertainty. And gold will not make you rich, but gold will protect your wealth. So having a little bit of gold in the portfolio might be good. There is an ETF that tracks the price of gold, and that's the Spider Gold Shares ETF, and that ticker symbol is GLD. GLD. Okay, so I'm gonna answer some quick questions, and then we can bounce out for today. And by the way, if you want to join our Stock Market Investors Club, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com, drboycestockmarket.com. You can do a free trial if that's of further interest for you. Michael Ruff, good morning, Doc. Is there a stock analysis site you subscribe to, like Tip Ranks or Motley Fool? Yeah, I subscribe to Zacks and Motley Fool and CNBC and a few other places, bar charts, stuff like that. I just subscribe to a lot of things because I like to get information from every source I possibly can. Douglas, are there any more tickets available for the Atlanta event? You're talking about the All Black National Convention. Yeah, we're going to send out a link soon on that. There was a delay in terms of getting that ready because we're partnering with Dr. Ken Harris and the Black Business League, but we're still working out those details, and I don't want to push that out there until it's ready. So, but you will be the first ones to hear when that happens. And I think this convention's worth attending because we're going to have 3,000 people there, and literally business people from all over the globe. There's 6 African presidents coming to this year's convention, so that's going to be a very big deal. And by the way, thank you all for filling out the survey. I appreciate that, by the way. If you want to invest in energy, a good ETF for energy, I mean, you could invest in like Exxon or Chevron, but really ETFs are great because ETFs give you diversification. Diversification is really important for investing. You don't want to have your money all in one stock. You don't want to be in a situation where one stock going bad can ruin your whole life financially. That's not a good place to be. You never want to have all your eggs in one basket. Anybody who says, I invested and I went broke, I lost everything, that right there tells you that they did not diversify. Because if you diversify properly, that cannot happen. That is not a statistical possibility. So basically, XLE. Somebody type that in the chat so others can see it. XLE is the energy ETF. So feel free to take a look at that. And yes, the Miami event is still happening in May, Marina. They redid things because we changed the date, but I'll get that to you guys. You'll be the first ones to have that as well. So we're going to be in Miami May, I think it's May 9th and 10th. I got to double check that, but yes, that is happening. So let's see here. Dylan, do I think the Robinhood Gold is a money pit? No, I like Robinhood Gold a lot. Andrea, there's a compromised QT for income and years in B1. Someone else said, tell Alicia less she will need to toss that results for that QT. Okay, I don't know what that means, Andrea. A compromised QT for income. Yeah, I'm going to talk to her about it. I think that there might be a mistake in her survey, but it looks like she got a few hundred responses, and she says she can clean up the data. She's been doing this for a while, data analysis. But I did tell her, I told her, but you know how y'all ladies can be sometimes. Your husband tell you stuff, and y'all need to be start submitting. I'm playing. Just I'm kidding. Actually, no, I do actually believe in submitting in marriage. I believe I submit to the marriage, and she submits to the marriage. So everybody submits to the family, and so it's not like, listen, woman, you best do what I say, girl. Eat the cake, anime. No, not that type of submission. But I do think submitting to the family, submitting to the relationship, instead of doing what a lot of people do, which is submitting to your ego. That's a key to relationship survival. Like if you walk into a relationship with big ego and like I'm not gonna do this and you ain't gonna tell me what to do, that doesn't work so well in a family. John Trey, how can you sell a call and a put at the same time? That's for options class. But if you text the word options to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us for options class. So feel free to text options to 87948, or we'll do a prime class again soon. We were doing stock options last night for 2 hours. So thoughts on XRP and Elon? I like XRP. Elon is controversial, but I do own Tesla stock. I think Tesla stock is undervalued right now. Is hyper focused on 4 to 6 stocks wise? I don't agree with that. I think for long-term investing, you want to have at least 20 different stocks. I think that's a better approach. Dorothea, this is the last question, Dorothea. Have you looked at stocks? BJ, I'd like your feedback. Okay, so for Dorothea, I'm gonna look up the stock and then we'll be done for the day. Okay, so BJ, the ticker symbol BJ. Oh, BJ's. Uh, it looks like they're a retailer. Oh, BJ's Wholesale Club. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks pretty stable. I mean, I wouldn't get mad if you had it in your portfolio. It's not, I mean, it's compared to like Costco and Walmart and Amazon, stuff like that. So they probably have a hard time competing in that industry that's dominated by the giants. But sure, why not? It's not, yeah, I mean, I think Costco might be a better look, or Walmart or something, especially now that everything's down. You could probably get some Costco shares for a good price. So I would probably pick Costco over BJ's, but it's not terrible. It's not a bad thing to add to the portfolio. Most of the time, when you talk about adding things to the portfolio, if it's a company, say in the S&P 500, the answer is like, why not? Because the thing about investing is you don't want to try to pick the right stock at the right time. They call that market timing. Market timing does not work. Market timing does not work. What you do is you build portfolios. You just invest in things. And remember, investing is always better than not investing. If you don't invest, then you're never going to be wealthy unless you're lucky enough to have a job that just pays you a ridiculous amount of money. But if you don't invest, you're missing natural growth of your money. Um, that's the biggest mistake people make when it comes to investing is not participating out of fear. Like, oh, I'm afraid that if I buy this, stock for $1,000, it'll only be worth $800 in a few years. But at least you have something to show for it. At least you have some of your money because if you spend $1,000 going out to eat and buying new shoes, you're gonna have $0 to show for it. You're gonna have a guaranteed negative 100% return on investment. And so this is the biggest part. So even if it's a faulty investment, I mean, in most cases, it's better than doing nothing, especially if you're sticking with high quality companies. That's the key thing. Not your family's blessing loom or your cousin's liquor store or the thing where your auntie wants you to put your life savings into this family business. I don't think those are wise moves because it's very risky. And also, it's not just risky in terms of money, but the liquidity is bad. So you put all your money into a business and you can't get your money out for 6 or 7 years. That's not fun. And or if it's a business you can't sell. So I make most of my money selling stock options because it's liquid. I can sell it anytime. The income's good. I don't have to do any work. And it's pretty clear exactly how to get the money. I like things that are simple and clear. Simple and clear is, I think, a good way to invest. If something's too confusing, you may not want to mess with it. That's what Warren Buffett's rule is. If you don't understand the business, then you shouldn't be in that business. So anyway, let's get out of here. It was great to see everybody. I hope you have a great day. Bless you. And make sure you're on the text list for this class. You can text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation tomorrow morning. And have a good day, everybody. And I'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, how you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I wanted to pop in really quickly and say hello to you. I hope you guys are having a good night. I wanted to give you some information about the economy. A lot of you have been asking me whether or not a recession is coming, and I'm going to tell you there is a debate going on as to whether or not Trump's policies, particularly with the tariffs and the uncertainty that he's creating, can cause issues. I think that the concern is warranted, and I'm going to just sort of give you guys an overview and kind of let you know what I'm seeing on the horizon. First thing I want to say is if you could, as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I also want to remind you that this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up my name, Boyce Watkins, or Dr. Boyce. You will find a couple of podcasts I have on Spotify, and I'm into economics and black wealth and all that good stuff. So anyway, hello. Kevin says, I'm just going to start living in my truck. I think that's hilarious. If it's not true. If it's true, then my heart goes out to you, man. Anyway, they went up $100 on your rent, man. I'm so sorry about that, brother. I hate hearing that. So let me tell you what's going on with the economy. Give me a yes or no. Let's start with a quick vote. How many of you think that we're going to have a recession later this year or next year? Give me a yes if you think that we're going to have a recession in 2025 or 2026. Give me a no if you think that it's much ado about nothing. What do y'all think? Do you think we're going to have a recession or not? What do you think? Okay, Rich says yes. Jolie says yes. Patricia says yes. Big BB says yes. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. Afia said hell yeah. Okay, so that's a strong yes. Kashif Thomas, I see you. D.A. Seymour, Kevin J. Okay, hell to the yeah, says Kevin. Hey, Teresa and Derek. Okay, everybody's saying yes. I see Alejandrina Eduardo. She's an optimist. She said no. Okay, that's good. That's good because it's actually correct. If you are saying yes or no, you have arguments on both sides. There are people that believe that the economy is resilient, corporate earnings are strong, and that there won't be a recession. But then there are estimates who are saying that there's a 33% chance. I think that was the last update I heard from Morgan Stanley, that there's a 33% chance of a recession. I'm going to go ahead and step out and say I think that those numbers are Wrong. I think that they're underestimating the probability of a recession. I think that there will be one, unless you see a dramatic shift in the economic policies of the Trump administration. Now, what I'm going to do is give you three reasons why I believe there's a recession, and then also I'm going to give you some stocks that I think you can look at or you should consider taking a look at that will that have been known to withstand recession. So how about that? I hope that that's okay. So I'll give you that toward the end. So stick around to the end of the video. Won't take long to do this. So the first reason that there's a recession predicted is that the yield curve is inverted. Now, what is the yield curve? The yield curve is like this curve that shows you interest rates on bonds for various maturities. So typically the yield curve looks like this. Shorter term bonds have lower interest rates. Longer term bonds have higher interest rates because you're locking your money up longer. Well, that yield curve is starting to kind of dip a little bit. And a lot of that is because there are people that are sort of adding to the self-fulfilling prophecy that a recession is coming by pouring their money into bonds. Bonds are kind of a safe haven, a softer asset that protects your portfolio in the event that the market crashes. In general, the stock market tends to go down. The S&P 500 tends to go down about 32% during a recession. This has been true since World War II. And so a lot of people are kind of preparing for this. And there's a lot of other data out there that's indicating that things are slowing down. Consumers are less confident. They are starting to spend less. And this is affecting CEO behavior. Trump is adding to it right now. I know some of y'all think I'm a Trump supporter. Some of you think I'm a Biden supporter. And I'm going to just tell you right now, I'm going to disappoint everybody. If you think I'm a Trump supporter, I'm going to disappoint you. If you think I'm a Biden supporter, I'm going to disappoint you because I didn't vote for either one of them suckers in the last election. I don't care what you think about it. It's my vote. I'm going to do what I want with it. But here's the deal. Trump's policy on tariffs is not just bad because tariffs lead to trade wars, which can be bad for economic connections. And he's really undermining a trust level and a respect level for the American economy that has been built over an 80-year period. He's really going in with like a bull in a china shop, and it's causing a lot of problems. But the biggest sin of all this is the uncertainty. It's the fact that he's not being consistent about anything right now. He's just throwing things around like, oh, I might do this and I might do that. That works good for business negotiations, but it doesn't work good for international trade because a lot of investing is done based on expectations. It's done based on trust. It's done based on a belief that things are going to be relatively smooth over time. So you end up putting more money out if you know that the conditions are not going to be suddenly shaken up. For example, in countries where the government may decide out of the blue to take over your factories, companies don't invest in countries like that because they're like, we're not going to put $1 billion into a factory in your country and then have you just come and take our factory, right? So countries like that don't get investment. So the rule of law and various forms of consistency go a long way in economics, whether you're Democrat or Republican. This is just a fact. And he's really kind of not respecting that right now. He's mentioned April 2nd is kind of a day where he's going to make a bunch of announcements. That day is going to be a big day in terms of what your stocks do. If the announcements are softer than expected, then you could see a rally in stocks that day. If the announcements are harsh and ugly and uncertain, then you're going to see a drop, right? So you have to be ready for all this. So the second reason that there are experts who predict a recession right now is that, sorry, let me hit a button. Sorry about that. The second thing that's kind of happening is that consumer delinquencies are rising. According to the New York Fed, credit card delinquencies just hit their highest rate since 2012, especially borrowers under the age of 40. Now, what that means is that if you're a millennial, my heart goes out to you because there's a good chance you're struggling financially. I wish I was your dad so I could have talked to you about economics for the last 25 years and maybe things would be different, but I'm not your dad. I think in our community, we need more dads. Black fathers matter. Not that mothers don't do the same thing, but there's some things that daddies can do pretty well that I think we deserve to get credit for, because right now you have a lot of people under 40 that are really struggling financially. And a lot of that is because they weren't prepared for this economy, but also the economy has shifted on them. So credit card delinquencies are rising, showing showing that the consumers are struggling. Third is that there's something called the ISM Manufacturing Index, and that's been below 50 for 15 straight months, which signals a contraction. So basically, when that index stays low for a long period of time, the recession is coming, right? And so basically, this reduction in manufacturing, the inverted yield curve, struggling consumers are all indicators that that the recession could be around the corners. Now, is this a fact? Is this for certain? No, it's not. But honestly, I'm going to tell you, my spidey senses are telling me that this is real. I really just haven't. My gut instinct is telling me we are going to go into a recession. But not only could we have a recession, we may have stagflation. If we have stagflation, that's going to be like an economic hell. And so ultimately, I really hope that this does not happen, because it's going to be really hard to work our way out of stagflation. Credit card delinquencies rose to 9.7% for 18 to 29-year-olds, which is the highest in over a decade. So even the people in their 20s are really struggling financially, but you didn't need me to tell you that. The Conference Board's LEI has declined for 22 straight months. This is the most persistent drop since the 2008 financial crisis. Corporate bankruptcies are going up. In 2023 and 2024, over 450 firms filed for bankruptcy, which is a 70% increase from 2022. And also, real GDP growth keeps getting adjusted down. So GDP, gross domestic product, is expected to go up at a certain level. All the experts are reducing it. Every time Trump opens his mouth, they say, oh, looks like we're going to make a little less money than we thought, because this man apparently hates money, or he hates American prosperity. He says he wants America to get rich again, but he actually wants America to be broke again, apparently, because some of the stuff he's doing isn't making sense in that way. And I say this as a person who is neutral about a lot of this. Like I got accused of being a Trump guy, but then I get accused of being a Biden guy. And I'm like, okay, I guess I must be doing my job, because I have people getting mad at me on both sides. I'm not interested in being an extremist. I don't care about political symbolism. I don't care if you are mad because trans kids can play basketball or something. It's all about putting money in your pocket. I want you to be good economically. I want you to be in a good financial situation. I want your family to be secure. So if he was able to do that, I would give him credit for that. I would completely give him credit for that. But he's not. He's just not doing it. And then all these jobs they're cutting from the government, that's going to show up in the unemployment numbers. So, if he's not careful, he's at risk of being seen as the worst president in U.S. history, or in a very long time. Now, stagflation is basically a great question. Stagflation is basically where you have inflation and a slowing economy at the same time. So typically when an economy slows down, it's deflationary, and at the cost of things goes down in a bad economy. But stagflation is where you have inflation and a slowing economy. So in a way, it's like when you have a deflating economy, when you have a slowing economy, what they do is they kind of pump up the tires. They create inflation to boost the prices of things. And I know it sounds weird, but it's like putting air in your bike tire. You pump it up and then you can go a little bit faster because you got more air in your tire. But imagine if your car was slowing down and you're like, oh, my car's slowing down. It must be because I have a flat tire. But then imagine if your tires are completely full and they actually have too much air in them. They have too much air. So your car's already not going fast, and you know it's the tires, but they have too much air. So you literally have to let air out of the tires, which is only going to make the tires go slower, right? So you're like, what am I going to do? Like, do I put more air in the tires like I normally do, or do I take air out? But if I take air out, then it's going to go slower than it is. So stagflation is when you have it's like this. It's like think about it like this. This is a crazy, stupid example, but I'm going to throw it out there. Imagine you have the best sex in the world, the most amazing sex you've ever had in your life. It's just like rainbows, cloud nine, all the whole shebang, right? And then you get a disease, right? So you're like, man, this sucks. I had great sex, but I caught a disease. That's bad, right? So imagine if you caught a disease and the sex was bad. That's gonna make you feel even worse. That's like a double whammy, right? It's like either no sex and you stay clean, or a good sex and you get a disease. Imagine if you had bad sex and you got a disease. Well, that sucks. That's terrible, right? So basically, that's what this economy's done. Trump is giving the American economy a financial STD that it can't get rid of, and so if he's not careful, he can create one of the worst economic conditions that we've run into in a very long time. I got to check the records to see when's the last time we had stagflation. but it's been a while. And what's really kind of frustrating for people that know the economy is it's kind of like, dude, you just came in and you messed everything up. I get it if you want to shake things up a little bit, that makes sense. But everybody's warning this administration of the consequences of their behavior. So I'd be curious to know what their conversations are like behind closed doors. Because I know they leaked the conversation about their war plans against the Houthi rebels or something, but they need to leak their plans about what they're going to do about this economy, because if they keep messing around, they're going to cause some serious problems. So if that financial STD analogy just made you a little bit sick and grossed you out, then I apologize, but that just came to mind, and I just thought it would be kind of a hilarious way to explain it. And I actually did talk about financial STDs in a book I wrote when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. It was called Financial Lovemaking. And in this book, I talk about that because people give each other financial STDs all the time. You marry somebody with a gambling addiction. You date some woman who's a gold digger who takes half your stuff. You get with somebody who has terrible spending habits. You marry somebody that's got a bunch of student loans and bad credit, right? So financial STDs are kind of a thing, and I have actually written about it. So if you want a free e-copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can get an e-copy for free, or you can get it off Amazon too, or drboycebooks.com, wherever you want to go. drboycebooks.com, there's a lot of stuff there, including my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. We have financial flashcards for kids. We have financial workbooks for your kids. So we believe in educating the whole family. I want to see Black folks, our people, become the smartest economic people on the earth. And that's my mission. That's my goal. And I believe we can get there. Now, to close down, if you have a question or two, pop the question in here. I promised you that I would mention a couple of stocks that I think would be worth looking at as you possibly go into this possible recession. And two stocks that come to mind are Coca-Cola and Procter & Gamble. Coca-Cola's ticker is KO, and Procter & Gamble's ticker is PG. And these are stocks that are what they call staples. Staples tend to do well during recessions. If you want to know how recessions impact the stock market, the average market decline during a recession since World War II is about 32%. And so that means a third. That's a lot. That means you have $1,000 invested. You're losing $333 of that on paper. But what do you do during a recession? Anybody know? Answer me in the chat. What do you do if the market dips and you got a good diversified portfolio? Do you freeze up and run away? Do you sell everything and just run for the hills? Say, what do you do? Answer in the chat. Somebody who's been watching, answer me in the chat, please, because I need to know that y'all not going to do nothing crazy. You either hold or you buy. If you have a healthy portfolio, this is assuming a healthy portfolio. This is based on the research. This is based on 200 years of data, that if you buy and hold or buy, one of those two, hold door in Game of Thrones, you got to hold the door. If you do that, then you get about 18 months, and then everything goes away and everything goes back to its pre-recession level. And then a lot of money gets made on that dip. So again, not telling you what to do. I don't give investing advice. Maybe one day there will come a time where that approach does not work. But that day has not yet arrived. The day has not yet arrived. And the biggest thing that you cannot do is you can't let that door shut. You cannot walk out in the middle of a market dip because you're throwing money away. You're giving money away to the person who's going to buy your stock from you. So give me a yes in the chat if we can all agree that if it happens, we're going to be the hodlers. We're going to hold on for dear life, invest more if you can, keep it moving, stay sturdy, stay strong, stay focused. You cannot get scared if the market dips on you. And it may dip for a while. It may dip for a whole year. It may dip for 2 years. That's the thing. That's what makes it crazy, right? And that whole time, if you want to know what I'm doing, I'm going to be in there buying. When everybody else is running, I will be buying. And then when suddenly everything pops back up and everyone's excited about how much money the stock market's making again, by that time I'll be selling. The smart money sells when everybody else is buying, and the smart money also buys when everybody else is selling. Never forget that. All right. Now, one more thing I want to mention is if you guys are interested in stock options, we have something called the Certified Options Investing Network, COIN, COIN. And that's 12 straight weeks where basically we start from the very beginning and we study stock options every week in a small group. It's about 40 students in there. That's the peak. I don't want too many people. And so if you're interested and you want to talk to someone about studying stock options with us, you can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. My name is spelled like Joyce with a B. So Dr. Boyce Coin, feel free to reach out. All right. Do you and your family ever get into arguments or have tensions on topics about the topic of money? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me and my wife are. We've been married. It'll be 4 years in May, and we've been really good friends for about 30 years. I met her in 1993, and I was her friend for a long time, and I liked being in the friend zone. I It wasn't like I was put in the friend zone. I put myself in the friend zone because I don't even know if I wanted to meet my wife in my 20s or even my early 30s. That would have been too early for me. And so, long story short, we do have disagreements, and what holds our disagreement together is number one, she's trained very well in the art of therapy. She's a therapist, which means she's very good at conflict resolution. I've been trained because I learned from her on how to resolve conflicts. And then thirdly, we're friends. And so my advice to anybody who is thinking about getting married or having a long-term relationship is just expect that you're going to have problems. You're going to have disagreements. Ain't no relationship perfect. It's not whether you have problems or not. It's how you deal with them, how you handle them. So that's it. Learn those techniques. Learn conflict resolution, and that'll make a big difference because you're going to have conflict with everybody. And it's just a matter of knowing how to handle it. And it's really good to resolve a conflict with someone else who knows how to resolve a conflict. What's not fun is to resolve a conflict with somebody who has all these trauma responses and they get mad and hurt and lash out and all these other things. That's not how grown-ups handle their relationships. And relationships are an important part of wealth. You don't want to try to do all this by yourself. Let's see. My apologies. I received your book with my flashcards. I'll be ordering the workbooks for my grandkids. Good for you, Karen. Yeah, grandmas are important. I mean, my grandma changed everything for me. Her name was Felicia Couch. And actually her maiden name was Felicia Taylor. And you know what's funny? My wife's maiden name was Alicia Taylor. So when I first met her, she told me her name was Alicia Taylor. I said, I got a grandma named Felicia Taylor. She said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Louisville. She said, I lived in Louisville. I said, really? And so it was just, and we were both Geminis. It was just awesome. It was like perfect. Like we'd known each other in another life or something. It was crazy. Well, if you don't have the dip, but want to hold them. Okay. What if you don't have the dip, but want to hold them? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I wish I could answer that question, but maybe it was misspoken or something like that. You thought I was from Chicago? No, I know Chicago. I've been in Chicago for a while, but I was actually born in Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to the great Muhammad Ali. That is my city. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and bounce on out. I just wanted to say hi to you guys. Is this a good time to sell my house? I haven't checked those numbers exactly yet. I don't know what the real estate numbers are. I don't think the Fed's going to lower interest rates. So I honestly think if you're going to sell, I guess the question is, what are you going to do with that money? Like, what's the next move? Because if you ever want to know the time to buy a house, the best time to buy a house is usually right now. Or in fact, the best time to buy a house is yesterday. The second best time is today. So because property values tend to go up. So I think it's a good time to buy a house. Is it a good time to sell? I guess it depends on what you're selling into and what your next move is going to be. But real estate is just one of those asset classes that tends to go up in value over time, as long as you buy in a good neighborhood and all that stuff. Got on my order material, seeking workbooks for children. Yeah, the workbooks for kids. If you go to financialworkbooks.com, you can take a look at our workbooks for kids. We cover every grade band. We spent 3 years making our financial workbooks for kids because I really, my secret plan to take over the world is I want Black children to know advanced economic concepts at an early age. Because during my years on the faculty at Syracuse University, I taught a lot of different young people from different backgrounds, Asian, Jewish, whatever. And I saw what their families were doing. And one thing that their families aren't doing that our families could do that will put us just light years ahead is the same way we teach our kids how to play basketball and play football when they're little. We should teach them how to play economics, how to play the game of money. Because money matters. Money's important. And I think that if you teach them all the different ways to make money while they're young, they won't have to do desperate things to make money when they get older or degrading things to make money when they get older. And so the financial workbooks are designed to fix that. With our financial workbooks, flashcards, all that, when you're done going through the material with your child or letting them go through it, just give them a few dollars to do it. It's going to make a massive difference in their life because these are concepts that most college educated adults don't even know. So the things that people are learning at 25 and 30 and 35, your kids will be learning at 5 and 10 years old. They're going to be so far ahead of everybody else because it will be instinctual to them. So feel free to go to financialworkbooks.com. You can take a look there. We have stuff for every grade, man, first through third, fourth and fifth, middle school, high school. The books cover investing, the stock market, and money in general. So we have a lot of workbooks, and I know you're going to like them. Let's see. My grandson's 8, and for the past 2 years, he has said he has $8 million in his jars. Good. Okay. So one day he will have $8 million. I'm telling you, you'd be amazed at how much of a difference it makes in the life of a child if they have somebody to just buy some stock for them when they're little. Yeah, I mean, if somebody had just bought like, a couple $100 worth of Apple stock and Nike stock for you back in the 90s and did that every year consistently, a lot of you would have hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not be millionaires. If you just bought maybe $100 a week of Bitcoin, even in 2017, it would be, I think you'd have about $400,000 or something like that. If you started in like 2012 or 2013, you'd be a millionaire and maybe even a billionaire if you bought enough. So there's opportunity out here. And the big thing about investing that's interesting to me is that it's like a lot of times we'll look back. You ever had that feeling? Like, I want you to imagine this. Let's do like a meditation exercise or a financial consciousness exercise. Think about things where you hear it and you say, dang, I wish I had done this back in 2015, right? Like if somebody says, if you started buying Apple stock in 2015, you'd have insane amounts of money right now, right? And then you're like, damn, you have FOMO. You're like, man, I missed out. I should have bought the Apple stock. I wish I could go back in time, right? Well, I want you to think about it like this. 5 years from now, you're going to have some moment where you're going to look at something you could have started doing in 2025 that you didn't do. And you're going to be like, damn, I wish I had done this in 2025. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I want you to think about this, like project 5 years in the future and just look back at yourself now and just know, because, a lot of you were sitting here listening to me in 2019 and 2018 and stuff like that. There are a million things we could have been doing in 2018 that would have made us all rich today. A bunch of things. And it wasn't like this was hidden knowledge, right? We all knew about Apple. We knew about Bitcoin. We knew about a lot of stuff, right? So right now there is money walking right by you in broad daylight. So financial awareness and consciousness, the ability to hunt and observe and find the opportunities, is essential to being able to figure it out before it's too late. So it's like a game. It's like a puzzle. It's like, where's Waldo? Like, where's all the dough? Like, where's the money at? Right? So you're looking and you're like, okay, what is that big opportunity now, such that in 2030 or 2031, I'm going to look back and say, man, I wish I had done that in 2025. It's out there. It's there. It's somewhere around. So you're on a constant quest to figure that out. If you figure it out before other people do, that's how you get an economic advantage. That's how you win the game. So win the game. Look around. Pay attention. Don't be out. A lot of folks out here sleep, and then they miss it, and they're like, dang, they tricked it at me again. The white people got the money. Could they white? No, a lot of white people didn't get the money either. It's the conscious people that got the money, the smart people, the people that paid attention, the people that prepare. They got the money. So be one of those people. That's what it ain't got nothing to do with race. All right. So let's see here. I have a 6 months no interest HELOC. Would you use a HELOC to trade stock options for 6 months and return the money and keep the profits? You could do that. People have done that. I don't give investing advice ever, but I wouldn't think you were crazy for doing that. People borrow money to make investments all the time. Elon Musk has I bet he has $40 billion in debt, right? So people take debt all the time to make investments. But you better be really careful, and you better be prepared for what happens if things don't work out. That's all I would definitely say. I wouldn't go borrow a bunch of money to go buy lottery tickets and trips to the casino. But, if you know stock options really well, and like I know some students in our stock options income class who've used HELOCs to generate a really nice income. Because the thing about money, here's the secret of making money. I'm gonna share this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and close it up because I'm getting a little tired for today. One secret of making money is that working is a really hard way to make money. It's really hard to make a lot of money working because your body gets tired. It's tough. So what really is supposed to happen is your money works for you. But in order for your money to work for you, you have to have a lot of employees on staff. The more money you have, the more capital you have access to, the easier it is for you to have that money work for you. You have more little dollar bills. They're like your little slaves. You're like, okay, you go over here and you go over here and you go work over here, right? You go work in this industry, you work in oil, you work in banking, and you go all y'all come back with friends, right? And so here's the thing about capital that's important to understand, though, is that the number one driver of who has income and who does not really comes down to who controls capital. Do you understand? The people that control capital are the ones who get money. For example, if somebody just lets you hold $1 million, I can show you how to take that $1 million and generate enough income that you could quit your job for the rest of your life. Very easy to do. Very easy to do. What's hard is getting the capital, getting the $1 million. But the thing about capital is you think about capital like a car. If I need a ride and I know a car can give me a ride, do I have to be the owner of that car for me to drive it? Yes or no? Does it have to be my car? Do I have to save up and actually buy a car in order to have a car? Yes or no? If I just need a ride, I don't need to own the car. I don't need to buy it, and I don't need to own it. I don't even need to have my name on the registration, really. I could do three things. I could either save up my money and save up, let's say I want a $12,000 car. I could save up $12,000 and buy a car, own it all outright. Or two, I could go to a car dealership who will give me the car and I'll owe a debt and my name will be on the registration. Or three, I could find somebody who's got a car and I can borrow the car from that person and maybe even pay them a rental fee to use their car, right? I could go to Hertz or something, or my cousin down the street. So here's the point. Your capital is like your car. Capital is the key to wealth. Not just things like bachelor's degrees and stuff, but it's capital. Because the only reason a bachelor's degree gives you additional income is because that is a form of capital. That is called human capital. If I have a degree, I have a skill, I have higher human capital. But the problem with human capital is it requires a human. And human beings are perishable. We get old, we get tired, we get gray hair, our muscles break down, like we get bad backs. You don't want to work until you die. So human capital is fine, but it's an inferior form of capital. The best type of capital is like financial capital or some sort of real capital that gives you a capital base that you're allowed to make money from or generate a resource from. Capital can be cash. It can be cows. I know somebody who is a multimillionaire because they have so many dang cows. It could be an apple tree. It could be chickens and pigs. It could be land. It could be whatever. So two things. Number one, the goal for your kids and the grandkids is getting them as quickly as possible to have a capital base. That's the first thing. And if you give them time, if you start early, then they're going to have plenty of capital when they get older, which means they'll make plenty of money. And working ain't got nothing to do with it. Degrees ain't got nothing to do with it. Just the ability to manage your capital. That's what's going to drive their ability to access income and manage their income. That's the first point I want to make. Second point I want to make is that in order to use capital to make income, you do not have to be the owner of that capital. You simply have to have access to it. Just like a car. Just like driving a car. I don't really need to own the car that I'm driving. I just need something that's got four wheels on it that's going to get me to my destination. Okay? So if you don't have access, if you don't have capital yourself and you can get access to it, which might be the HELOC, or it might be because you maintained a good credit score, it might be because you got a cousin who's a saver and they've loaned you some money, then that opens a pathway for you. That opens an opportunity for you to really achieve what I consider to be the real American dream. The real American dream is the ability to make money without working. That's the American dream to me. How to make money without working. If you can make money without breaking your back and getting up and going to a job every day, then you've achieved the American dream. Then the other piece of the American dream must be accompanied by some type of mental health work, because Americans, in every study out there now, the studies show that Americans are excellent as a country at making money, but we are incredibly unhappy. Our families are broken. We can't stay married. Kids out here run around crazy. Everybody's stressed out, lack of sleep, just all these dying from cancer every other day because we're eating poison food, just all kinds of those things, right? So remember that the money is part of it, but then the other parts of your mental and physical health should accompany that, so you can really achieve what I consider to be the real American dream. That is real American exceptionalism. That is real Black excellence. That is real Black excellence, not a rapper at an awards show, That real black excellence is a healthy, happy person who has enough financial security that they can live their best life. That's what real black excellence looks like. It's when I can say I got $1 million in the bank and I'm smiling, and I'm really smiling because I'm really happy on the inside and the outside, and I'm making really good decisions with my life because I'm a healed and complete human being, which means I'm truly showing up as my best self, which is to me the greatest form of black excellence that there is. Do you follow me? And this is important because literally I saw a video today. My friend Tierra Williams, she's she calls her little nickname online is Miss Black Hollywood. She sent me a video. Did y'all know this? That there was a member of 3-6 Mafia who literally confessed that he was worshiping the devil. Get it? 3-6 Mafia, 666. He literally said this I kid you not, in the video. It tripped me out. I couldn't believe it. He literally said that because he was mad at God, he said, my job was to get black people to literally honor and worship 3-6s, 666. So we were called 3-6 Mafia. Did y'all, and anybody else see that video? I never saw it. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. So you live in a society where you got crazy stuff like that going on. And so they're sprinkling just dysfunction on you everywhere you turn. And you're admiring people who have terrible lives. And money is the culprit because you see them that somebody pays them money to do all this stuff, and you think because they're rich they're doing well. They're not doing well. When you dying from a drug overdose, you ain't doing well. When your mental health is shot because you scared of some black person rolling up on you and shooting you in the head, your mental health, you're not doing well. So what makes you think you're doing well? Do you think money in the bank is an indicator that you're doing well? No, money matters for sure, but money is not the sole indicator of you truly living the American dream. So if you want to know what I really want, what I want for you, what I want to try to support you in your journey on is I want you to really know what it feels like to be happy with your existence in every way, right? And that just requires some work. And this is why I'll go outside the lines a little bit, and I hope it's okay if I color outside the lines. My wife says I might be a little autistic. I'm going to own that as my superpower, but I color outside the lines a little bit because I'm like, no. I've studied money enough to know that can't be all that there is. But you got to get the money because the money is the key to the power for sure. You don't have black power in America because you don't have black wealth. When you get black wealth, you'll have more black power. But then at that point, you got to be a whole person so you'll know what to do with the power when you get it. That's consciousness, people. That's what that is. Okay. All right. Thank you for listening. It was great talking to you all. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. If you were not here when I mentioned the stock that I like earlier, the stocks I mentioned were Coca-Cola and Procter. Did I say Procter & Gamble? Was it Procter? Yeah, I think it was Procter & Gamble, or unless it was another one. Let's go with Procter & Gamble. I believe so. PG and KO, those are the staples because I do believe that the recession is coming. I've looked at the data, and my assessment is that there will be a recession unless Trump dramatically changes his policies. Also, you may not know, but in the Black Business School, we do have a crypto club. They're meeting tonight, but we're going to meet again soon. So if you have an interest in anything we're doing related to crypto, just pull out your phone, text the word crypto to the phone number 87948. If you text crypto to 87948, we'll send you some information on that. Also, if you're interested in joining the next cohort of COIN, the Certified Options Investing Network, we meet every Thursday night at 8 o'clock, and we are covering stock options from A to Z. So if you want to get certified in the area of stock options, which I love stock options. I think it's a great skill to learn. Probably one of the most important skills, financial skills you can have. Feel free to go to drboycecoin.com, and you can talk to someone about joining the next cohort. So drboycecoin.com. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. And I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. It is great to see everybody this morning, and I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling extra black. And if you don't know, every morning we get together and we talk about our wealth. We talk about our community. We talk about our families. We talk about our power. We talk about ways that we can all elevate. That's why we call this class Economic Elevation. So I want to say good morning to everybody who is choosing to be economically elevated. I hope everybody's having a great day. I hope you're feeling good today. I know I'm feeling good. I wasn't in the 5 a.m. club this morning. As you guys know, I normally get up early to work out, but I didn't. This morning was a rest day, so I slept like a baby, and I got a chance to wake up next to the most beautiful woman in the world. So, hey, life is good over here. No complaints. No complaints at all. So anyway, so let me just hop in and start off the conversation where my brain was this morning. How many of you saw that thing with Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James? Anybody else see that in terms of what happened there? It was real crazy. Um, and by the way, I'm sending out the text message now. So if you want to get a text alert when we start class in the morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. But yeah, so so Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James had this interesting little side court thing that kind of happened, and I paid attention because I kind of followed these guys for a long time. I met Stephen A. Never met LeBron. And I respect them both. I really do. I have a lot of respect for how they've done their careers and the success that they've had. I think it's been quite remarkable. But what was interesting was that there was kind of this, I guess, this thing brewing over LeBron and his son Bronny. Bronny, if in case you don't know, Bronny struggled a little bit. He's Bronny's LeBron's oldest son, and he's playing for the Lakers, but I think he's playing on the in the G League. I guess that's the league that you go to until you're ready. And of course there was a lot of accusation that that his father being who he was, that kind of opened doors for him and gave him a chance to play for the Lakers. When there are a lot of guys out here that that work really hard, that have a lot of talent, who would will never get a chance to play for the Lakers, and so there are a lot of people who are mad about that, and I thought that was interesting. I just kind of followed it. I kind of followed it, and I have some thoughts, and I'm going to try to organize my thoughts because I want to organize them in a way that's constructive. Like I don't want to just have a conversation about like, y'all, did y'all see what happened? Did y'all see what happened with those two? I don't want to do the gossipy part of it. I don't care about that. That's I'm gonna leave that to the sports media. I'd rather talk about this as a black man, right? When I see LeBron and Stephen A. Kind of chest to chest in that way, I see this as a black man. I see this as a black man who's seen prominent black male confrontations throughout the years. I think a lot about black families. I think about the wealth angle of all of this. Believe it or not, there's economic angles almost everywhere, and I just kind of thought about it deeply, and I want to share some of that with you in a way that hopefully will help us to process things in a certain way. Because remember that you guys know I'm a finance professor, and I like to talk about wealth and economics, and I'm gonna get into that for sure. But at the same time, wealth does not exist in a vacuum. When you're black, wealth exists within an ecosystem. It exists within your family. It exists within your community. It exists within your relationships. And one thing that we can maybe tell me if you can agree with me on this. The media loves it when black men fight in public. Give me a guess if you agree that black men, big rich, powerful, athletic black men beating each other up in public. Like that's like watching the circus. It's like, let's see what happens if we let the gorillas fight the polar bears, right? Like they like that stuff. They like seeing black going all the way to Biggie and Pac. Going all the way to Biggie and Pac. They love the beef. And we love serving beef. We like, oh, beef will get me clicks. Beef will get me attention. Beef will get me paid. And if anybody gets paid off of attention and clicks, it's definitely Stephen A. Smith, right? That's Stephen A. Great journalist. I don't have any. My friend, I have a friend named Jason Whitlock who just hates Stephen A. But Jason kind of hates everything. But I don't agree, with him on all his critiques of Steve. I think Stephen A. has a type of brilliance that I respect and admire. But then again, I have friends that just think Stephen A. is just ridiculous. My friend Willie D, from the Ghetto Boys. Willie and I are good friends. He was in my wedding, and Willie can't stand Stephen A. I have more of a nuanced perspective. I think Stephen A. I've met it. Maybe I'm biased because he did have me on his show when he had that Quite Frankly show. I was on there 2 or 3 times when I was teaching at Syracuse, and he was always respectful. And then I did something in Madison Square Garden on some show that they had there, and he was there, and he was very friendly. So I'm probably biased from my personal experience, but I'm gonna try to put that to the side for a minute and talk about facts in terms of linking this back to what we talk about every morning. Every day we get together and we talk about wealth and we talk about power, which they're connected, and how wealth and power is also impacted by relationships. So when I see these two powerful, big, powerful black men, one of them, each of them is, I bet Stephen A, if he's not there yet, he'll be worth several $100 million by the time he's done. LeBron is probably a billionaire or close to it. There's some black power in the building, right? This, and then power, wealth and power and attention. Attention is really the commodity, right? Like really, when you're black, if white folks put you on TV, then you got it made. That's it. If white folks put you on TV, you got it. Because LeBron would not be LeBron if it wasn't for the Lakers, if it wasn't for the NBA, these white-owned institutions that have given him a status because he's got tremendous talent. I saw it when I first saw him in high school. I said, this guy's going to be amazing. I'd never seen a person control a basketball game like this. And then Stephen A, his daddy is ESPN, and owned by Disney, right? And many of you are shareholders in Disney, which if you're not, I think maybe something you want to think about. And so these are institutions, and this institutional power is something that we talk about. I talked to you all about the fact that a mistake that we make is we think that the person on the stage has the power. We think the person that with the light shining on him has the power. The person that we see has the power. No, the person on the stage doesn't have the power. The power belongs to the person who built the stage, right? The power belongs to the investors who built the platform that you're standing on. So you're standing up 20 feet in the air, but somebody had to build the platform that you're standing on. If they knock that thing out from under you, then you crumble to the ground. That's how prominent, allegedly powerful black men get destroyed, right? Because somebody underneath says, we're going to chop down this tree that you're standing on, and then you're going to come down to the ground like everybody else. And this happens. All they need is a scandal or something, and then they put it all over their networks and make you look like public enemy number one. Next thing you know, you're done, and they just replace you with somebody else. So, but with this being said, though, I do think LeBron and Stephen A. do have some degrees of independent power. Money is power, and talent is power, and both of them have that. And so, there's a couple of angles I want to drill into on this. And I promise you, this will ultimately be an economic lesson as well. But I really thought this was worth kind of breaking down and really looking at this for what it is. And maybe I see a couple of things that might help you kind of process this because there's really a teachable moment here. So first thing is let's talk about the foundation of the conflict. Why LeBron is pissed off at Stephen A, at least based on my perception, a big part of the reason he's annoyed with him. And I think it stems from, among other things, this earlier conversation that was always had when LeBron helped his son get into the NBA. Right? They call that nepotism. Nepotism is basically kind of like DEI for white people, basically. They've had DEI for white people for a long time. White people have always had their own affirmative action program called nepotism, where they hook each other up based on the opportunities that their parents had. And sometimes black people get in there and they get a little taste of that, right? So LeBron is LeBron. He has influence. He can make phone calls. He said, I got a son. He loves basketball. He's good, but he's not as good as the other guys. But I'm better than the other guys. So I'd like for you to bring my son so I can have dad bring a son to work day. And so next thing you know, Bronny's playing on the court with his father, and he's clearly out of place. Like a lot of people are like, oh, he ain't ready, right? And it's kind of hard for him, right? Because these big tall guys, it's really funny how these really big tall basketball players, they all date these like short women. And then their kids come out like smaller than them, right? Michael Jordan, big and tall. His wife, little tiny little lady. So his sons come out and they're like 6 feet tall, 6'1". How the hell are you gonna be a 6'1" Michael Jordan? It's not possible, right? LeBron, big tall, 6'8", King James, muscles are. His wife is like, you can fit her into a suitcase. And so then they have these kids that are like 6'1", 6'2". I think one of them is a little taller, like 6'6". And then the other one, Shaquille O'Neal. Man, you're big as a freaking house. and your wife is tiny enough that she can swing her she can sit on the toilet and swing her legs back and forth. Like she's like a as tall as a 9-year old. And so Shaq has these kids, and none of them are Shaq. Shaq did not produce another Shaq. So me being the scientist that I am and thinking about genetics, I do this. This is how I think. I'm a weirdo. Just let's accept that. I've owned it. As a weirdo, I'll see an athlete, and when I see an athlete dating another athlete, I just get excited. I'm like, whoa, those kids are gonna be so athletic. Like Noah Lyles has this beautiful dark-skinned Jamaican girlfriend, pretty as the day is long, and she's like a world-class sprinter. And I'm like, oh, buddy, if I was a track coach, I'd be like, I need you to have 8 kids and bring them all to practice when they're 3 years old, right? Because genetics is everything. That's my point. That's my point. I think somebody mentioned Chad Ochocinco. I think Chad Ochocinco has a daughter that's like the greatest sprinter ever. She's amazing, right? So genetics is everything, right? But I was a track coach, so that's how I think. But long story short, so Bronny gets to the NBA, and Bronny is not LeBron. He's it's like comparing a Whopper to a Whopper Junior kind of thing, and you're like expecting King James, and you're getting like like the assistant. You're getting like that lower tier. You want the CEO, but you're getting the guy in the mailroom. Bronny's not LeBron, but who is? Who can be? I mean, how can you be LeBron? You can't. If I was him, I would have picked a totally different. I would have picked a totally different profession. So shout out to him for even having the courage to confront his father's legacy. It's massive. So Bronny gets there. He's not so good. And everybody knows it's nepotism. Now, here's my question. Here's what I want to talk about because a lot of you, think about these things. Nepotism's everywhere. If you talk about wealth and power and opportunity, a lot of opportunity, wealth, and power comes from nepotism. It does. It does. If you, my wife, it's not just, and here's the thing, it's not just for white people, though. That's the interesting thing about it. My wife has a great grandfather that graduated from the University of Chicago. She has a grandfather that graduated from the University of Chicago. She has a dad that graduated from the University of Chicago, and she graduated from the University of Chicago. So if any of our kids had applied to the University of Chicago, they would have got put to the front of the line. They would have got shoved right up there because of the nepotism, right? So when we talk about nepotism as just a white people thing, I think that's untrue. I think that that we too have opportunities to build legacy and possibility and opportunity for our children. But also, I think that we have to think long term in terms of building institutions that give us that opportunity for that legacy and the chance to rig the game in our own favor, right? So anybody who's kind of mad at LeBron for hooking his son up, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. I'm going to say, you know what? He worked hard to create privilege for his children. A lot of you are working hard to create privilege for your children. So how many of you are working hard to build black privilege? How many of you are proud to give black privilege to your children? Black privilege ain't just something that a white man hands you because he wants to be nice. Black privilege isn't just a fantasy where the others, Democrats and Republican politicians tell you that's not possible. No, black privilege is manufactured. You create that. And it's wealth. But it's bigger than wealth. It's other kinds of wealth. They go beyond just money. It's access and power and their ability to benefit from the hard work of somebody that came along before you. It's like if I run a relay race and I'm on the fourth leg. Shout out to Michael Johnson. He did a great interview where he explained that Tyreek Hill couldn't hold a stick to Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is the fastest man on earth, and Tyreek Hill is this football player that's really fast. And Tyreek challenged Noah to a race. That's a joke. That's literally like that's like a giant running against a leprechaun. Like Tyreek, like it would be. It's like hilarious, right? So anyway, with that being said, though, let's say I'm in a relay race and I'm on the fourth leg, and I get that baton and I'm in first place. I have a 20-meter lead. The reason I have that lead is not because it has nothing to do with how fast I am, right? But I get to look good because other people put in the work. Other people were fast, and other people put me in position to give me the best chance possible to win. So when I run across that line in first place, I can't just give credit to myself. I got to give credit to the ancestors, so to speak. I got to give credit to the predecessors. I got to give credit to the people who ran that baton before me, who put me in position to win. And if I lose, no matter how fast I am, if I'm 20 meters behind everybody else, then I can't take the blame for all that. I run as fast as I can. I try to get us back in the race, but some obstacles can't be overcome when you spent the first three legs learning how to get in last place. Do you understand? So some of y'all are in situations where you're running as fast as you can and you're not quite winning the way you're supposed to. And unfortunately, sometimes it's because the people before us either didn't run or they ran slow or they threw the baton in the grass, or they said, "F them damn kids, I ain't buying no life insurance policy." They could get a GoFundMe, little iggers. I don't care about them, right? You got people that do that. And then the kids are struggling because we got this mindset. Oh, I want mine to get it out the mud. You got to get it out the mud like me. Why would you throw the baton in the mud? You're supposed to hand it to them so they can, with a running start, so they have a chance to win. Why would I take the baton and throw it in the mud and then be like, "You got to go see that, but the baton you looking for, that's over in the mud. You got to go get it out the mud like I did." That's abuse. That's intergenerational transfer of mistreatment. Like that's child abuse. That's horrible. Why would you even think that that makes sense? I mean, I understand you build getting it out of the mud does build character for sure. Uh, yeah, a lot of my trauma built my character. It made me very tough. A lot of the stress I felt, night sweats, not being able to pay the bills, yeah, that made me tough, right? A lot of the fear I had, right, and nervousness and being scared to death, yeah, that built some character. But I think there's a better way to train up a child, right? There's a better way to do that. You ain't got to beat the hell out of them. So, long story short, I'm Team LeBron on the nepotism piece. I think anybody who criticized him for that was accurate in their critique in the sense that yeah, it's not fair. But then I think you should finish the sentence. And when you finish the sentence, you say, "That's not fair, yeah, but life ain't fair." Yeah, but LeBron earned that. Yeah, his son got privileged because his daddy went and carried Cleveland on his back and won a championship in a city that was probably never going to win a championship. Right? So LeBron carried the whole. If you remember, if you know basketball, you know LeBron carried Cleveland on his back. Miami, he didn't. Miami, it was kind of like a club, like a team club thing, like they all got together and like the Avengers. Cleveland, he carried Cleveland. I saw it. I'm a sports fan. I said, "Holy crap, this man's amazing." So God bless him for that. God bless him for passing that on to his kids. God bless him for loving his black wife. God bless him for taking care of those kids and raising them to be decent, responsible human beings. And here's another variable that I got to throw in there just because I think it's important. You remember his son had a heart attack on the basketball court. Does anybody remember that? How many of y'all remember that? Like I think when Bronny played at USC, he had a heart attack. I can only imagine. Can you imagine how you'd feel when your 18-year-old son has a freaking heart attack, knowing that it could happen again at any time? Like if that doesn't give you an awareness that the clock is ticking for all of us and that tomorrow's not promised for anybody, my conversation with you may be the last conversation I ever have with you, then there's nothing I'm not gonna do for you, and I'm gonna do it for you immediately because I may never get a chance to do it again. So I get it. I that part I think is fine. I also encourage you, and when it comes back, let's circle back to the whole wealth conversations that we have every day. Get you some black privilege for your kids so you can stop hating on people that got their own privilege. Seriously, why are you so mad that another black person has a good life? Create a good life for yourself. Stop thinking that being black means you're supposed to always struggle. You're supposed to hate your life. You're supposed to wake up depressed. You're supposed to be scared of white folks all day. Like that. That ain't being black. Ain't nothing about that to me, and none of that relates to black culture. Because you know what they do? The record labels will just go vomit vomit on a record and be like, "This is black culture," or have some horrible award show with pregnant ladies twerking with 57,000 tattoos, smoking a cigarette at the same time, saying, "Hey, this is black culture. This is y'all. This is our culture, y'all." That ain't my culture. That's not black culture. Black culture to me is happiness and wealth and power and excellence and love and strength and preparation and investing and building and family. Like that's black culture to me. I don't know what you got off of BET, but you need to understand that these people that run these platforms, they don't love you. They want you to think that your culture is in the mud. So that's why you telling your kids to go get it out the mud. I don't want my kids to get it out the mud. I'm not having my children eat out of the mud. I'm a man. I'm embarrassed if my children are eating out of the mud. No, you're gonna be eating filet mignon that I cook for you because you got a hardworking father who gives a damn. I think this should be a pride thing. And digging into that further, let's speaking of pride, one of the things that I saw when I saw this confrontation. So here's what happened with Stephen A. and LeBron. In case you don't follow this, so LeBron confronts Stephen A. courtside. He walks up, and he's real, big beard, and he's like doing this, and Stephen A. is standing there, and of course it becomes a thing, right? Because you got these two big, you know, famous men, uh, alpha types that are sort of confronting each other on courtside, and that becomes a conversation, right? And of course I pay attention because I'm a black man. I'm like, oh, two black men going at it. What's going on here, right? And my first thought was, it made me think if you want to link this like to just some of the stuff we talk about when it comes to business and investing, I really, really wondered, where I thought about the strategy of it, and I said, I don't really know if that's going to work out for LeBron to confront Stephen A. I believe he was the guy that confronted him. He's the angry father and stuff, and I think that strategically was not a good move because if your goal is to shield your son from unfair scrutiny, I don't think it's going to reduce the scrutiny on your son if you are threatening to beat up journalists or if you are approaching journalists in a threatening way in order to protect your son. I just don't. I think that the best way to protect yourself would be to just do your best to ignore it and accept it as part of the territory. Look, we're going to get scrutiny because this is the position that we're in. And so just from a strategic standpoint, I think the emotionality was really a bad move. And in a way, it reminds me of some of the things we talk about when we talk about mental health and investing, right? If you invest from an overly emotional standpoint and you can't woosah your way through tough moments, then it's going to be hard to be a good investor. People that tend to be good in business and investing tend to be people that have emotional balance and emotional maturity. Not to say LeBron does not have this. Again, it's very personal because it's his son and everything else, and I get it. But really, if you really want to understand just the investing in general, a lot of investing is about being able to manage your emotions. A lot of emotional investing tends to cause you to lose your wealth. So that's a thought that comes out there. Um, the other thing too, I would throw out there is that I thought it was interesting that in case you saw it, didn't see it, but yesterday or today, I think that so now it's like okay, the beef is on and everybody's yapping back and forth, and I think Stephen A. said something that was really kind of strange. He said, yeah, if LeBron had done XYZ, I would have swung on him, and I was like, what? You would have swung on him? Like you would have like y'all would have been out there fighting? And that is sad to me because I think because media makes a lot of money when they see black men fighting each other. They love that. They like the Kendrick and Drake beef. That was the big winners was pretty much media. And I think about even going back with Biggie and Pac, even though people knew, I think Biggie knew he was going to die. That's why his album was called Ready to Die and Life After Death. And then Pac knew he was going to die at some point. That's why he would have images of himself on a cross like Jesus and stuff like that. And I feel, and they both rapped a lot about death, right? So even in this, it was really unfortunate how at 25, 26 years old, we were thinking so much about death. But the 90s were really difficult. The 90s were very traumatic for black men. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody talks about it. But the 90s were very traumatic because that was the Biden crime bill. So a lot of your friends were either getting killed or going to prison. My best friend Greg Wilkins in Louisville, Kentucky, got shot in the head in front of his daughter, and and I was going to go see him right before I went back to school. So this was real stuff that black men deal with. So I become affected when I see just the media sort of enjoying the black male confrontation. I know it's going to happen. People are going to disagree, but really, I think that we have to be thoughtful about sort of presenting hyper masculinity as our way of constantly dealing with each other. I saw Stephen A. on the show, and now mind you, this man's almost 60. But he's on the show and he's trying to fit in. He's trying to be the alpha. So he comes in with a big ass gold chain. I'm like, why are you wearing the gold chain? Kumo D? Like, what are you doing? And he's like looking like Nino Brown, like yeah, I'd have swung on him. That's what I would have done. Cause that's bullshit. And I'm like, bro, you're a grandfather. Like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to act like a 20-year-old rapper? Is this the culture? Again, going back to culture. I'm not saying white. I'm not putting white men on a pedestal at all. They shouldn't be on a pedestal. But I don't really see other cultures doing this. I don't. I don't. What the hell is? Why is a 60-year-old flexing on a young athlete? I mean, LeBron's old compared to the other basketball players, but he's Stephen A's 57. Actually, I'm 53. We're not supposed to be out here acting like we're kids. Like we're not supposed to. Like, yeah, man, I'm a flex on you, dog. I'm gonna whoop you. Let me tell you, this is a true story. This really happened, and this is again, this is all again what happens with when we're trained to sort of be hyper masculine with each other. It messes things up. It makes it very hard for black males to collaborate because everybody want to be the man. I'm the man. I'm the boss. Hey, you the yo. I'm the alpha. Nigga. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we competing? We're supposed to be collaborating. Are you grown or are you still, do you still think it's 1994? Is that your problem? Do I need to show you a clock? Do I need to put you in the mirror so you can see how many gray hairs you got in your beard, bro? Like, what are you doing? And you see it. You see it. You see 48-year-old rappers still trying to be young. Stop that. You're the mentor. You're the OG. You're the one that's supposed to bring logic and reason to the situation. You're not supposed to be trying to get gangster with somebody that's young enough to be your son. Let me give you real life example, and this is important. This is and I want to make sure you don't think that we're going beyond our economic conversation because this is very economic. Very economic. I told you about the ridiculous conversations I had with Kanye West, where he calls me and I'm like, oh, you want to collaborate? Let's talk. And he's trying to be this rapper. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to be hip and cool anymore. I'm in my 50s. I don't want to be cool. I want to succeed. Being young, being hip and cool, that's for people in their 20s. But they call this the infantilization of the black male. The infantilization of the black male means that black men en masse, not all of them, not all of them. I'm talking about all some of y'all, a lot of y'all brothers really get this. When you're in media, you're supposed to act like a child or a thug or whatever. Like if you're not acting like a little girl, like 'cause they put a lot of black men in dresses in Hollywood. That's one thing they do. But then also, so if you're not a little girl, you need to be a little boy. What you cannot be is a grown, mature, emotionally intelligent man. And so when I saw Stephen A. talking about I would have swung on him, I did a Google like I did a Google. How old is Stephen A. Smith? You 57. How old is LeBron James? Okay, he's 40, which ain't, he's not a spring chicken anymore. He's old for an athlete, but he's young for a human being. 40, I have lived a whole lifetime since I was 40. I have a I have adopted kids. One of my adopted kids is almost 40. She's 39 years old. I'm not fighting with a child. I'm not. Not that a 40-year-old's a child. We know they're not, but I'm just not gonna do it. And this has come up in my life a couple times where somebody tried to flex on me and I'm like, sit down, little boy. What you doing, man? Like, what are you okay? Do you need therapy, son? Like, do we need to talk? I'll give you real examples. Um, one is with an old man, one's with a younger guy. It's every now and then I bump into celebrities. I'm not a celebrity, but I run into them. I told y'all, DL Hughley called me on the phone. He didn't call me. He called me through a mutual friend. My friend, he said, I got DL on the phone. He's mad. He wants to talk to you. I get on the phone. I didn't say a word. He cussed. He yelled, "You mother bucker. If I see you, I'ma whoop your ass. I'm gonna F you up. I'm not your brother, you mother." I think that was it. I said one sentence. I said, "Hey, what's going on, brother? I'm not your brother, you other ucker. I'm a guck you up. I can get you anywhere you at. I'm gonna come get." And I'm sitting here and I did not say a word. I just sat there stunned. I'm stunned. First of all, I'm like, I could be recording this conversation because you're actually physically threatening me and people go to jail for that. But then I'm like, is this 1988 again? Am I being punked? Did I, did some, did I got in a time machine and this is 1991? Is that what happened? Like, because I'm like, you're old. Like, what are you, is this how grown black men settle things? Like, is this really what we're doing? And that was weird for me because again, entertainment keeps black men as either little boys or little girls. That's what entertainment does. Either you got to be a little punk wearing a dress or you got to act like a damn child. And I thought it was the weirdest thing. I didn't say a single word. I after I hung up, my friend apologized. He said, "Man, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was going to do that." And I said, "Is he okay? Like, is he all right?" Because I start feeling sorry for you when you're behaving in a way that's highly irrational and doesn't make any sense. Another example was there's this rapper named Tyler the Creator who was really upset with me about some stuff. You can go Google it. And he's put me in rap songs. I've been in a lot of rap songs. That's kind of cool, right? That makes me a little bit hip. And and I remember just saying, like, I'm not gonna beef with somebody who's the age of my kids. If I said, if you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you and I'll explain to you why I took the position that I took, and we can talk it out. And I hope that we can find some reconciliation where you can realize that I'm not really your enemy. Massa, these people that are controlling you, these entertainment companies, that's your enemy. I'm just a black man trying to share some wisdom and trying to make a difference in my community, which is what I thought grown men were supposed to do. And I think that with Stephen A, let's circle back to Stephen A. I really I'd hate this. I just do. I wish Stephen A would like just say, you know what? He started off kind of like that. He was like, yeah, LeBron was a father and he was defending his son. I got that part. But then when you're like, I would have swung on him. Stop that. We don't got to be swinging on each other. What we need to do is talk to each other. Or maybe you just I don't know. I don't know how because you're getting paid a lot of money to go and criticize people and stuff, and I guess that leads to heated emotions, and some of his critique was true. LeBron, he really isn't quite NBA material. That's just the reality. But I kind of just think that there has to be a more intelligent, more mature way of handling these disputes. Because when you are a black man when you're over 40, you're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be emotionally settled. You're supposed to be healed. You're supposed to be as mature as you can be. Let the young boys get riled up and angry and and all this other stuff. Like you shouldn't be 57 boxing with a guy that's young enough to be your son. LeBron is young enough to be Stephen A's son. They're 17 years apart. My mother gave birth to me when she was 17. So 17 years is a big gap. That's a generation gap, damn near. And so the idea that you think that you're like it's supposed to be mano a mano. And remember, I'm not saying white people are wonderful and perfect and special because they screw up too, but I just don't see that. Like I've never, except, the only time I did see white people wanting to fight each other was I saw Mark Zuckerberg challenge Elon Musk to a cage fight or something. And Mark would have whooped his butt because Mark's been training, to be a fighter. So I think Mark would have won that one. But so it's not to say white people are immune to this, right? But I just still think that we need to make masculinity and maturity cool again. I think we need to um, make black men great again. Like bring back masculine maturity as an acceptable yet and really a preferred response to the violence, into the confrontation, into the chest thumping, alpha domination nonsense, because that's how you build together. That's how you create things. That's how you make things happen. Just understand that building as a group is a collaborative exercise, and collaboration doesn't coexist very well with competition. If I'm constantly competing with my collaborator, then we're not going to collaborate very well. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand how this links back to the economics and everything we talk about every day? And collaborative energy, and this is where the trauma and the healing comes into play. Collaborative energy doesn't just require emotional maturity and emotional intelligence. It really requires emotional discipline. Because sometimes you feel a way. You feel like somebody hurt your feelings or somebody disrespected you or whatever. And you have to learn, like there's books like the Four Agreements that are out there that can help you to just stop that. Like stop making assumptions, stop assuming that he's trying to take your stuff and he's trying to outdo you and that how well he's doing affects you or worrying about what people think. Like that's a big one too. Like people, are you gonna let him punk you like that? And people, I'm telling you, your little friends, your little goofy friends in your around you and this media, this big white owned media, they will chatter in your ear to the point where you will take every potential friend you have and make them into an enemy because you're trying to prove something to somebody. One of the biggest things that I embraced when it came to trying to learn how to be a grown man. I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be a kid. Was stop worrying about what other people think. Because I've run into so many situations where I was clearly the more powerful person. I clearly could have flexed on somebody. I clearly could have crushed them if I wanted to because being Dr. Boyce Watkins does mean something in certain spaces. But people would be surprised because I would actually sit back and say, okay, let me be patient. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see it seems like they're really upset right now. So let's figure this out. And personally, you do this because you realize that a sledgehammer is not the way to solve every problem. In fact, sometimes the sledgehammer only creates more problems. It creates additional escalation. If you want to see an example of someone that's not all that emotionally intelligent, just look at the president. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. Donald Trump, in his quest to be the alpha male gangster of the earth, is running around destroying relationships, disrespecting people, fighting everybody. And again, I'm not telling you, some of y'all are Republicans, and that's okay. Some of the things that the Trump administration has done are okay. I'm not saying that it's all bad. I told you I didn't vote for either party, but really, and when you really look at the core of just the kind of person he is, there's a reason why he got along with Kanye West. They're both assholes. So I don't think anybody wants to build very much with an asshole. People will submit, and in fact, actually, there was something I saw where they showed dogs. Anybody tell me if you ever saw this video. They showed this one dog that was with other dogs, and the other dogs were trying to drink water, and the big dog was like pushing, like he knocking over everybody's bowl and pushing everybody away so he could get all the water for himself. But then you had another dog that was leading the other dogs to the water so everybody could drink. And they basically on the video they said this is the difference between a leader and a boss. Right? See, too many people, and a lot of black male culture is influenced by hip hop. Hip hop, in many cases, not all of it, but a lot of it's about being the boss. I'm the man. Look at me. I'm better than you. You see my private jet flying over you. That kind of nonsense, right? And this boss mentality means that people that are working with you will only submit to you. They submit to you because your power is so overwhelming and you're so abusive that they are afraid of you. They will follow you out of fear, but that's not real loyalty. They don't really respect you. They just fear you. But then a leader is someone who empowers others, right? A leader is somebody who says, "Yeah, I'm great, but I want all of us to be great." I'm extraordinary. I'm going to take the lead because I know I'm ready to do that. But I want you to be with me, when we're done, everybody's going to be better because we're doing this together. Do you understand? And I'm gonna tell you, LeBron has that. Michael Jordan was a boss. LeBron James is a leader. That's the difference. Michael Jordan, unfortunately, he won championships. He was great, but a lot of people didn't like Michael Jordan. A lot of his teammates don't have very good things to say about him. LeBron, his teammates have always seemed to love him. Not every one of them, of course. Nobody's perfect. But through the years, I saw LeBron take mediocre players and make them extraordinary, and because he would make sure they got the ball. He would help elevate their game. And I think he's probably doing that with his son, and I just love it. I think leadership is what benefits the world. Leadership is how you build empires. Leadership is where people will go to battle with you, not because they have to, but because they really want to. And whereas being the boss means everyone just talks about you behind your back and they think you're a jerk because all your insecurities have caused you to build 50-foot high walls and to mistreat other people, and that's not cool. So I would like to see some leadership in a situation like this, one that's very, very public. I think that it would be amazing to watch these two guys find a way to say, okay, here's what I did wrong. I apologize for that. Let's fix this or whatever. Maybe they won't ever do it. Because they got jobs to do. They got bosses to deal with. I ain't got no boss though, but I'm gonna tell you at the end of the day, when I'm trying to be the best builder I can be, and ain't nobody got it perfect. I mess it up sometimes too. We all do. But I encourage you to learn leadership. Teach your children leadership. If you teach them leadership, then they'll never have to go to battle alone. They will be able to build empires. They will be able to get things done. They will be able to build wealth. They will always have business collaborations. They will always have possibilities, and they're always going to have opportunities because when you are alone, that's when your oppressor, your colonizer can exploit you because you have no backing. A leader always has people having their back, so they ain't got to go to the colonizer to get an opportunity. They can create opportunities with the people around them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you're following me. I know I said a lot. I want to make sure I did something good today, and I shared a lesson that's going to really help us. So leadership, and in fact, leadership is not. It's so important that I think that children should be formally taught leadership early in life. Why is that? That leadership is important because number one, leadership does help you build empires. Great leaders build great empires. The second thing is leadership will help you have the courage to walk away from a failing culture. Leadership will give your son the courage to say, "Hey, man, I'm getting out the car. I shouldn't be going here." Or leadership will give your daughter the courage to say, "I'm not wearing that. I'm not dressing like that just to impress some man. I want to have dignity. I want to look good. But I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be like sexy red just because everybody else is doing it, right?" So leadership, it starts with you. Starts with you. Before you lead other people, you got to be able to lead yourself. Before you lead other people, you must be able to lead yourself. What am I talking about? Let me explain. Inside most of our heads, we have multiple personalities. If you're like me, how many of you know, how many of you go through this where you have like what you know you should do versus what you actually do, right? Or you're making a choice like, okay, do I go on my own path or do I follow the crowd? If I follow the crowd, then I fit in and I get to make friends and people like me and everybody approves of what I'm doing and da da da. But if I go my own direction, that's going to be harder because I won't have as many people backing me. They're going to tell me I'm crazy, that I'm wrong, or that I'm stupid, right? We all go through this and we have that internal battle. And the ability to discipline over lazy, sluggish behavior, right? The leadership ability to lead yourself to courage, even when it's not popular. The ability to say and do things that are not popular in your circle is really, really hard. Peer pressure is heavy, right? So leadership also starts like just with that. Like that part of leadership right there is the hardest part. But once you overcome that, what you find is that you truly get access to becoming what we talk about in theory, but we don't really actually practice, which is being a free, liberated black person. A free black person, to me, is a person who can do what they need to do and they're not constrained by the ideologies of white people or black people. You ain't scared of what the white man gonna say. You ain't scared of what the black man gonna say. Because black people, let's just be real. Some of our people say ignorant stuff. They get you doing crazy, stupid things. They get you making really bad decisions. So leadership, if you just get that part down, that right there will elevate your happiness and your success tenfold. And then at that point, once you become the leader and you know who you are and you know where you're going, and then what's going to happen is you're going to become a natural leader to others because others will say, "Wow, you're so brave. How do you have the courage to do that?" And people like, "Dr. Boyce, you say stuff that I'll be thinking and I just can't say it." And I'm like, "Why don't you say it? We should all say it because if we say it together, then I'll have some teammates because I'm out here by myself and I would love to have some teammates, right? Like, because if it's true, then we should all be saying it, right? We shouldn't be whispering like some damn slaves, like, Master gonna get us if we tell the truth." No, you should tell the damn truth because the truth is the truth. You should be doing the right thing because the right thing is the right thing. It doesn't become the wrong thing just because you got idiots telling you that it's wrong. No. Lead yourself, lead your life, and then eventually you will start leading others. And here's the thing about leading others. I've told y'all 1,000 times. I do not consider myself to be a black leader. I'm not trying to be a black leader. I'm not auditioning to be the next Al Sharpton or Martin Luther King. I don't want to be that. Um, I just want to operate as a free black man and share whatever I can share with you that will give you the capacity to lead yourself, that will support you in your quest to lead your family, to lead your community, lead your church, lead your group. And being a leader doesn't really always mean you're worried about what other people are doing. You don't lead and say, "Well, or are people following me? I need to check behind me, make sure somebody's following me." No, when you just know who the hell you are and you love that person to the core of your soul and you operate with intentionality and clarity and destiny, then guess what? People will naturally follow you just because they're gonna learn from that. The world moves out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and where they're going. They do. Because most people out here, unfortunately, studies show 70% of all people follow the crowd. So you break out and you become part of that 25-30% that can actually just lead their own life, then you won't even have to audition to be a leader. You'll just be leading because people will say, I want what he's having. I want to, and then when you start showing success, right, which is gonna come, right, when you're leading your life and you're making good choices and you're being smart, you're investing all that. Next thing you know, you're driving a nicer car, you're living in a nicer house, you have a better life, you're traveling, you're happy every day. People are naturally going to follow that because I believe at the end of the day, people want to figure out the formula. They want to figure out, how do I become a happy, free human being in this chaotic society? So that to me is leadership. I think Stephen A should be leading. I don't think Stephen A should be fighting LeBron at all. I think that it's immature. I do. I think that it's beneath him. I think that he don't be talking about swinging on nobody. I mean, they white folks love that. They love seeing black men being thugs. Like I'm a jack that motherfucker up. And it's not on LeBron. LeBron is the youth. He's the younger guy. It's on the elder to say, hey, look, you know what, man? I know you're upset. I'm not taking back what I said, but I get it. I hear you, right? And I think that should be the end of it, not a 60-year-old man showing up on podcasts with a gold chain trying to be Nino Brown. That's just silly to me. I think that shows a lack of growth. But then that's entertainment, and that's what's happened. The black man has become the world's entertainer, and I ain't trying to entertain nobody. That's not who we are, in my opinion. I want to be a damn man. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you. A couple things. Number one, this summer we're going to Ghana. If you are interested in learning more about that trip, you could text the word travel to 87948. So text travel to 87948. Also, we believe deeply in the Black Business School in teaching economics to the youth. So if you have kids or grandkids and you want access to some materials and information on that, just text the word youth to that same number, 87948. So you can text 87948, text the word youth, and we can send you some stuff that way as well. All right, so God bless you. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it, and I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm the founder of the Black Business School. We have 187,000 students worldwide. We also have a business school for children. Did you know that teaching your kids wealth when they're young will substantially increase their probability of being wealthy when they get older? We have amazing financial workbooks for kids. They cover money, stocks, and investing. All you got to do to take a look is hit the QR code that's on the screen, or you can visit financialworkbooks.com. Take care and have a great day. Bye-bye. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that's a book written by me, Dr. Boyce Watkins. It is the #1 Amazon bestseller in the public finance category, and it breaks down 10 simple rules that can be applied for any situation, any family that wants to build wealth in the next generation. I'm a stock market and business and economics expert. I taught on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. This book will change your life. So if you'd like to get a copy, just hit the link on the screen, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. Take care. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm a finance professor. I was on the faculty at Syracuse for many years. I also created the Black Business School, which has 187,000 students worldwide. We also want to teach wealth to children because the earlier you get them to start, the better off they're going to be. So our financial flashcards for children cover all different kinds of topics. So get your kids started early, hit the QR code on the screen, or you can go to financialflashcards.com and take a look. God bless you. Have a great day. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a good day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our economic elevation training. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling elevated in a good way. Life is always good when you're waking up and you're breathing. Amen. Can I get an amen? Do you agree? I hope you agree. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm feeling really, really good. And one of the things I was thinking about today was this lady who, and this relates to this is I think going to be a great financial conversation because believe it or not, there's like financial theory connected to this. But there's this lady who won this $42 million jackpot in New York on a slot machine, and they told her that the machine was broken. Anybody remember that? And 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 so she didn't get her money. Um, And this happened a few years ago, but I thought it was interesting when I saw it, and I said, this actually links to a lot of interesting financial concepts, which would give us a great opportunity to really talk about some stuff. And so I thought I would kind of jump into that. Now, first off, I want to say that it was great to talk to a lot of you last night when we had our Prime meeting. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. There were several hundred of you there. And we talked about stock options, different plays you can make, different ways you can make money tomorrow, today actually, if you jump into the market. So I encourage you to look around. There is a lot of income when it comes to not just investing directly, but also selling stock options. You can sell stock options just like you sell pairs of shoes, or just like you sell ice cream, just like you sell anything. And so if that's something, if you're looking to figure out ways to make extra money, that might be something worth taking a look at. But just like a lot of other types of businesses, there are investments required that have to be made to get the business going, right? So if someone says, "Hey, you can make money running a restaurant," somebody's got to pay for the restaurant, right? So that all kind of becomes part of the dynamic as well. So anyway, if you want to take a look, you can actually text the word options to the number 87948, and we have some stuff available that you might find interesting. So text the word options to the number 87948 if that's of interest to you. Now, speaking of that, I'm going to let everybody know that we're starting class. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, in case you're new. And this is important, right? Because habits are everything. Ultimately, what we find in our Black Financial Therapy department, where we have the best scientists and therapists helping us break down the psychological barriers to building Black wealth, is that we find that healing is really important when it comes to financial decisions. Also, habits matter. Your habits shape you, right? The things you are wired to do on a day-to-day basis, which may come from your intergenerational experience, or sometimes from your trauma, really shapes your subconscious mind. And in fact, my wife, who's this insane therapist who gets up and goes to the gym every morning at 5 a.m. and still wears the same dress size she wore in college because she's that fanatical about it. She reads 22 books a year. I don't know if I mentioned that to you about her. I told you I married just this crazy Black woman, but I love the crazy. I like the smart women. Shout out to the smart Black women out here. Y'all deserve respect, and I don't think you get enough of that. I just want to make sure that's clear. Anyway, she reads 22 books a year, and one book that she read, and I got to find the title. When I bring her back in, I'll have her tell you the title because some of y'all have asked me about it, and it's on the subconscious mind. And she read this book multiple times, and I don't know why she read the book three times, but she's really, really into the subconscious mind. And I said, one day I said, "So what are the three things that influence the subconscious mind the most?" She said, um, repetition, the things you repeat. In case first, before I even mention this, let me tell you, the subconscious mind drives everything. That's how they manipulate all people, not just Black people. I mean, for you, they have a special type of programming, but for everyone, the subconscious mind is absolute. I mean, that's how they get your money. That's how they get you to go to war, and that's how they get you to buy into their politics. The subconscious mind is everything. So, she said repetition, just the things that you just repeatedly do over and over again. Symbolism, if you watch politics, you'll notice how we don't usually get substance from politicians. They'll give us symbolism. They're like, "We won't give you your reparations, but we will give you a trophy, or we will name a street after Martin Luther King," right? But they're like, "But don't ask about no money because that's too real. Y'all keeping it real. Right? Y'all don't want reparations. Y'all want real parations. We was gonna give y'all fake orations. Fake orations are just as good, but y'all want real parations. But we can't have that. We can't have you asking for things that are real." And so she said repetition, symbolism, and trauma. She said trauma, it just goes deep in your mind. In fact, she got a trauma certification. That's among the many things that she's done in her career. So in her trauma certification, she came in, she was like, "Boyce." I said, "What?" And she said, I can't believe how if you were traumatized as a kid, that like you'll die, you're supposed to die earlier. Like your likelihood of catching diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's and everything goes up because of trauma. Like trauma really throws you off. So healing from that is really important. So if you heal, that makes it easier for you to just make good decisions. Everything from like You know, it could be something simple like why do I have four kids with four baby daddies, or why did I decide to kill that dude in the club on Tuesday, to why do I keep spending my money even though I know that I'm not supposed to, or why do I keep sleeping with my ex even though I hate her or hate him, or whatever it is. Why do I drink so much? Why am I gambling away all my money? Like trauma, like that trauma and the impact it has not just on your subconscious mind but on your body as well. I'm finding that there's really just sort of this whole interesting space of like trauma responses that if you are traumatized like I was, you have to be really careful about those trauma response. Like for example, if you ever say things like, "This is why I don't loan money to my relatives," like that's a trauma response in a way, right? Because that means you just decided all your relatives are janky and terrible, and you have to distance yourself from family in order to be safe. That's kind of a weird reaction. Family's supposed to make you feel safer, but why are you scared of your own cousins? Like that's kind of crazy, but that's how we get that way because we have these experiences, and it's like I can't depend on you. I'm scared of you. You're gonna hurt my feelings, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm gonna just sit over here by myself, and I'm gonna go build my little business by myself. I'm not gonna ask for help from nobody, because you can't trust people because people let you down. They abandon you just like my daddy did, and next thing you know, you just got this whole pile of stuff, and it's just it's kind of ugly. So think about those things. Just work on that, and I think that really helps in terms of making decisions that are smart, financially, health wise, and otherwise. But anyway, let me jump into this story about this woman. So there was this lady, her name was Katrina. What's her last name? Katrina Bookman. So Katrina Bookman goes into this casino and she basically does the slots, and which by the way is a terrible investment decision. But if gambling's like I mean, that's an easy way to lose everything. But she's in there and she lucks out. She wins $42.9 million on this machine. And so she goes and she's all excited. She even took a picture, a selfie in front of the machine. This was about like 2010. And she's thinking her whole life changed. And then they come to her and they're like, "We're sorry, ma'am. The machine was broken. It malfunctioned." So when they told her it malfunctioned, they came to her and they were like, "We can't give you the $42.9 million dollars, but we can give you back the $2.50 you put into the machine. And also we can give you a free steak dinner." Now, I don't know how many of y'all would have probably got to like whooping ass that day. I don't know. Maybe some of you are nonviolent. I'm nonviolent except for when somebody has it coming. And so I'm nonviolent except for when I'm violent. And that's the kind of thing that would have me in there cussing people out. I would be ghetto. Like y'all wouldn't even recognize me. I wouldn't be You'd be like, where's Dr. Watkins? No, Dr. Watkins is nowhere to be found. Boyce is nowhere to be found. Coco's here though. Coco's my nickname when I was a kid. Coco is here. So he's different from Boyce and Dr. Watt. So yeah, I would completely it would infuriate me, right? Because I mean, you're depressed for life. You're like, oh my God, I almost had $42 million, and now you're lying to me. And so, what if you want to know how the story ended? She goes to court like anybody would. She loses in court. They basically confirmed that the machine malfunctioned. They said the max payout on the machine, that the most the machine could pay out was $6,500. And when she lost in court, she didn't get anything. She didn't even get the free steak dinner. They didn't even give her the steak dinner. So I should mention the name of this crooked ass casino, or well, maybe that. I mean, maybe they legitimately broke down, but I think they did. It's called the Sphinx. It's the Sphinx slot machine. Sorry, at the Resorts World Casino in Queens. So y'all should just know which casino did that janky ass stuff to that lady. I mean, come on, that's like they were giving her that was reparations right there. They owe that lady that money. You better write that check. But anyway, what's crazy too is they also the same thing happened in Colorado. Exact same thing. Somebody else won 42 million, exactly the same amount, or 40 million or something. And they were like, "Oh, the machine broke." Now is that a scam? I don't know. They claim the experts verified it and all that, but I still think they should have been liable for something. Like I think there should have been a penalty, right? I think at the very least they should be like, look, we know your machine broke, but you screwed this lady's life up. by doing this, and so you should give her at least some sum of money where you're gonna feel it, but it's not gonna bankrupt you. So maybe $2 million, right? 2 million. Sure, she's disappointed because it should have been 42, but 2 million is enough to at least let her quit her job, and live her best life. So I don't know. I kind of feel like they should have had a compromise. To give her nothing was really, I think, quite cruel. But anyway, here are some things you should know about casinos and a few things you may or may not know. I think it's important to know these things because right now, and we talked about this in terms of protecting your resources and protecting yourself from people who are not going to protect your resources. See, a lot of y'all are doing well. A lot of y'all are single. Any single people in the building? How many of y'all are single? How many of y'all are single and have a nice job or or investing or doing something that's going to build your wealth? Give me a yes in the all the single people. Raise your hand in the chat. All right, so you're single. You're meeting people, and I can tell you that if you're not wealthy yet, your wealth is gonna grow. You're coming to this class every day. You're sitting and talking to a finance PhD every single morning. Your wealth has to grow. We've done surveys on you guys. Your money is growing. You have more money in your pocket because you're coming here, and we're talking about all the secrets of money. So here's the thing: when you are acquiring these resources, not only do you have to protect your resources from yourself and your own bad decisions, you gotta be thoughtful about the decisions of people around you. I know many, 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 many people, male and female, who went broke, not because of something they did, but because of something that was done by somebody they trusted. In fact, there was, I'll tell the story, then I'll give you the data in a minute. Um, there was this singer. I was up, I had insomnia one night, and I was scrolling through my phone like everybody does, and I saw this beautiful black woman um that was from the 1940s who was singing a song, and she just and everybody was, it was all these white people because back then that's what it'd be, one black person on stage and a big crowd full of white people. And but she was wearing a really nice dress, and it was like they were so eager to hear her sing, and she just opened her mouth and it just sounded like the angels were singing. And I said, "Oh my God, this lady has such a beautiful voice." And I was curious about who this lady was because everybody has a story, right? And for some reason, something inspired me to want to hear her story and or learn her story, because I said she's probably gone now. She's singing in the 1940s. She's probably not here anymore. And so I looked her up, just Wikipedia, something like that, and went decade by decade because I wanted to know, like, okay, how did she grow up? When did she first get discovered? When did she first blow up? Like, what was her first number one hit? When did she hit her peak? Then when did she hit her decline? What were her relationships like? And it was similar to like any type of Hollywood biopic. She was born super poor in the South, performs at the Apollo, just goes on stage, trying to get away from the South or something, does really well, gets discovered by a record label executive, ends up singing, makes her first big hit in her early 20s and becomes a star, and then ends up traveling the world, living in Europe. And all this time she had all these relationships. She got married, I think, three times. And in those three marriages, what was really fascinating to me was that unfortunately she just wasn't able to really pick the right men in her life. And back at that time, women really trusted men probably more than they do now. Like I think, and this is unfortunate for men that are trustworthy. I really, I like to think I'm a trustworthy man. I do my best to be a stand-up person for the people that I love, but I think that there's been a decline in that trust, and sometimes it's because of the trauma that's come with that. It's come from the fact that there are some people who betray the trust or who abuse their authority and abuse their power. And so, anyway, with that said, though, this was back at a time where women really trusted men. So what she would do is she would give the man in her life complete control over her career. And in every case, it would be like she's the star, he's just a guy that she likes. So she's like, "Here, you're my manager. Here's my finances." And I swear, two out of three of those men literally lost all her damn money. Like after each divorce, she had to rebuild and start singing again in order to make money to make up for the fact that her previous husband had a gambling addiction. Or the other husband, he liked hookers and liquor and also and it just it made me angry. I was mad. I was like, come on, man. And I get it. Slavery, trauma, the Jim Crow. But come on, man. I mean, it just made me so sad. Not to say she was perfect. I mean, I'm sure she had her flaws too, right? I think that we can't get to the point where we're vilifying one group of people. I don't think that's fair either. But at the same time, though, I thought about this poor lady's life and how she got rich, went broke, or sorry, got rich, went bankrupt, got rich again, went bankrupt again, and then I think toward the end of her career, she was trying to catch up, but I don't know exactly how things ended. I wish I could tell you her name. I do not remember her name, and I'm so sorry. Oh, you know what it was. Here we go. Let me tell. I'm gonna sing the first line of her song. I'm a terrible singer, but I'm gonna try to sing it in the way I heard it. In my head, I'm hearing it the way she said it, but you're going to hear something terrible. But I'm going to do it anyway because it might help you find her. And somebody, because y'all are smart and there's 1,000 of you in here, some of you are going to know who this person is. So she gets up there and it's real quiet. Everybody's listening. And then she goes, "Look at me." And then the song is something about I'm as happy as a bird in a tree. Does anybody know who that is? Give me the name of this lady because I think it's important that we know her name. Okay, come on, somebody in the chat. That's the trivia. The first three words of the song are like, "Look at me." She says, "Look at me." And she has a big, pretty smile. Come on, come on. Somebody, so give me your name. Come on, somebody give me. Anyway, so here's the deal. Here's the point. My point is, as you all think about what it's like I'm asking the cloud because all of us together, I'm sure all of our brains together can. The first three words were like, "Look at me," and then she starts saying something about I'm as happy as a bird in a tree. It wasn't Billie Holiday. See, no, it could. I don't think it was. No, I think it was Ella Fitzgerald. No, Alice Faye. No, I gotta find out. When I find out, I'll come back and give it to you. It could be. I think it might be Sarah Vaughan. It could be Sarah Vaughan, possibly. Dinah Washington, no. Dakota Stanton, no. Okay, I'll look it up later. I don't want to belabor the point. But here's the point. There is a point to the story, I promise you. The point is that from watching that lady's song, and Terrence, I wish I knew other words. I don't remember the rest of the word. I just remember that it was about she was singing something about being as happy as a bird in a tree, and then she said, "Look at me." That was the first word. So anyway, the thing was I remember noticing and kind of thinking, sheesh. Wow, like so okay. So a lot of your wealth and protecting your wealth come isn't just about what you do, it's about what people around you do. And sometimes, because of the decisions that are made in our personal relationships, perhaps driven by trauma or bad experience, intergenerational curses. My daddy was like this, so I'm picking men who are just like my daddy. It could have been Nancy Wilson. Look those names up. And when you find out, let me know. Um, you let these people in, you let these scoundrels into your life, and then next thing you're struggling financially. And it's not just on the female side, it's men too. You see athletes go broke sometimes because they marry a woman who is financially irresponsible or who divorces them and takes half of their wealth. A lot of men are broken because of that. And it's just one of these things where these things have to be thought about strategically. For example, when I married my wife, people thought she was marrying me because I had money. And it's like, no, my wife had money. I had money. I actually like the idea of marrying somebody who has something to lose because if she's busy protecting her stuff, then she's not thinking about trying to take my stuff. If everybody's playing defense, ain't nobody got time to play offense. But if you are up here financially, which a lot of you are going to be, a lot of you are going to be very wealthy, a lot of you already are, and then you're connecting with someone who's down here, then you being up here, them being down here instantly puts them up here. So when you then say, okay, well, thank you, I'm ready to move on, then that person's like, wait, I'm up here now. You're trying to put me back down here. That's not going to happen. I'm not going back to where I was before because that's like going back to prison. So I'm going to hold on for dear life. So that means any little thing I have on you, even if I have to make something up, I'm going to use that in order to hold on to you. I think a lot of rappers and entertainers go through that. They think they can just cycle through all kinds of women without it being a big deal, and they don't realize that no, that for that maybe for that woman, sleeping with Drake was the biggest thing that ever happened to her, and you might forget about her in 2 weeks, but she's going to remember you for the rest of her life. That creates this imbalance that can cause problems. So really, If you talk about wealth protection, protecting yourself from not just your own habits, but the habits of others around you is really important. Gambling is one of those bad habits that has destroyed the wealth of many people. And the thing about somebody with a gambling addiction is I would imagine that that person who is going to have financial addictions and also financial problems coming from that addiction is going to be attracted to someone who can help to fund that addiction. Do you get me? Like if I'm $1 million in debt because I love to just gamble and bet all the time, and you got $1 million in your account, in your bank account, and you trust me with all your money, well, that's a perfect fit, right? Parasites are always looking for a host. A parasite will always look for a host. So when you present yourself as a host, you're in trouble, especially it's for some of the men that love to flaunt how much money they have. When you flaunt how much you have and you are showing everybody how you bought this and bought that and how rich you are, and you're getting all this attention and you think that's a good thing because now you've got all this attention from tons of women, you got to realize that there's some parasitic behavior happening where they're giving you the attention because you have something that they need. No different from a woman showing off all her assets, if you know what I mean. You got a lot of attention, and if you're not healed and your self-esteem is built in such a way that you crave and need that attention, even if it's coming from the wrong sources, then I would dare say you end up inviting the wrong people in your life because you don't have any sort of moat, barrier, or filter that's adequate enough to ensure that you preserve and protect that which you have to lose. And this goes back to self-love and self-esteem. If you have self-love, then you won't do that because because the things you love are the things you'll protect. The things you love are the things that you value. So learning how to love yourself really goes a long way in terms of making good decisions because then you have the ability to say no. Do you understand? When I started doing business, I remember the first exercise I did with myself was one on self-love. I had to tell myself when I was back, I was teaching in Syracuse and I wanted to do, my biggest inspirations were people like Michael Eric Dyson and Cornel West and Julianne Malveaux. Julianne Malveaux was the first public scholar I ever saw. I still remember this lady, I think her name was Mary Nesbitt. She's a therapist now somewhere. And she was sitting on my couch. She came by to visit and she said, "Have you heard of Dr. Julianne Malveaux?" And I said, "No." And she said she wrote a book, and I think it was called Sex, Lies, and Stereotypes. So I bought Julianne's book and I read it and I loved it. And I was inspired, by this public scholar. And then I remember seeing Michael Eric Dyson on BET, and he was doing his old rap thing. He goes really fast, and then it sounded really good. And then Dr. Cornel West, he wrote Race Matters, and Alicia and I went to go see him in at the University of Chicago in like 1999. Like this goes way so it's crazy. Like it's like overwhelming that all these people are my friends now. They're all in my cell phone. So it's kind of like, oh wow, look at that. How cool is that? But I remember when I was thinking about what I wanted to do, one of the first things that I told myself was I said, um, we have to get past, we can't do hero worship to the point where we don't see our own value, our own worth. I had to tell myself, you are somebody, you're already important, you already matter, you're already good at what you do, even if no one acknowledges you. And so by doing that, what that allowed me to do was to spend less time chasing other people down or trying to get next to certain people or just sitting around admiring what everyone else was doing and realizing the importance of the work that I was doing, right? Do you understand? Like I could acknowledge the importance of their work, but it's like no, now it's my turn to get on the microphone and do my thing. Like I'm gonna really get in here and do work that is so good that everyone's going to know about this work because I'm going to really nail this thing. I'm going to really drill into this thing. And to do that, to really focus on self, to pour into you and to pour into yours and to pour into what's around you, you got to value that. Do you understand? Like I had to really convince myself. I said, no, this is the most important thing you could be working on. This is the most important stuff you can be doing. So you need to pour your time into this. And this is really important for, I think, Black people, because from the time we're born, I believe that we're trained to believe that white people are more important than us. I really do. I really think that we're trained to believe from birth that what they got going on is what matters, that their validation is what matters, that their institutions matter, ours don't. Their communities matter, ours don't. Our job is to sit outside banging on the door for them to let us in. Right, right. That getting a seat at their table matters. Our tables don't matter because we don't because our even if we build a table, it's a garbage table. That's our mindset. And I think that that's the wrong mindset because what happens is that the things you love are the things you pour into. So when you love them, when you are the white supremacist that many of us are, when you love what they're doing, you're going to pour into what they're doing. And you already do it. You don't believe me? Look at how many millions of black people get up every day and go to work for a white man and put more energy into building a white business than they'll ever put into building a black one. Look at how many black people get up and spend money every day and put more money into building white businesses than they'll ever consider putting into black businesses. Everybody's talking about boycotting Target or Costco or whatever, and ain't said nothing about supporting black-owned businesses, which is what you should have been doing in the first place. You boycott Target for 40 days, and you've been boycotting black-owned businesses for 40 years. In fact, the black community's economic disposition is truly an afterthought for a lot of our people. It's like, no, black people don't build anything. We don't own anything. Our businesses are not important. We don't love any of that because it doesn't matter. It's this little raggedy thing. And what you don't understand is that raggedy things become important things when people pour into them. Whatever you give your energy to is what will grow. Whatever you give your energy to, it's as basic as what I give my attention to. If I give all my attention and energy to the hater across the street, then that beef is going to grow. That energy is going to grow. His status grows in my mind. If I give all my energy to cleaning my house is going to get cleaner. If I put my energy into this, I put a lot of energy into what we do every single morning. As a result, it's grown. How else do you think I got almost 1 billion views on YouTube and stuff like that? It's because this is what I put my energy into. So ultimately, the question is, what do you love? Who do you love? What matters for you? Because once you decide what matters for you and you stand on that, you stick to that, then that is what you're going to invest in. That's what you're going to pour into. And if you remember the real DEI, the definition of DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, the investing part is the part that makes everything grow. When you invest in things, when you invest time, energy, attention, and then also money into things, those things are the things that grow. So what are you investing your time into? Oh, I go to work for my boss 40 hours a week. Okay, that's no problem. I get it. But you're one of his biggest investors. Um, where are you investing your energy? Where are you investing your attention? Right? Those are the things that are going to grow. And then also, of course, your money, right? So anyway, let me jump back in. Let me finish up on this casino thing because I think that this is important to understand. And I think the casino thing and the gambling issue led me to think about gambling addictions and how bringing somebody into your life who has a gambling problem is something that can really ruin you financially. It happens all the time. It's happening right now. At some point in the next probably year or so, there'll be some big gambling scandal that's going to break, that's going to shock everyone. It won't shock me. I'll be like, "Yep, here it goes," because it's happened before. Anybody remember Pete Rose? Anybody remember when they rigged the World Series? I think it was 1920, 1919, right? Anybody remember all the athletes, Art Schlichter and all these athletes that got banned for life for being compulsive gamblers? You don't think with all the money floating around professional sports that there's not some athletes right now who are point shaving like crazy, referees who are making calls at the end of the game to change the game? Like you don't think that's happening right now? Come on, man. Come on. It's it's like it's crazy. I just don't get it. But anyway, okay. So as I move on, I want to mention later on today we're doing the stock market club's meeting. So if you want to be a part of that, you can go to drboystockmarket.com. We're going to meet at noon. We do that every Tuesday. Yeah, today is Tuesday, right? I lose track of the days. Yeah, so Tuesday we're going to meet. And then also tonight, the crypto club is going to meet as well. We got our crypto expert. You all saw her yesterday. She was really, really good. So she'll be in there. It'll be a small group. You can ask her 1 million questions, and she's going to do a full presentation and talk to you afterward. And so there are a few things happening there as well. All right, so here are a couple things that casinos do to get your money. I think this is important. This is money mindset, financial psychology. This is how they trick you into giving away all your money. And a lot of people love to go to the casino and show off money and stuff. And I just encourage you not to do that because that's really a reflection of low self-esteem when you feel like you have to do that to get attention. Number one, there's always fine print on these machines. So one of the things about slot machines, this is why this is part of the reason this lady lost her 42 million, is there's always like fine print that says things like that a malfunction will void all wins. That basically if you win, the machine malfunctions, they're not going to pay you, right? And this is similar to most financial institutions. Financial institutions, they become strong financial institutions by protecting their wealth. One way they protect their wealth is through the contracts. So the contracts they have will be just, all this fine print that weighs everything in their direction. So this is why financial literacy, economic intelligence is so important. So you can kind of know how to navigate all of this because unfortunately there are lots of people who don't pay attention to financial literacy who are going to get robbed and scammed and everything else from these institutions. Number two, typically, and you probably know this, the odds are always in the favor of the casino. The house always wins. This is how they stay in business. They have people that do probability and they make sure that the odds are never really in your favor, that you're basically making a donation most of the time to the casino when you go out there. But does that mean that you're stupid for going to the casino, having fun, or going to Vegas? No, it doesn't make you stupid. What it is you're buying entertainment. That's what you're getting. You're buying a little bit of a dopamine rush from the thrill of thinking that you might be one of those people that makes money. Because remember, every day if they bring in 10,000 people, a few thousand of those people are going to walk away with some money. So that's completely okay. So long story short, that's what it is. The odds will always be in their favor. In fact, with sports betting sites, I got to remember to buy some stock in DraftKings because one thing DraftKings is that these companies are realizing is they're learning that the best way for them to make money is not through straight up betting. They're not trying to be bookies because bookies are kind of gambling against the public, right? So what will happen is that they would make a massive profit whenever unpopular teams like in small markets win because people don't bet in their favor. But when popular teams like the Kansas City Chiefs win a lot, they get killed. They get pummeled because they have to pay out all these bets. So what they realize is that people can't really do math at a high level, which most people can. Most people can't do advanced probability theory. So one of the things that they do is is they go and they created these things called parlays. Anybody heard about parlays? Pamela has. Terrence Gunn, yeah, they have these things called parlays, and parlays are perfect because parlays are these little tickets people buy where they're not calculating the odds of winning. They don't know like what do you really know what the probability is that Patrick Mahomes is gonna rush for 100 yards and that Saquon Barkley is going to rush for less than 90 yards and that and that the Eagles are going to score on in the third quarter and that whatever, right? So they'll have these bets where you can bet on a sequence of events, a sequence of random events that have these different probabilities, and people will buy the parlays because they're fun. They're not buying the parlays because they sat down and did advanced probability theory to determine what the precise odds are to figure out what the expected value of their bet is. They're not doing that. They're just like, oh, here's $10. I don't care. So what they're basically doing is they are selling lottery tickets. That's what they're selling, these crazy lottery tickets, and people are buying them like crazy. So the future of that arena, in my opinion, is heavily leaning toward parlays. It really to the point where if I was in their business, I'd be like, we ain't doing no more straight up betting. We're gonna do parlays. Or maybe the straight up betting is a loss leader to do the parlays where you're really making the real money. Because what happens is that the amount of money they bring in far exceeds the amount they have to pay out. And that's the secret of running a business. You make more money than you spend. So ultimately, just remember they always lean the odds in their favor. So just keep that in mind, right? Just know that and then I think you know this, but I just want to remind you that the other things that they do is they do a lot of near wins. They like to make you think that you might win. They want you to feel like you're close enough. They want you to just kind of taste it, like, oh, if I spin one more time, I might win. So that's like a little trick. They randomize things in a certain way so that you're like, oh, dang it, I was this close, and that makes you keep going. That's the way they keep you hooked. Also, lots of free stuff. They make you feel like a baller. They'll give you free food and free comps, and people like to brag about being a VIP at the casino, which unfortunately, if you brag about the fact that you get comped a lot at the casino, that unfortunately could mean that they're comping you extensively because they feel like you're kind of a sucker. I'm not making fun of anybody in that category, but what they're doing is they're feeding your ego by being like, "Oh, hey, Mr. Wilson, you're a VIP. We got your suite ready, and we're gonna pick you up in a limo." Of course, they're doing all that because they're like, "This dude's gonna come up in here and give us $1 million or $100,000 or whatever the number is. Yeah, we'll give you a $200 room if you're gonna give us $50,000 by the end of the weekend." So all those comps and free stuff and all that, that's another little trick they use to feed compulsive gambling. There are lots of lawsuits right now out against companies like DraftKings for basically finding the people who have the biggest gambling addictions, allegedly, and feeding the addiction. Just feeding the addiction, it's kind of like how a lot of people were claiming that R. Kelly, when they realized he had these peculiar preferences when it came to women, they were feeding that. There were people feeding that. He wasn't the only. Don't get me wrong. He's a dirtbag for sure. And I talked about this back in 2003, 2004. I publicly said, why are we still supporting this man? He needs help. He needs help, and the girls need protection. But y'all just are excited because he's rich and famous, and you think that that makes everything okay. That's not okay, and it's not okay for him either. Because I think that if somebody had intervened and shut down the money and forced him to get help, I think he could have been an asset to himself, to his family, and to his community. R. Kelly is one of the most talented singers I have ever heard. I went, years ago, because I told you my wife and I have been friends for a long time, and we were all on a boat one time a long time ago, and I didn't know much about him, but I heard him sing, I heard "Step in the Name of Love," and I said, "Man, this guy can sing. Like he's right there. He's almost, I dare say, up there with Michael Jackson in terms of talent. This man is amazing." But it's like sad because, I liked him also because he just represented Chicago. He represented the hood. Like imagine R. Kelly as a healthy human being. Like imagine if R. Kelly was, imagine if he spent like 2 hours a week talking to someone like me, right? And all the stuff that I talk about, and we were talking constantly about how he could use that power and that talent to really, really elevate the world, that I think it would be quite amazing, and that's why I get excited. I actually enjoy those opportunities every now and then when I do talk to someone who's got far more power than I'll have. Like so when Ice Cube and I were spending time on the phone, it was nice to say, okay, look, I'm glad you're hearing me. Let me give you some ideas on ways I would use that power if I had it. It's your power. You're the man. I'm not Ice Cube, but still. Here's some things I think you could do that could really change the world, right? And I tried that with Kanye. It didn't work so well, but there's been some other people I've talked to, and I wish, like with the R. Kelly, I'm kind of like, gosh, I would love to just talk to that guy because he's so talented, so brilliant. He's charismatic as hell. It's almost like it's almost like there was this deal with the devil that he ended up making because he's carrying all this weight in his soul that makes him into a person that he probably doesn't like. I bet even he doesn't like himself, right? And I think this to me speaks to the idea that somebody needs to slap that microphone out your hand, take that money away, put you in a space where you can really focus and become the person that God meant for you to be. And unfortunately, what happens is sometimes that happens in prison, because in prison it's harder to get drugs and you can't get women. You got to get these cheap substitutes for women. And it's a very horrible, scary, traumatic experience. And sometimes people come out worse than when they came in. But I've seen guys actually, when they get away from the distraction, come out of prison as better people too, right? So it kind of depends. It's kind of a mixed bag. But just for the record, I think prison's just a terrible place. And I really wish we would adopt some of the ideas from like places like Finland and other places where they're like really focused on rehabilitating people and making them better. They don't do that. Our prisons don't. Their goal is to make them worse by putting them through worse experiences, and that impacts the black community too, right? So let me keep going. Let me keep moving on with this gambling casino thing. All right. And by the way, shout out to everybody who survived the prison system, who has come out better. I admire you immensely, and you have my respect. Okay, so what else do they do? Oh, another thing casinos do to get your money is they don't put clocks or windows inside the casinos. They also put extra oxygen. The oxygen makes you feel good. The clocks make you time conscious. So their goal to get your money is to reduce your consciousness. So because I want you to have more money, I call this class financial consciousness. Because when your consciousness is elevated, you're looking around, you're alert, you know what's going on, you're asking questions, you're trying to figure things out. When you're not conscious, you're like, so drugs make you unconscious. Entertainment can make you unconscious. People feeding your ego can make you unconscious. Not having the clocks or the windows makes you unconscious. There's all kinds of things that are designed to rig things in their favor so they can just take your money. Just like no differently from a man getting, knocked out, a drunk man getting hit upside the head in a dark alley, and he's laying on the ground and he's like knocked out, and everyone's taking money out of his pockets. That's what I visualize when I think about what happens to our community when it comes to wealth. They hit you upside the head. You're half drunk. They get you drunk, hit you upside the head, and then they're taking money out of your pockets while you're distracted or while you're unconscious. So you don't want to be unconscious, especially in the game of global economic warfare. These folks ain't playing with you. They're not trying to be your friend. They're not trying to protect you. They will never protect you if you refuse to protect yourself. That's a fallacy. They will never help the black community if the black community refuses to help the black community. In fact, even if the black community tries to help the black community, they're still not going to help the black community. They're not here to save your family. They don't care about you. Stop saying Black Lives Matter because they don't matter to a lot of people who are not black. Just like for me, honestly, Arab lives matter. I don't wake up every day saying Arab lives matter or Chinese lives matter or Jewish lives matter or white lives matter. I'm not saying I don't care or I don't wish the best for other people, but I'm not waking up thinking about how I can make sure that a Chinese man is safe today. It's up to him to figure out how to be safe. If he can't figure that out, then unfortunately, you know, the laws of survival of the fittest probably kick in. All right, so let's keep going. The other thing they do is they put ATM machines everywhere. That's a big deal. And then of course the odds are always against you. These jackpots, they'll advertise the big number, and the odds of actually winning are like 1 in 40 million or something. So really, spending lots of time in a casino unfortunately does not work well for you financially. Also, financial markets. Many people use financial markets as a casino. There are people that invest on Robinhood the same way they would if it was, if it was a casino or gambling market. So ultimately, what you want to do is when you're talking about building wealth, hard work is a great place to start. But remember, working is the hardest way on earth to make money. You work long enough to get to the point where you don't have to work anymore. And the way you do that is you get to the point where you learn all the different ways to make money without working. And that's where investing and things like that come into play. Everybody who cares about their children and their grandchildren should be an investor. Anybody who loves their family members should be investing, because the reality is like this. Look, if somebody in your family had just bought you tiny amounts of stock starting in like 1930, you'd be filthy freaking rich. You'd be insanely rich. Now, one area that wealth was taken from the black community was through like things like redlining, where the property values wouldn't go up in black neighborhoods because they kind of kept us out of certain areas where the values were going up or where loans were being given. And that's something that we're owed reparations for that. That they stole that money from us. But still, at the same time, there were some areas where money could be made. There were some opportunities out there, and a lot of times it's just awareness, right? Consciousness. So once you gain consciousness, you have a responsibility to decide, or am I going to execute on that consciousness, or I know new things now. I know what my grandparents didn't know. Am I going to do different, or am I going to still choose ignorance? Am I going to choose to be uninformed? Am I going to choose to be unactive? Right. So I encourage you to make the right choice, because financial anxiety and financial trauma and financial insecurity brings a lot of pain with it. Right. So if I'm inflicting pain on my kids and grandkids, then I might be accused of abuse. I'm abusing them. If I know that white folks don't love you like that, but I tell my child, well, you're gonna get it out the mud, and I need you to go work for Mr. Charlie in order to get ahead. Even if he's mean to you, and hurt your feelings and has you crying every night, so you're wanting to kill yourself, drinking yourself to sleep every night because you hate your life so much, and I subject you to that. That don't even make no damn sense. That's not love. That's hate. That's hate. I'm piling on the abuse. So let's not pile on the abuse. Let's give them an escape plan, give them an opportunity. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's where the $5 a day plan is. Black Wealth